of policymakers is just to assure that there will be an enabling environment. So let's look at this as a partnership where we all win together. There are no winners or losers if we look at the policymakers as the winners at the expense of the private sector. So we have to work together for the win-win situation to promote food security in the region. So thank you very much, Director Alfred, for those remarks. Indeed, very well articulated for setting a basis for the discussions of today and tomorrow. So now moving on to our partners, as you have seen on the program and on the concept note, this is an event that we have put together in a collaboration with AGRA, as well as Trademark Africa, and with support from the Netherlands government. And so we will now proceed to the next speaker to provide us with opening remarks. Please put your hands together for the head of markets and trade at AGRA, Nega Ubene. Welcome.
Thank you, Jacinta. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nega Ubene. I'm the head of market and trade in AGRA. I would like to welcome representatives of the government of Tanzania, CEO of COPRA and Director at AMOA, Mr. Abel, and the representatives of government from many countries here, from DRC, Zambia, Malawi, and other countries, colleagues from the Eastern African Grain Council, Trademark Africa, private sector people, and other regulatory agencies. Welcome everyone, all protocols observed. Today we are happy to welcome you and co-host this workshop today. Over the last several weeks, AGRA, Eastern African Grain Council, and Trademark Africa have been trying to facilitate movement of grain from the Eastern African region to the Southern African region, which has been affected by the El Nino induced drought. And as you all realize, there is a serious food security concern in the Southern Africa region. And the Eastern African countries, especially Tanzania and Uganda, have surpluses. So we have been trying to move the grain to where it's needed. But as my previous colleague pointed out, there are a number of trade barriers we are facing, particularly on the non-tariff trade barriers, especially regulatory related, which is impeding the flow of grain. So this meeting today is a follow-up of that conversation we have had bilaterally with different government representatives and between the AGRA president. So as part of this workshop, we would like to resolve some of these outstanding issues that are preventing trade between these countries. And then we also hope to facilitate business-to-business deals so that the private sector takes an active role in addressing this impending food security situation. In AGRA, in addition to agriculture systems and value chain development, we have taken keen interest in facilitating regional and continental trade, food and agricultural trade in Africa. Currently, the continent imports about $41 billion of food from the rest of the world. And data shows that in the near future, 2025, this is expected to grow to about $110 billion. This is a huge drain of resources from the continent, but we should also look at it as a great opportunity for economic growth, shared prosperity, and also create job opportunities, especially for the youth, which is the largest percentage of our population in the continent. So at AGRA, we have had several projects in order to facilitate trade in the region. We're working on a regional food balance sheet with COMESA Basically, this is a project intended to create real-time data for policymakers and for private sector people to make evidence-based decision making. We have seen a lot of export bans when food security crisis happens in a countries without realizing that there is actually a surplus in neighboring countries. So trade actually creates a safety valve for such kind of pressures on the food systems on the continent. Another thing is we've been also trying to facilitate mutual recognition agreements between these countries so that they understand and also recognize certification from each other countries. So trade also moves more smoothly. And also we have been trying to streamline the trade between the COMESA, EAC and the SADC member countries. We have also other projects to facilitate horticulture development in the northern corridor in the Eastern Africa region. So I would like to implore some of representatives of the government to actually help AGRA and Eastern African Grain Council and Trademark Africa in actually resolving some of these trade barriers so that we grow together as a continent. We should not really focus on our country, but we should think about regionally how we can collectively address food security and poverty and jobs for our young people. So with that remark, I would like to wish you a fruitful deliberation, and I'm very confident that we'll be able to achieve the expected outcomes of this conference. Thank you very much.
A bigger round of applause for Nega Hubner. Now I've even known how to pronounce his name correct. And speaking of which, we also recognize that
EAGC, representative from AGRA, our donors, government officials, and private sector present today, good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here because we have hunger and we have food at the same time. So we are here to define how trade can work for those who have surplus food and for those who are in shortage of food. We are here because some people have money, they want food, they can't access it. And some of us have bags of food in our store, but it's not reaching the one with money. For over a decade now, Trademark Africa has positioned itself as a champion of trade facilitation in our region, Africa region. It has been evidenced by development of various key transport infrastructures, mentioning few one-stop border posts across the countries we are in operation at, infrastructure, improvement of infrastructure in our ports, mainly the corridors, the northern corridor starting from Mombasa, and the central corridor starting from Dar es Salaam. And we have seen massive gains from the facilitation that through our donors we've been able to achieve, and through you, our partners, private sector and government. We've been able to cut down the cost of the time of crossing the borders for more than 70% in some of the borders. We have been able to support program in elimination of non-tariff barriers in the region. If you go through the time-bound matrix for EAC, NTB elimination, you realize of recent we have made a very good progress in elimination of reported NTBs. Some of countries, including Tanzania, have been known as notorious for imposing non-tariff barriers, but of recent, we have seen massive changes. 82% of all NTBs reported in the time-bound matrix for East Africa community have been eliminated by Tanzania. Other countries, including Uganda, Kenya, and Rwanda, have been able to eliminate NTBs by 76%, 75%, and 50% respectively. One could say this is a good progress. Another one would argue, if the progress is at that extent, why are we still not able to trade? A lot of other challenges underline the story. Some of the resolved issues have been around bans to export on food, but we continuously see reimaging of same cases. Trademark Africa and other partners have invested adequately or significantly in digitizing permits processes for export documents. We have seen massive gains from that. We have seen the time cut by more than 70% and 80% in some instances. We have seen cost reduction to obtain certificates of origin, for example, sanitary and phytosanitary certificates. However, the biggest challenge remains we have multiple systems running running together, but they are not integrated. One of the presenter here, if not during the discussion, said it is important to have systems that speak to each other across the continent. Tanzania, for example, we have invested in agricultural trade marketing system through the Ministry of Agriculture to digitize more than 13 crop boards, including sanitary and phytosanitary certificates, which has reduced time and cost for business. But apparently, for this to work more effectively, we need all these systems to be integrated and that we can have data shared and access that at once. So the challenge ahead, to what extent can we use technology to make the trade easy to do? Of recent, Trademark supported Tanzania Mercantile Exchange to develop a commodity exchange system. It has significantly increased the price discovery for farmers. It has also made it easy for the private sector and the businessmen to access goods in various parts of the countries. But for these kind of initiatives to work, bottlenecks around regulatory frameworks of countries needs to be addressed. Studies have shown trade of staple food and food grains, which accounts for more than half of all food trade in the region, contributes to about 25 to 30% of the national GDPs. Regardless of its contribution to the GDP, we still face a lot of challenges. So we could actually create more gains. Some of these challenges have been reimaging of initially addressed challenges, including export bans. Countries do eliminate export bans, but they keep on reimaging. We are here also to look at that. What can be done to ensure once a challenge is addressed forever. Ladies and gentlemen, to continue addressing these issues and the challenges, Trademark has partnered with East Africa Grain Council on a 3-year project titled Strengthening Competitiveness in Export-Oriented Staple Food Value Chains in East Africa. Funded by USAID through Economic Recovery and Reform Activity Program, this project aims to increase intra-regional trade. One of the key interventions of the project is anchored at facilitating continuous public-private engagements to improve the policy and regulatory environment for export-oriented staple food grains trade. Today's gathering is ideally building on that initiative. And because we are here from private sector and government sector, maybe it is another opportunity of looking at what has not been working and what we could agree together to do. Development partners, Trademark Africa and others are here also to support that initiative and you are gathering together. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for my long speech.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for Mr. Eli Bariki. Much appreciated, and indeed, just like you've said it, let's look at the opportunity of what is working, because we have to appreciate something is working. A lot of things are working. What is not working? What needs to be done to make things work so that we can see more trade and better trade, and not just trade, but safe food, because we are keen to address issues of SPS and quality to make sure that what we are feeding our people is safe food, because we are one and the same people. We facilitate trade, we move grain from surplus to deficit regions, and if it's not safe food, it will land on your own plate or on your relative's plate. And so we all get affected in one way or another. And we all know how costly it becomes when we have to deal with curative healthcare, when we had an opportunity to engage in preventive healthcare. So thank you very much, Trademark Africa, and we appreciate the collaboration with the Eastern Africa Grain Council in the program that you've mentioned that is looking at strengthening competitiveness in export-oriented staple foods. And we also recognize the partnership with AGRA. We recently had a partnership approved for stimulating inclusive export-oriented pulses trade in the North Corridor of Eastern Africa. And so we are in the process of finalizing on the contracting aspects and keen to collaborate in that regard, and appreciating the fact that neighboring countries of those various regions where these partnerships are active between EAGC and AGRA, as well as EAGC and Trademark, are going to be beneficiaries of this program, just like it's very clearly stipulated in the concept note. So we will now move on to the next session in the program. And I don't want to preempt the presentation that our executive director will be making with regards to the state of play of the grain sector. So that now, as we start off the program and we get the keynote address from our chief guest, we will then all be on the same page on how is the region like. And as I do that, I request that we put it on the screen. And I would like to now invite our Executive Director, Mr. Gerald Masila. A hand, a clap for him, please. Karibu, Bwana Masila.
Thank you very much, our MC today, Jacinta Mwau, my colleague at EAGC. Our guest today, first of all, representing the Ministry of Agriculture in the United Republic of Tanzania. We are blessed to have a strong delegation representing the ministry. We have Madam Irene Mlola, the Director General of COPRA, and we also have my friend Abel, also from the ministry. To all the government representatives that are here with us today from Tanzania, from Uganda, Malawi, Zambia, DRC, Kenya, all of you, I salute you and welcome you to this engagement. To our partners, starting with the government of the Netherlands, who have really graciously supported us financially to be able to come together to meet. They are not here represented, but we've gotten the support through Trademark. Again, through Trademark, we want to recognize the support from USAID through the ERA program, where we have a project we are implementing. And then through AGRA, we want to also recognize the government of the UK through the FCDO, who are also supporting our engagement here. And so colleagues from Trademark, colleagues from AGRA, thank you very much. To our board, our leadership at the EAGC, you know, they say that a fish rots from the head. So when you find a problem somewhere, look at the head to see where the problem is. And here we have our board that guides us, and we have Alfred Mwangi, who has welcomed us. So we want to thank the board that has continued guiding us and pushing us at the Secretariat to deliver results. Our board meetings are usually quite tough. We are held to account and we sweat and are asked very hard questions. What are we doing? What benefit are we giving? What results are we delivering, and so on and so forth. So to the board of EAGC, to the members of EAGC, my colleagues at the Secretariat, the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Morning once again. We don't have energy. Razmataz is not there. We just want to go into the trade arrangements. Thank you very much. My name is Gerald Masila. I think I'm known to most of us, if not all of us. I serve as the Executive Director of the Eastern Africa Grain Council, a role that I have played for quite a number of years now, since 2011. And it has always been very, very exciting to engage with all of you at EAGC. All these years, I have seen companies get born and grow. I have seen one generation pass on to the other, and the other. I've actually seen in some businesses 2, 3, successions. And looking at the room, I see a number of you that I used to deal with the founder, directors, and now I'm dealing with the second generation, and things are going up and up, and quite exciting. What I want to share this morning is just a quick run-through of the state of play of the grain sector in this. First of all, I'll touch a bit about what's happening globally, and then Africa, and then zero down to the here where we are. And as I go through, in the first slide, you will see the content of the various things I will be talking about, basically looking at a bit of a touch on the grain, then looking at globally, then Africa, production issues, some of the opportunities, some of the solutions we've been working on, and so on and so forth. So starting at global level, first of all, to say that grain, and those of you who are in the grain sector, grain is big business. So big that in some quarters, some people even think that grain is going to be bigger than oil as a commodity, in terms of production, in terms of value, in terms of consumption, trade, and all those sort of things. And you can see globally, we are looking at some very, very serious quantities in terms of production of world cereals over the years, and stocks going towards the 3 million mark. Utilization again increasing, but we've had some bit of decline with the key producers, Brazil, US, and a bit of downturn because of what's happening in the Eastern Europe. And for those of you who have been following, you will realize in all those discussions, including even the Russia-Ukraine issue, one or two sentences cannot go without a mention of grain, and without a mention of wheat, and without a mention of the impact, and the alignments, and who is Russia selling grain to, who is Ukraine getting aligned to. And when you look at it, some analysts actually are suggesting that conflict, the veiled real issue, is around grain and the world markets and control of grain trade in the world, and food, and all those relations around there. So it's quite important. If you go to the next slide, you will see that from a global trade and consumption, again, very, very significant, with maize leading, then you have barley, sorghum, and then in terms of utilization, surprisingly, grain globally, most of it goes into food and then feed. First of all, feed, then food, then other uses, including fuel. So you have the 3 or 4 Fs: food, fuel, and feed, plus other industrial. So you will see that still drives the whole process. Next slide. You will see that in terms of the sourcing and the flow, US still maintains the lead, controlling over 20% of the global grains, followed by the others, Ukraine and India coming up, Australia, Russia, and all the others, quite major traditional sources. If you go to the next slide, you will see what I have just been saying, that grain trade is big business in terms of the volumes or the value of trade. And when you look at the pulses coming up quite strongly, and here we are at in Tanzania, is a lead, and you will see in some slide coming up on lentils and the business around that. Just a bit of a view on that, so I will not dwell on it very much. This presentation will be shared. Coming down to the African continent, a few statistics up to 2021. I'll also share some of what is recent. You will see that our trajectory has been going up. From 2001 to 2021, it's been quite a big growth. Basically, that's what we are demonstrating, and that growth is nowhere near potential. We are still very, very much below potential. When you go to the next slide, you will see when you start now ranking in terms of the major crops, you will see that maize followed by wheat, and then sorghum, millet, and all the others that also have quite a lot of potential. If you look at the 10 top produced in the African region, then when you look at top 10 in 2021, in terms of the production, where are we producing it? Our good brothers, the Ogas in Nigeria, take the lead. Very neck to neck with those that are with us here in the room, the Ethiopians. A clap for the Ethiopians, because they are really up there looking at total production. Then of course you have Egypt, using the water that we produce here. They use our water and produce a lot. South Africa, and then who shows up there among the big boys? A clap for Tanzania. they're showing up there. Then you have all the others that follow. Quite interesting. Slide now is where we now see realities in wallets. What's happening in wallets or in bank accounts in terms of trade relations. Now that gives you, that slide there gives you the trade balance, and we'll update. This is 2021 data, but we'll keep updating 2022-23 data in our next engagements. But the trend, from a trend perspective, that still holds. So you will see the charts or the graphs that are going down means with money we remove from our pockets to put into somebody else's pocket to be able to get the grain. So you will see for maize, over $4 million. You're looking at wheat, big quantity, and going. And then rice, and then on the positives you have got sorghum, and then you have got pulses starting to show. And when we were even discussing with Trademark and Agra colleagues, how can we spur export-oriented grain and what have you? This is part of the encouragement that there is quite a lot of opportunity. Now, coming from Africa to Eastern Africa, how are things in the Eastern Africa region? Next slide. We have a very interesting phenomena, which is one of the reasons why we are gathered here, and it's the interdependence between the countries. And to me, that is something that I quite find positive, quite interesting, in that in the region, we have some countries that are surplus producers, and we have some countries that have got a deficit, and that creates a symbiotic or an interdependence where for those surplus producers, they need a market. Because if you are a surplus producer and you don't have a market, then what will motivate you tomorrow to produce more and more? After all, it could be agriculture related or whatever it is, you still need food, you still need to feed, and the best place to buy is from your neighbor, because then that creates that relationship, and that's what we see in the region. In fact, when we do the numbers, what is produced in the region and what is required to be consumed in the region is self-sufficient, including rice. But what do? We have a lot of imports from outside the region, for a lot of this, and that's part of the things we want to see. How do we increase more intra-regional trade in all these foods? And so the whole issue of access to markets, access to the food, becomes extremely important. So that's from the region. Looking at the major grains, again, maize leads at 50%, followed by rice, and then you have beans. Beans probably we think is even much more. It's just that capturing bean trade data usually is very challenging. Now, let's look at the trade balances. Who is paying who to get what? And so in that slide there, the graphs that go below zero means somebody is digging out of their pocket to give another person money to get something. So you will see that wheat, if you see that over the years, the hole in wheat is getting, what is happening? Getting, meaning doing what? Paying that wheat farmer somewhere else to grow the wheat to feed us. Means you have to with the money. If you look at rice, again, it's kind of been reducing, but we should be in the positive. But where are we on the positive lane? Pulses. And pulses are a very big opportunity. And soybean, again, you can see it's starting to also get onto the space. So what is happening with the food trade and the current situation in the Eastern Africa region is that with what has affected us with the El Nino, the La Ninas, and all that, we have currently now a very, very big need to support and to get trade to happen. And I'm glad if you see this slide, the messages we are getting from Tanzania here where we are very positive messages. They are not the kind of messages we used to get 6 or 7 years ago. Now we are talking about Tanzania urging maize farmers to eye export markets. We are talking about, Tanzania saying we will export, and earn all these millions of dollars to the drought-hit Zambia and to all these others. That's the kind of, language that we are quite happy that from the policy level pronouncements, there's that view that trade is critical, trade is important, and we'll support it. Now, let's look at the country profiles to see how are we sitting in the various country levels. Starting with Kenya, particular order. We see this season 2024-25 a situation where the yield will just be about 3.7 million metric tons of maize specifically. But even with that, Kenya continues to be perennially a deficit country, so we will always, Kenya will always need to export maize from outside. Looking at maize, looking at wheat, again, the production levels will be still very small. Sorghum, still small. Rice, still small. Millet showing up, quite interesting, that we have just come from the International Year of Millets, which was last year. So Kenya is indeed a key destination market in the region, receiving grain, and the prices are quite attractive. So the situation in Kenya, you've seen it. They need to buy to feed all those Gen Zs and those guys out there. Going to Tanzania, how is the situation? So in Tanzania, looking at 3 main ones that we could plot, where we will still be working on more. A huge yield, and indeed the harvest has started, and we also are aware even purchases into the strategic food reserve are already ongoing. A serious 7 million plus yield estimated, a big surplus, and this surplus is building on some very good stock holding that has been there with the NFRA, with the CPB and all the others. So we really are saying the bread basket is growing bigger and bigger and fuller and ready to serve out there. And so Tanzania can brag as being the serious bread basket in the region, or ugali basket for that matter. But there are requirements for mandatory export permits, which definitely we support. It's important to have structured trade. And another very important requirement that if you are going to engage in export business, you need to be well registered with government. And we also have seen reports that trade agreements have been signed at government level with DRC in May and with all this, even with Zambia now. So those are good positive pronouncements and policy thrusts that go towards the export trade that we're looking at. Indeed, as you will see in the next slide, some of the communications you've seen from United Republic of Tanzania, proactively offering some significant quantities with prices that initially at private sector we were like, those prices are not aligning to world market prices, but we've seen them adjust. We've seen even a newspaper, clip where offers were being made, stocks being made available for trade with quantities in various regions. And indeed, this is even also very good data that tells us that we actually have that stock well preserved, well kept, and a very important investment. Looking at the next slide, we will go now to Uganda profile. So you've seen Tanzania. Now going to Uganda again, Uganda, we are expecting a big production. Maize in Uganda is a cash crop, is an export crop for putting money in the pocket. We are looking at a significant surplus coming in, and in Uganda at the moment, there are no restrictions, no requirements whatsoever, but we are also engaging with the government of Uganda, and they are here with us here. The Warehouse Receipt Systems CEO is here, and several government officials. We work together to develop the grain trade policy in Uganda, and we are saying that as we also have no restrictions, but we still need to have a structured way to get the trade happening, and we are working towards that. The big challenge, though, from Uganda is the transport logistics. When we give quotations to supply DRC, to supply Zambia, to supply Malawi, those distances, and particularly because there's no return cargo, the logistics is a very serious barrier that we need to look at. We've also seen in the media an expression of interest from Uganda to supply Zambia through a B2B arrangement. The only concern we raised was the offer price, which when you take 290 plus 410, what does that give you? So when you offer that as a price per ton, even in the global markets, that's pretty outside what would be expected. And so, as you would expect, that offer, we are aware that it didn't get traction. Going down to Malawi, in Malawi, we are looking at a production that is also going to be quite significant, but it's going to be below the 5-year average. And considering the critical role of maize consumption, there is going to be a deficit. And also soybean in Malawi is projected to have a decline of around 20%. So Malawi is going to seek imports from the region. We are aware that they have put in a requirement that maize from Tanzania, they are suspecting the presence of lethal maize necrosis disease, and so they are saying bring it milled, not as grain, and that's a subject of discussion that we have engaged the policymakers in the two countries to resolve. Going to the neighbor, Zambia, who are very, very well represented here, and welcome Zambia colleagues, both private sector and government. We believe that you will come out of here with good suitcases full of contracts, and trucks will be following to do the deliveries. I'm waiting to come and receive the first trucks across there. So in Zambia, we had the unfortunate effect of the El Nino-induced drought that really destroyed huge, a whole million hectares of crop. As a result, production is expected to be well below 35% below the 5-year average. That's very, very significant. And it's projected that the impact will peak somewhere in September, October this year. So measures, and that's why we made efforts to have this convening now, so that whatever interventions and trade and grain movement that can happen so that we really are more proactive and we can forestall all those expected negative impacts of shortage. So there are imports that are flowing into Zambia, mainly from Tanzania, to look at the yield decrease, and we are also expecting some decline. Peanuts also have been affected. Soya we didn't show, but there was a ban on soya that has been put in Zambia, a ban that actually affected us very much because it was just suddenly put. There was no notice. And I remember the day that ban for soya export that was put by Zambia, we had facilitated a transaction of 10 trucks of soya, and they were in the queue moving out. So 5 trucks had crossed and cleared nicely. The other 5 that were on the way coming were stopped at the border, and up to today, we've not been able to get those 5 trucks. They had been paid for. You can imagine having paid for all of that, but a government pronouncement stops it, and you are stuck. Now, as a business person, as an investor, imagine all that money that you borrowed, that you are paying at what interest rate? Businessmen, how much are we paying interest rate now? 18, 20, 25%, and it gets held that much. So it's really important that we have this discussion so that even when a policy measure is being put in place, we have a notification, we have, if something had been transacted and there is evidence and everything, that should be let to go, because when you stop it, really, and a crop like soya is an industrial crop. Really, it's not food that you boil and eat in the house, so it shouldn't be subjected to those sort of things. But those are some of the issues we'll be discussing. But from Zambia, we were glad after a lot of engagements to have seen modalities of the importation released, where we've been given very clear guidance, and for that we want to laud the leadership there for having given us that. We think that some of the requirements maybe might be relaxed and might be a bit too much, but nonetheless we are keen to engage. It's not very clear here, but when you get the presentation, you'll see. But some of the things was, number one, genetically modified organism free certificate. So as you trade, you must give that certificate. How do you obtain that certificate? Where do you get it from? Anybody can answer us? How many people have those GMO free certificates? You got to take a lab to a sample to a lab that is able to test and confirm that there are no GMO events. How many labs in Tanzania can give us that? How long does it take? How much does it cost? Do we have GMO being grown in Tanzania? Do we need that requirement? Seriously, do we need that requirement for a crop that is coming from just your neighbor, whom you very, very well know their policies? They've never allowed GMO, so what is, what value are we adding? But then it is there. Then the others is the valid export permit. You've got the other requirements that are there for control of goods and permits and all that, but the others are not an issue. And indeed, the government of Tanzania, Ministry of Agriculture, have been very, very proactive. We know from our members when they have been doing these trade transactions and they have reached out to the government to be given various documentations, they've been coming out at a record time, and we really want to thank you for that. So that has given you a view of the countries where we are, who has a deficit, who is offering, and all these sort of things, because you're just really setting the scene. But then, on the basis of all that, are there opportunities? Definitely, there are opportunities. We have opportunities because we have a growing population, we have a middle class coming up, and the young population we have to feed. We also have a big opportunity Africa-wide, because we hold globally, we hold the largest arable land. It is here with us in Africa, and that continues to be the reality. We still have production issues. I'm ahead of you in the slides. Move the slides, please. We still have production issues with the fact that our main producers are smallholders. They are fragmented. We have, limited use of appropriate farm inputs and adoption of production technologies, and we suffer a high cost of production. And of course, climate change is here with us, pest diseases, pressure, all those are there, including another challenge called theft. I'm not sure how it is in other countries, but in Kenya, it's a very, very big issue when you're doing, like large-scale production, for example, of maize. You might wake up one morning and half of your crop is stolen. People come in at night, they just take out the cobs and so on and so forth. So that smallholder issue is still an issue. Our small truncated farms. And when you look at our cost of production per unit, we did a computation when we compared a US farmer and a Kenya farmer, and we actually realized that the Kenya farmer per ton, in some instances, they end up losing money, not making money, when you take all the costs. And that's still an issue. Post-harvest, we still have issues, and part of what Fred Ogana will share shortly will cover that, and we did in Uganda, in Tanzania, where we were able to pick up some of these things. So because of those issues of post-harvest storage issues, we still have high post-harvest losses and quality impacts. From an infrastructure point of view, we still have suitable, really suitable facilities having an issue. And for those that we have, we also have underutilization. And then the storage condition affecting the crop, even getting it infected with aflatoxin and all that because of the moisture and all those other conditions. Looking at the trading, import-export, again, we have challenges there, particularly because of the informality, because of the unstructured trade, because pricing and price discovery is highly speculative, and many multiple handling costs, and issues of quality checks not being there, and a lot of cash-based transactions. All those are affecting the sector. When you go to the milling level, you will find that, again, there we still have issues with majority of the milling being done at SME level, which is unregulated. It's not a bad thing for SMEs to process. They must be there, they will be there. But are they regulated? And to what extent are they, having a level playing? And that's a very big issue, in fact, affecting investments in the formal businesses, which is an issue. Looking at the enabling and supporting factors, financial services are still an issue with credit and instruments that are suitable for grain trade. But besides that, at policy level, we still have lots of non-tariff barriers, we still have interventions, we still have duties, taxes, and we have issues about data information, not sufficient, a lot of gaps there. We've been having an initiative under COMESA with AGRA and other partners where we're doing the regional food balance sheet, and because of lack of data, it's still an issue to be able to do that. But our latest is AFA, who are in the house. The representative from AFA Kenya, are you here? Director? Yeah, Director, good morning. We will be engaging. So they recently effected some new levies. So what they're telling us is that when you export out of the country, you get a disincentive to export. And when you import also, you get a disincentive to import. So you have to pay fees and levies to as high as, one of the highest here is 2%. You have, and several others building up. That we are engaging to see that, because in other jurisdictions, governments are promoting and providing incentives to sell out. So not to put disincentives, and that's something that even the counterparts in the region, we are hoping they will be part of us in the discussion to say that why would you charge, and we're in the EAC, we're in the same region, we are one community, why should you charge, on it, and you have a deficit, and we are one market. So that's of concern. And going towards finishing, just to recognize some of the actions that are coming up in terms of imports, looking at aggregate region. As a region, we have enough. So in terms of offering solutions to these challenges, I'm now going towards completing. We have a number of interventions that we are doing from EAGC, looking at the whole value chain, from production, where we are organizing farmers, to post-harvest, trade, import, processing, all the way to consumer. We've got a trade platform and a structured trade. We are providing market information. We have training, capacity building in our institute, and what we are doing today, policy dialogue, and later on we'll be discussing a bit about the sector platform to see how do we continuously support transactions taking place in the region. So we are glad that we can celebrate our achievements, and we have achieved quite a lot over the years, from the farmers, from improving quality, from quality testing to linking trade. A lot we have achieved, and this again is it's been done by you, traders, producers in the room, and with all our partners supporting us, and particularly the government. And just to recap, one of the projects we did with the AGRA in 2021-2023, where we were improving the compliance to maize quality standards in the trade corridors in East Africa. We achieved quite a lot in that one. Next slide, Arthur. We were able to get quality compliant maize being traded across the region, which was quite interesting. I'm way ahead of you on the slides. So when we look at, if you go to the last slide, which is the EAGC AGRA partnership, the latest, which is hot, we are just signing it now. We're looking to get to simulate inclusive export-oriented pulses trade in the northern region. And of course, from the partnership with Trademark, we are looking at the various export-oriented solutions. So in summary, and very much addressing our policymakers who are in the room, we know that policy is very important to address food security, food safety, pest and disease control, incomes and livelihoods for the producers, farmers, traders, processors, and nutrition and public health, and to see that our land use is also working out well. But we are saying, as we do all this, let's be consultative, let's be anticipatory to the much we can, and we have many examples to share where policy has had very devastating effects on us, and later on when you discuss with the business people around here. And I really encourage our colleagues from government, interact with these business people on one-on-one. Let them share with you their experiences, wear their shoes, and you will see. And for me, having lived through this with them in all the region and been part of it, I know the policy, the impact of policy is more than El Nino, is more than climate change, is more than anything else. Policy is devastating. Here in Tanzania, a few years ago, I've shared this experience, maybe to some of you. We had one of our members based in Arusha, and they were producing beans for export, a lot of beans, very special good ones, and they were working with very, very many farmers, and we were part of it. So this time, it was in 2012, if I remember well, they had produced quite a lot. They had worked with over 30,000 farmers. They had borrowed from the bank. They had a contract. Everything was being exported out there. And harvest had come, everything was processed, containers were loaded, and ready to export. The week the exporting was to happen, a general food bank was instituted. And I still remember that morning when I got that phone call from that member of EAGC. When that ban was put, they had paid the farmers halfway, so there was still money to be paid to the farmers. And the next day they turned up at his warehouse. They wanted to take back the grain because he hadn't paid. The bank was on his back. You haven't paid us, the loan we had given you. And the importer on the other side was threatening to sue, actually sued. And because of that one ban, a business that used to turn over close to almost $5 to $10 million collapsed. It just went because of that one policy announcement. We tried to intervene. We tried to say these beans are not here, are specialized different colors. No one would listen to us. That business evaporated. A few years later, we went to Malawi, again with support. We got seeds for soya. We identified farmers to grow the seed, and we signed up feed manufacturers to offtake the soya from the farmers. Everything was well aligned. The crop was good. The rain was good. And just at harvesting, when now the feed manufacturers were ready to buy, a ban of day-old chicks was instituted. So when the day-old chicks could not come in, then there were no birds to feed with the soya. So the feed manufacturers closed their shops for 1 year, and then they could not offtake the soya that the farmers had produced. The farmers came making a lot of noise to us. You made us grow this soya. Where are we going to take it? We can't boil it at home. And something that had started very well went down because of a policy pronouncement. And I shared the Zambia example where, in fact, those involved are in this room. For confidentiality, I will not mention. But you can imagine it is real life. It's not imaginary. So when we talk to you as policymakers and we say we need to engage, have a public-private policy dialogue, and that dialogue to precede transactions, that's why we are here. And we want to thank you all for turning up, for coming for this meeting. And at this juncture, I now want to invite our hosts, the United Republic of Tanzania, the Director General of COPRA, Madam Irene Mlola, to come and invite the other representatives to say hi and then give us the opening remarks, so that we know that we are here with the full blessings of the United Republic of Tanzania, because we are, and we are happy that Tanzania hosted us. A big clap for our chief guests as they come to give us the remarks.
Good morning, everybody. So let me do the first task first. Welcome Dr. Abel Mtembei from the Ministry of Agriculture for just an introduction. Karibu.
Director General for COPRA, EAGC Executive Director, Board Member of EAGC, and AGRA representative, as well as Trademark Africa representative. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Yeah, I'm Abel Mtembei from Ministry of Agriculture, working at the Department of Food Security, Agricultural Marketing and Food Security. First of all, I want to thank you for this opportunity to have a greeting. Much greetings from the Office of Permanent Secretary and Mr. Gerard Geoffrey Mweli and his deputy, Dr. Hussein Mohamed Omar. They greet you all, and they recognize your efforts towards the development of this grain subsector. Because my colleague, Madam Irene, is going to officiate this, I should not have much to say, but you have to understand that the ministry recognizes your efforts. And second, the ministry will make sure that, first of all, as we have an important say that, let us feed ourselves. The ministry is spearheading to make sure that we feed ourselves by increasing the level of production and feed our neighbors in a business manner. So the ministry will make sure that is pushing to increase in production and make available marketable surplus, so that the region and EU stakeholders will continue to collaborate and connect with this country. So with these few words, I welcome you, and I'll be together with you to make sure that you collaborate and also you connect to make sure the grain business and the grain subsector is becoming sustainable. Thank you.
Again. Good morning. Habarini za asubuhi. Okay, we're all Africans. We should be speaking our vernacular. But I know we all have a word or two of Swahili. So once again, my name is Irene Madeje Mlola. I am the Director General for Cereals and Other Produce Regulatory Authority in Tanzania. I would like to first of all thank all of you for being here, but most importantly, I have to salute EAGC for putting together this very, very critical stakeholder public dialogue, public-private dialogue. Our supporters from AGRA, Tanzania, Trademark Africa, government officials in here from the different countries represented, businesses, associations, ladies and gentlemen. Sitting here and just listening to the statistics or state of being of grain across Africa and the world, I was sitting there and I'm thinking, oh my God, we need this kind of gathering a lot more, because it's time for Africa to wake up and realize that we need to strengthen the way we actually do businesses across ourselves. Yes, we are still behind in terms of production and productivity. I've seen the statistics that are coming from the world, but we are self-sufficient, and we still have a lot of opportunities on what we can do more to actually really become the breadbasket of the world. So once again, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure that I stand here to address you during this Eastern and Southern Africa public-private dialogue. I note the presence in the room of grain industry stakeholders from our neighboring East Africa, these being farmers, traders, development partners, representative of the international community. I also note the presence of the officials from the various government offices and ministries. Allow me to register my appreciation once again to AGC and its partner for putting together this international gathering and availing me this honor and privilege to address delegates from across the region. The subject of my address today is the role of government in enabling regional cross-border grain trade and food security. Tanzania's agriculture sector is the backbone of our economy, employing a significant portion of our population and contributing substantially to our GDP. Over the past years, we have witnessed remarkable progress in the sector, thanks to concerted efforts from the government, industry association, private sector, and the development partners. As a country, we are proud of our status as a major agricultural producer in East Africa. We produce surpluses of maize, rice, pulses, tea, and coffee, amongst other commodities. In this scenario, our neighboring countries represent a highly important regional market and trade, and our net export position in agricultural commodities trade is an important net earner of our foreign currency. Our government has been proactive in improving the agricultural sector. Notable amongst this is our collaboration with the Alliance for a Green Revolution in Africa, AGRA, which has significantly advanced seed development and distribution. Furthermore, our efforts to enhance the availability and use of fertilizers and other essential inputs have borne fruits. Through targeted interventions and subsidies, we have made this input more accessible to our farmers, leading to increased productivity and sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, despite the potential for food security, the regional agricultural trade of food commodities in the region remains suboptimal due to factors attributed to policies that fail to promote the intended sustainable agri-food system transformation. In addition, in our region, we have observed recurring climate shocks that erode productivity, compromise quality, and increase post-harvest losses, leading to increased vulnerability and food insecurity. failed seasons are becoming more frequent, and this goes to threaten our status as food sufficiency, and as a result, trade restrictions are being imposed by countries to secure their domestic food security. In our commitment to create a conducive environment to facilitate greater trade, the government of Tanzania has operationalized Cereals and Other Produce Regulatory Authority, COPRA, which is the institution that I'm leading, with a goal to strengthen the commercialization of Tanzania's food crops, including the grain subsector, in order to catalyze trade, stabilize grain prices, and support our farmers. Furthermore, the government has allocated substantial budgets to the National Food Reserve Agency, NFRA, and Cereals and Other Produce Board, CPB, in 2022 and 2023 alone. We dedicated significant resources to this institution, ensuring that our grain markets remain stable and farmers receive their prices for their produce. This strategic budgeting has enabled us not only to support our domestic market, but to facilitate the export of surplus grains. I think we all heard from Dr. Abel when he actually iterated the policy that we are embedding in Tanzania to be the breadbasket of the world. And these efforts that I've just mentioned are one amongst many to ensure that we are strengthening the commercialization of food crops in Tanzania. Ladies and gentlemen, in this year alone, we have witnessed significant shifts in food trade dynamics influenced by various factors ranging from drought conditions to trade policies and infrastructure challenges in the region. South African country's drought condition has resulted in reduced grain yields, affecting local markets and neighboring countries dependent on grain exports such as Zimbabwe, Botswana, and Namibia. Meanwhile, we also see that despite facing a grain deficit and the need to import to meet the demand, some countries still struggle with inefficient grain imports due to cumbersome custom procedures and poor infrastructure, exacerbated by stringent trade policies and non-tariff barriers. In order to continue fostering a structured, profitable, efficient, and inclusive trade environment amongst us in the Eastern Africa region and beyond, we need to address and answer some of the difficult questions, beginning with those that will be raised here in this dialogue. Ladies and gentlemen, we must understand that in the spirit of empowering agriculture, and more specifically grain value chain actors, regional commodity trade should be encouraged and supported with enabling policies. We must appreciate the existing and thriving trader or farmer. If such a person is unable to thrive in his current ventures, his or current ventures, as a farmer or trader, then it is highly likely that they will remain in the stagnant position and fail to take up aforementioned opportunities in the sector. EAGC and its partner have provided us a platform today and tomorrow. May we deliberate policy, bottlenecks to staple export trade, explore and unpack feasible solutions that will take our sector 10 steps forward towards where we envision ourselves, and may we establish harmonized and coordinated approach in facilitating food trade across borders. Structured cross-border trade is crucial for sustainability and growth of our agricultural sector. By establishing proper contracting mechanism, clearance procedure, settlement through financial institution, we can create a robust framework that not only enhances trade efficiency, but also contributes to our GDP. Ladies and gentlemen, through COPRA, our government remains steadfast in the commitment to facilitating trade to happen efficiently in the country. At present, we have started the process of formalizing food crop value chains and strengthening marketing structures, all aimed at facilitating trade at a faster rate. Moreover, we are keen to ensure that the government of recipient countries receive the necessary support for a seamless trade operation. I wish to inform you and assure you that the government of Tanzania continue to take significant measures to promote trade and transform Tanzania into the regional food hub. Through projects such as the youth under block farming, mechanisms such as Building Better Tomorrow BBT, the ministry demonstrates its commitment to propelling the agriculture sector forward in production, processing, and trade. Tanzania continue to be committed to regional integration through the East African Community and the Southern African Development Community, SADC, and assure its neighbors that as long as the country is food secure, food shall always be available in Tanzania and beyond. As I conclude, I wish to extend my heartfelt congratulations and appreciation to the members and the Board of Directors and the Secretariat of the EAGC for the important role it plays in the regional grain sector. My hope is that its strategic plan continue to provide even more room for collaborations between the Council and the Government of the United Republic of Tanzania. I have been informed that there is a regional business-to-business and trade facilitation forum taking place tomorrow. We are commending this, and we as a government know that we have a huge role to play in facilitating and enabling trade, and that is our commitment. With these few remarks, I wish you all a very fruitful workshop. I assure you that Tanzania is open for grain business. Asanteni sana.
A bigger round of applause for the Director General of COPRA on behalf of the Ministry of Agriculture in Tanzania. Thank you very much. And indeed, we take note of the commitment by the government of Tanzania to do business with the region, and for as long as there is food security in the country and for as long as there is a surplus, there is indeed an opportunity to do business under the regional integration with the East Africa Community and COMESA and SADC. So much appreciated from the government of Tanzania. So ladies and gentlemen, we want to catch up with the program and the time. We have missed that we are not doing very well on time. And we would like now to proceed for a health break. You know, there are many reasons why we call it health break and not tea break. And this is one of the reasons. So that in case we are having tea at 11:30, then it's still tea break. So we are doing a quick health break. It's now 11:30 by my watch. I hope it's the same on yours. And so just right outside the conference hall, you notice when you are coming in, we had several serving stations for tea and coffee. So we'll just walk out. And the first thing we shall do is to take a group photo so that we can remember this day where we got commitment from the government of Tanzania to do business with private sector. And of course, we'll be hearing from the other governments as well when we come back. So we will take a group photo just outside. We have made a preparation for that. So colleagues from the EAGC, Gillian will take lead with the photography so that we can organize ourselves quickly for the group photo. And then we will have tea from the several serving stations. The hotel team will guide us so that we can get that done quickly. And when we come back, we will get a situational analysis of the grain value chain and the opportunity for the export-oriented staple foods in the region, where Fred Ogana will be taking us through that session, where we shall also be giving feedback. Is that really the situational, the status of the grain value chain? And we'll also be validating that report. And we'll continue with the program from there on. And something I didn't mention earlier on is the washrooms are literally right behind this conference hall. So if you walk out and you go around right here, that's where you'll find the washrooms. So let's now quickly proceed for a group photo and then do tea, and then we'll be back here by 11:50 so that we have 10 minutes just before noon as we kick off into the next session, and hopefully we'll catch up with time. Thank you very much, everyone, and see you after tea break. But let's start with a group photo. Asante. settled, you will begin. If we get to save a minute or two, that counts. So Fred Ogana is the director of IAMDA, and he'll be taking us through the presentation of the findings of this study that we recently conducted. And so I don't want to preempt on the findings. And as soon as he's done, Matthews will come from Trademark to take us through a quick validation, a feedback session as well as validation. Welcome, Fred.
Thank you, Jacinta. Do we wait a bit or we just begin? For him to come. Okay, set up. Okay. Yeah. 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 Sawa. Exactly. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a few minutes afternoon. My name is Fred Ogana, and I'm the managing partner, East Africa Market Development Associates. We are an agribusiness firm covering Eastern Africa region, but we are based out of Nairobi, where our head office is. We were contracted by EAGC to support them in undertaking the situation analysis and export market mapping for 5 key value chains, which include maize, beans, rice, sorghum, and millet, mainly for Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania, with basically Kenya being the main target market as a deficit country in most of the chains that we looked at, and then the main source countries being Uganda and Tanzania. As was mentioned earlier, Trademark and EAGC have partnered with support and funding from USAID to work on strengthening competitiveness in export-oriented staple food value chains in East Africa activity or initiative. The main objective at a top level is to support efforts aimed at jobs for young people, generating jobs across each of those chains and each level, as well as incomes for SMEs. The 3 top objectives identified are, the first one is efforts aimed at farmer institutional capacity building or strengthening. And these targets, by and large, GHubs, grain hubs that EAGC has been working with or has supported to set up across the 3 East African countries. The second overall objective or pillar is trade facilitation of export enterprises. And this is aimed at ensuring that they're able to access export markets, tackled key challenges around SPS, quality, compliance, etc. And then last but not least, efforts aimed at looking into having a more supportive trade environment. And this is hinged on information sharing, having a database that tracks food trade and informs food balance sheets at the end of the day. The longer-term outcome that EAGC hopes to attain at the end of the 3 years initiative is, first of all, to be able to benefit 20,000 farmers who are largely smallholder farmers. These farmers would be organized in about 100 farmer groups or hubs. In terms of jobs, they're looking at generating 1,500 new jobs and sustaining an additional 1,500. When looking at the support to export trade environment, they're looking to support or facilitate $500,000 investments in support of SMEs engaged in the sectors, as well as enrolling at least 80 SMEs to participate in this work, 25 of whom will be facilitated to access a targeted $1.5 million in loans. And finally, in terms of leveraging trade value, EAGC is looking at supporting the generation of $3.5 million worth of revenues across every step of the chain in the 5 value chains. And this, they hope, will come out of 25,000 metric tons of facilitated trade valued at about $8 million. As we embarked on this survey and study, we used both market systems models, which basically looks at every facet of the value chain that would affect the input market, farm level, aggregation, value addition, all the way to trade, and ensure that we track all those factors as we venture into trying to see what factors can facilitate more trade, enhance quality, volume, and value that is traded within the countries. In terms of the actors, we went through the whole array of actors at every step of the chain. Our markets looked at both the national and regional markets, as well as factors that influence trade. And then in terms of the, on the policy front, looked at the supportive systems that have been put in place and those that ensure that our traders and businesses have a level playing field in terms of accessing markets and information. Overall, we were able to talk to up to 142 main respondents or actors across the chains, 39 G-hubs, which are farmer groups. We held focus group discussions with farmers across the 3 countries. Those were 37. We had interviews with 15 importers and millers based in Kenya, 19 exporters from Uganda and Tanzania, and we also had some key informant interviews at national level in all the 3 countries. And the maps that you see there basically shows the footprint of the coverage that we had in all the countries that were covered. So in terms of the findings, as mentioned earlier, using a market systems lens basically helps us to make sure that we don't just look at each chain from A to Z, but look at all other facets that will influence both external factors, information, technology, rules and norms, which are policy, governments, the corporate culture or business culture across each of those chains, and try and make sure that we can triangulate any observation that we make across all the steps of the chain. In terms of just a quick look at the supply chains or the flow of grain, as most of us, I think, are basically informed on this, I'm not going to delve too much. We didn't sort of delve in depth at farm level. Our task or TOR was to focus on off-farm, so off-farm aggregation, bulking of the grain, selling into local markets, then dealing with the wholesalers, larger buyers, and exporters. And the export market here being Kenya, so we basically tried to track each of the sectors to see what the flow looks like. Excuse me. Yeah, okay. Sorry, you're on the slide. Okay, great. So when we kicked off this assessment, we first of all took an overall market view of what was going on in the EAC region. And I'll just highlight some of the key findings and outcomes. So what we found is that, as most of us know, given the fact that we're dealing with smallholder farmers, the bulk of the first level purchasing points for majority of farmers or farmer groups tend to be the middlemen or, who handle the bulk of our grain from the farm gate, aggregation point to local markets. They then hand them over to larger traders who may possibly sell those to larger wholesalers, and that's how they end up in the export markets. As was noted this morning, NTBs continue to be a major challenge and needs to be looked at and has significant value in terms of losses that have been captured over the past years. As was mentioned, yes, some successes have been made, but this continues to be a major issue across all the chains and the trades within the three countries. Our regulatory environment and policies around the sale or export of grains as well still needs some significant work. And we did make a note that one of the key areas to look at is sharing of information and ensuring that this information trickles down not just to the key large traders and buyers, but we find ways in which this can be moved down to the farming level. Because at the base of it all, what we are looking for or looking at is a scenario where we are sure from the basic point of supply, who are the farmer groups, we simplify any policy or laws or regulations put in place in a way that they can participate and also can have a voice. Last but not least, as with most countries, high cost of transport and logistics as well came up and was mentioned as a major impediment to enhance trade. So in terms of just doing a quick deep dive in each of the 5 chains, we mapped out every step of the value chain. We mapped out at factors or supporting functions at each level of the chain, trying to look at the 2 supply countries for maize, going through the aggregation, the bulking, the warehousing, how the exporters engage with larger buyers, what sort of quality checks are done at what stage, and then what the millers basically demand on the purchasing side. And we're going to walk through that. Gerald picked out quite a bit of high-level numbers in terms of what is traded in each of the countries. So as I go through this, I'm not going to delve deeper into all of them, but I'll highlight some of the key findings that we got. Basically, we're looking at maize as of okay. So basically looking at maize, Tanzania is a leading exporter and producer. We are told in 2022, we found data that shows Tanzania had about 5.9 million tons, followed by Uganda, and then trailing behind was Kenya, and basically confirming the current scenario where Kenya is a net importer as far as maize is concerned. In terms of volume and yield, suffice to note, I think one of the key So one of the key findings I think to note here is that despite the fact that Tanzania is the largest exporter in terms of volume, what they export is just shy of 9% of their total yield. And as was mentioned this morning, I think between the 3 countries, what we're looking at is a scenario where all countries sort of set themselves up as a strategy to be able to not only serve and feed your own farmers in country, but also to look at the neighboring markets as a potential revenue generating point. So looking at that 9% that was exported in 2022, it will be vital for us to begin to have a conversation about volume and value that is sold, especially to try and meet the deficit of markets such as Kenya. That seems over the next couple of years, we are not bound to see any major changes in terms of in-country volumes. In terms of the supply points and NTBs, we did make a note that in the past, Kenya at some point was forced to actually ship in its maize from Zambia and South Africa and could not source its maize within the EAC. And goes to what we had this morning. It is crucial for us to see inter-regional trade as a viable venture, quote unquote, for each country that benefits all of us, benefits the farmer, the trader, the businesses, the millers, but more importantly also supports food security initiatives. I think in terms of maize prices, generally we did make a note that overall in the discussion that we had with the farmers and the farmer groups, they did report that the maize prices in general have been on an upward trend over the last couple of years. And this might hint at the point as EAGC basically ventures into working with GHubs and their farmers as the main base to begin to have conversations about competitiveness and support farmers in ways in which they can cut down their costs so that they can generate more in terms of what they're making at the farm level. And this will generally support and help to ensure that each of the two supplying countries have a more sustainable agricultural system. The second value chain we looked at is the dry beans value chain. It's noted to be one of the second most important traded grain regionally within the EAC. By and large, unfortunately, highly informal in terms of the handling, which is quite common when one looks at smallholder farming systems. But this is the main reason why EAGC embarked on setting up the GHubs. We believe, and from the data that we've seen, in order to formalize any sector and be able to put your hands on any numbers in terms of yield and value, it starts off by you organizing the farm level. And that farm level means you need to organize those smallholder farmers into farmer groups and not just to sell in the local markets. In doing that, I think we will be able to get more accurate data and information for sectors such as dry beans that typically downstream do not have very, very wide value add options for most of the time. So what our grain hubs indicated was the fact that in the context of Kenya and Tanzania, majority of those hubs, yes, do trade in dry beans. However, the exception was in Uganda, where shy of 30% are involved in the trade. Interestingly as well, maybe linked to the fact that the sale of dry beans is not very, quote unquote, commercialized, the farmer groups basically indicated that they are left to sell their dry beans to local markets. There were very limited sales going to cooperatives or organized groups. And so that pinpointed us to the fact that there is a window to capture more value in the dry bean trade within the EAC. Our general trends in terms of looking at volume, despite the fact that there's some positive trend being seen in the context of Kenya, volume-wise, Kenya still remains a net importer of the dry bean, looking at the volumes about 1.3 metric tons, very close to Uganda for Uganda and Tanzania, and Kenya again is trailing with about 500,000 metric tons. So with this market trend, it is definitely possible that in the near and medium term, Kenya will remain a lucrative market for both Uganda and Tanzania. On sorghum, very similar to what we observed in the dry bean subsector. It was interesting to note, I think, when it comes to sorghum, that definitely Tanzania is leading again in terms of volume, and acreage and tonnage that was sold, and Kenya trailing slightly behind Uganda. We did make a note that by and large, for the sorghum sector, our brewing industries are the ones that have sort of introduced some level of formalization in the sale and trade in sorghum. And outside of that, in terms of food, sale of sorghum remains localized and basically targets local markets for farmers. Again, an industry or subsector that needs to be looked at in terms of putting in place systems and structures that can help track the flow of data. We did also an in-depth study on the millet value chain and on locally traded or exported millet. And one of the key factors that we pinpointed here was the fact that in the context of Kenya, millet is used in the milling side as a blend. And Kenya remains the largest buyer for the supply points. Volumes are still not great. Quite a bit needs to be done. So again, ends up being one of the largely informal value chains in terms of grains that EAGC has a window to put in place their systems and structures so that there's more formalized handling of millet. And this can start from the G-hubs themselves, and then the engagement with exporters and move those to the key markets in Kenya. I think that covers it. Then we also did look at the rice sector or value chain. And regionally, Tanzania, again, has demonstrated that I think it is the backbone of our food basket as far as Kenya is concerned. And Tanzania is leading in terms of volumes, followed by Uganda, and Kenya is trailing. It has emerged from the data that we saw that I think rice is one of the sectors that we really need to watch out and basically look at, given the high demand across all the three countries. Rice is also the only commodity imported by all the three countries because all of them are almost at deficit points, and trying to see best ways in which we can harness not just internal volume that is produced, but to see ways in which the leading countries in Tanzania, etc., accessing Kenyan markets and trying to open up those channels in a way that we can track. I think suffice to say, one of the key overall noting that we made, whenever one is faced with largely informal subsectors, it makes it very, very difficult to put your thumb or hand on hard numbers and facts about the sector. So you may find those within maize because downstream you're dealing with lots of millers. But looking at all the value chains that we worked on, when you look at rice, sorghum, millet, and dry beans, you're basically left to either government stats and data that are put out there. Maybe you might get something from FAO stats, you may get something from USDA sites, but unfortunately within either EAGC and EAC members, we are not doing a very, very good job in capturing stats and data. And so it's good to note that EAGC, in its activity with Trademark, have actually pinpointed access to data and information as one of the key areas that they need to focus on as they move forward in terms of tracing the movement of grain from surplus countries to deficit countries. We looked at other facets and areas that impact trade, and for this we got into the business environment and trade facilitation. We made a note that within the EAC, we have regs and policies that have been passed by EAC, COMESA, etc. Oftentimes, that information does not trickle down. There are overlaps. There are small and medium traders who are unaware of some of those laws and rules, so quite a bit needs to be done in terms of information sharing. Quality standards and SPS issues remain a challenge that basically impacts across the board, not just on post-harvest handling and on-farm, but basically through to trade and ensuring that we are meeting all market requirements. NTBs, as has been mentioned, is an area that must be looked into and quantified continually so that we can see the benefits, the sort of upside and downside of the NTBs, and then making note of those. But obviously there has been some significant gains that have been made across over the last couple of years. Institutional weaknesses remain a challenge as well, and this starts down from the farming level. I think in the most part, farmer-owned farmer groups or cooperatives suffer the same governance and management issues. I think those should be targeted. It's great that EAGC is looking at the G-hubs and basically setting out to ensure that they put in place within those hubs all the management and governance issues that they need to have, as well as give them access to information that can benefit them. And that will position them better to tap into the emerging markets and dealing with exporters. A core component that EAGC is also set out to basically support, and I'm sure we are seeing it in the context of Kenya, you can never leave young people behind. It's vital that we begin to focus on how we can support young people, the youth. I think over time, a lot has been said about young people, but without real, strong, tangible, targeted initiatives. And that basically is one thing that EAGC is doing, not just young people in terms of youth, but women as well, so that we can tap and harness a major resource that this country has. And so that's one area as well. And we did a deep dive and study. I'm basically rushing through what was something like a 100-page document, trying to do it in a couple of slides, but I hope I'm doing it some justice. In terms of young women and youth, we also delved into trying to pinpoint what are those gaps in industries that lend themselves most or better for them to actively participate and be part of those chains. So you're looking at training, access to markets, information, business management skills, technical skills that need to go with that. So basically, I think as a message to the sector, we must be purposeful and be deliberate in terms of targeting and engaging young people across the value chains that we have. And in our detailed summary to EAGC, we did hint to some of the areas that we got for them to engage in terms of feedback. The two key stakeholders that we did talk to as well were the millers, processors engaged in value add. We were keen on understanding where they invest most in their value chains. And one of the key things I think I can mention in summary is quality, quality, quality. That's the main area. They did indicate that they are also investing themselves in training their own personnel, in enhancing quality. And ultimately, I think that opens up markets and enables us to be able to increase the volume and value of trade. So that training component is an area that EAGC, I'm aware, is focused on in facilitating and supporting not only its members, but industry actors. As we move along, I think what they have targeted to do, our findings are that that will be valuable for the sectors. We did have conversations as well with exporters to try and pinpoint the key areas. And this went on cost of doing business, access lab services, laboratory, the high cost of transport, delays, issues and tariffs, availability of facilities where they can store, and supporting policies that sort of still continue to be a challenge. And we did make our recommendation in terms of each one of the key areas for them to look into. So out of the three pillars that EAGC has set out to work on over the next 3 years, outcome number one for them is to improve the capacity of smallholder farmers and their businesses, what they call G-hubs. Definitely. One might get tired that farmers have always been trained, but the feedback that we got is who was trained. I think by and large we know that majority of smallholder farmers, especially those who are active in farmer groups, are basically 50, 60 years and above. So young people are really not part of that cohort. So it is important for us to still go back, come up with a strategy to woo them in and ensure that they benefit as well. I think the other area I can pinpoint is on testing facilities. Those should be made available for the basic tests that need to be done because they are unaware, they don't know what they're supposed to look at. And majority of the time what happens is once a farmer has sold their commodity at farm gate, they are disinterested in terms of what happens downstream. So it's vital for us to sort of be able to get that information out. The changes in weather, I think, goes without saying. Weather patterns have changed, so any action towards ensuring our productions are more farm level activities are more resilient would be great. In terms of increasing the capacity of SME in terms of trade for export-oriented staple foods, the linkages between the chains, between the SMEs themselves, from the basic upfront for the farmer group, the small traders or middlemen as they are called, and then downstream to the wholesalers, is a vital link that needs to be strengthened and need to be formalized. Facilitation of access to finance is always mentioned, but it is a fact. It remains a challenge and a gap that needs to be looked into. SME development, self-regulation at every level of the chains that we're looking at is also key. Finally, last but not least, the enabling environment. I think EAGC does a fantastic job convening sectors across EAC and being a voice of the industry. That needs to continue, not just for the large farms, but the medium as well as the smaller aggregators, so that they understand where their commodity flows basically are channeled to. So in terms of forums and convenings, that gives us the chance to voice as industry actors is that activity that must be constantly supported throughout not only just the 3-year funding window, but looking into making it more viable for this to be carried on as we look at the trade facilitation work. So I think with that, I've done a very rapid summary, as I mentioned. So this just pinpoints some of the key findings that we had through this work, but by and large, the timing is right, and we are hoping that EAGC and their partners, Trademark, with support of USAID, will be successful in this activity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fred. Another round of applause. Like he said, it was supposed to be over 100 pages of the findings and the methodology and the approach that we put in place for carrying out that study on the value chain of export-oriented food value chains in the East Africa region. So we will now proceed to get questions, to get feedback from yourselves. Is that a true picture of how the situation is like? We'll proceed to get feedback and questions. And so now we are moving to the plenary session. And this will take about 15 minutes of our time so that we can see how to catch up with time to go into the panel session of yet another exciting interaction with industry associations in the room. So I'd like to invite the Senior Programs Manager from Trademark, Matthews Wanjala, who I think we have just heard his voice introducing himself in the morning, and that was it. But now this is where we get now to hear more from him and interact with giving feedback and asking questions. And we also get to validate that report so that we can use it. And as Fred has mentioned, for EAGC to start engaging with yourselves to implement the findings of the report so that we can create a better environment for trade to thrive. So welcome, Matthews Wanjala from Trademark Africa. Let's get the questions coming, and EAGC team, please get ready with microphones to go around getting questions and feedback.
Okay, thanks, Jacinda, and good afternoon, colleagues. Hamjambo. Again, my name is Matthews Wanjala. I work for Trademark Africa based in Nairobi. I want to take this opportunity to thank Fred and the team. I think they have done a good job, and he has done justice to the presentation. We understand that it's a very long, lengthy report, but I think he has tried to summarize that because in the interest of time, he couldn't give the full report, but I think we have managed to get the highlights of the reports. So let's give Fred another round of applause, please. Thank you. Thanks, Fred. So I think the next session is actually going to take a little bit shorter than that. We want to just get feedback from participants in terms of what your thoughts are, particularly on 3 things. Number 1, about the study objectives. I think he listed very well, clearly, about three objectives. Number one was about the farm organizations into hubs and cooperatives. Number two, strategies to strengthen SMEs in food trade. And then the last one was around trade environment. Issues of policy, NTB, to inform a region of food trade. So those were the main objectives, and therefore we want to understand your understanding, your validation of the same, as well as the methodology, which I think he took time to explain in terms of the approach they used to carry out the study. So let me, so that's the first one. The second is actually very high level findings. I think we already have findings from the study in each of the value chains, the 5 value chains, some of the key highlights on each of them, and then the last one will be around recommendations. Whether you agree with some of the findings, whether you agree with some of the recommendations. But I think the most important thing, colleagues, is what's happening is that Trademark, with funding from USAID, working with the partners, including AGRA and EAGC, are going to implement some of the recommendations, some of the findings from this study. And therefore, it's not just an end in itself. It's actually a means to a better future in terms of food trade in the region. He mentioned about Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania. That's true, but I think the truth is that there's a lot of interrelationship between East Africa and South Africa, particularly around maize production and maize trade, as well as even soybeans and some other commodities. Because I know some of the Kenyan traders who actually buy their products from Zambia and initially Malawi. So there's a lot of interrelationship between the two countries, as well as the 3 regions. So let me give this opportunity to members to be able to make their contribution on 3 things. 1, objectives and methodology. Number 2, on the findings. And then finally, on recommendations. Thanks. I think there's going to be a microphone by our colleagues from EAGC. Please raise up your hand and make a comment on any of the 3 broad areas I've talked about. Thanks.
Hello, I am Rajesh from AIF Rwanda. Firstly, I'd like to thank organizers for a very wonderful meet and bringing us all together here. What I realized in first half of this meet is that most of the studies is focusing mainly on Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda. Okay, and I come from Rwanda, and Rwanda is country of 1,000 hills, right? So, Madam forgot to tell about Rwanda. So, I want to say EAGC is also has Rwanda, Burundi, DRC. So, some of these studies should focus on these countries also, because they are also having the same challenges as some of these bigger economies. While the mention of Zambia, Malawi is also there. So please don't forget countries like Burundi, South Sudan, DRC also when you are doing all these studies. Thank you.
Thanks, Rajesh from Rwanda. Thanks for your comment. Next, please. Anybody else with either question, clarification, recommendation, comment? And I think we shall respond to some of these questions, myself and maybe Fred as well as EAGC.
Sorry, I just want to take one more opportunity. One of the things I saw in the trade is that a lot of other countries, especially like in West Africa, where there is a single currency and trade happens in single currency, the biggest challenge which we face, especially a country which imports maize and sometimes soybean, is the availability of USD. So is there any focus of this policy to have non-USD trade, especially in and around EAC country where they can trade in local currencies, which facilitates, because a lot of times we see a shortage of USD and it creates a bottleneck on a free trade flow. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I think I will. I think I'll ask that last question to be answered by EAGC. I think Gerald, you can talk about the local currency trade. Next. This gentleman there.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Razak. I'm from Uganda. I work for Me Agribusiness. So we work very closely with farmers. And what I've observed with farmers is if they are to make the decision on which enterprises to engage in, most times they base it on profitability. And I can say that for most of the grains that are mentioned here, when you rank them in terms of profitability as compared to, for example, vegetables, grains, they pay farmers much smaller amounts of money compared to vegetables. So as we are promoting grain trade, mainly for the aggregators and the processors, which does make a lot of economic sense for them, I would say we also need to focus a lot of effort on how we can increase productivity at the smallholder farmer level, which encourages them to go more into production, and it can help us also increase the volumes as stated here. If you see most of the people that are in this room, I don't think there are so many people that are at the production level, especially at the inputs level, at the extension service level. So my comment would be to encourage more production, support farmers to be more resilient so that they are more interested in production, which gives us the volumes to trade in. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. One last one before we close. There's somebody at the front here.
Good afternoon. I just want to make a comment also. I mean, East Africa, Southern Africa, with the prevailing weather patterns, I think we're going to be much more interdependent on each other. If we got a El Nino weather pattern that's like the 2024 year, then the more rains in the East Africa, northern parts of Southern Africa, and very severe drought this year in the Southern Africa part. And on the La Nina, like 2 years ago, I mean, Zambia has exported even to Kenya, and a lot of Tanzanians were dependent on our maize and especially our soybeans. So I think this is very important to sort out the bottlenecks, the policies. Then we don't have to have bans, we don't have to have restrictions between South and East Africa, because when the weather pattern changes, then we know we can be dependent on our neighbors. When it changes back, the East Africa know they can be dependent on Southern Africa. So I think it's very important to sort out trade barriers and the bottlenecks in trade between East and Southern Africa, and also develop trade routes. I mean, we got the Lake Tanganyika that can basically put us in touch with Uganda, Rwanda, and Zambia and Congo. But it's not developed. There's always struggles between even Eastern Africa countries that grain's not allowed to transit through their territories and things like that. So that needs to be sorted out, that we can trade all over free and fair. And always, supply and demand will prevail. Doesn't matter how much governments and people try and stop trading. If prices is higher in another country, it will go. Either unofficially, officially, but let's facilitate it. That when there's shortages, we support. When there's surpluses, let's support the shortage countries. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I think I can see many more hands coming up, and we have one more session before lunch, so I don't know. Maybe we still give them an opportunity? Okay. So can we just have those 4 guys, maybe the 3 guys actually. Thanks.
Merci beaucoup. Je suis Jean Ragui, en provenance de la RDC. Oui, nous avons suivi une très riche présentation, mais mon attention a été plus attirée par les pays en déficit ou en carence alimentaire, et ce en surplus alimentaire. Je me suis proposé une idée que l'idéal pour IAGC serait de migrer dans la recherche de l'équilibre afin que tous les pays puissent, au niveau de la moyenne, donc je me suis dit quelle serait la proposition que si IAGC pouvait se donner, donc parmi ses objectifs, de faire en sorte que les pays qui sont en déficit puissent aussi être au niveau de l'équilibre, donc qu'ils ne soient pas plus dépendants de l'importation, mais qu'ils puissent aussi avoir le minimum de la production, bien qu'on ne pourrait pas éviter plutôt la question d'interdépendance. Quoi qu'on produise beaucoup, on aura besoin aussi d'importer certaines variétés qu'on ne produit pas au niveau local, mais le plus important, comme nous par exemple en RD Congo, on aurait besoin que IAGC puisse réfléchir plus sur des mécanismes pour pouvoir encourager la production au niveau local, tout en renforçant aussi la réponse de l'extérieur, et surtout dans la situation actuelle où le pays est un peu au niveau inférieur sur le plan production. Voilà. Donc, ma question est de savoir précisément comment est-ce que IAGC peut aider ces pays en déficit tels que le nôtre pour aussi progresser vers l'équilibre. Merci beaucoup.
Okay, thanks. That's a question for EAGC. I think they'll be able to respond. Next.
Good afternoon, members. My name is Paul Polycarp from Uganda. I want to add a few things and also pose a question to EAGC. The study has shown very well how consumption, flow of trade, and some other thing has transpired, even though they highlighted only the three major economies and leaving out others. So I would also implore or give in my opinion that for us to know that the trade deficit exists, I wish we could have also known where the sources are coming from, and now understand why the member states of East African Community are able to import from some other countries who have the grain a bit cheaply imported up to either Uganda, Kenya, or Rwanda. But then it will become very hard for Uganda to export maize, given the prior presentation where they quoted a very high price of about $700 per metric ton landed in Lusaka. I've seen that presentation. So if we are able to understand these issues, that make it hard for us to trade among ourselves. We could borrow relief from what other colleagues are doing, because if maize can land from Brazil or US cheaply in Kenya, what makes it hard for Uganda to have a very expensive maize landed in Lusaka? So if we do all these studies, it will help us to trade amicably among ourselves. That is my proposal. So we also need to understand, as we said, what are those deficits in maize, in rice in terms of volume, and where are we getting them from? Is it Pakistan? Is it this? And why is it that they are able to send it to us cheaply, and we neglect our brothers in terms of countries that we could support and grow? Then we take our money outside the East African Community. Thank you.
Very good question. Thanks. Last one.
Thank you very much. My name is Aster Barajenya from Burundi. My few things I want to mention is I have been very happy with the study that was being done in Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. And I want to mention that the issue of data in this region is very crucial. When I look on the countries that were not a part of that study, including Burundi, DRC, and other countries, this is very critical, and I would like to encourage the ARGC to conduct such study to get insight on different challenges that are facing those countries. The other issue is when I was seeing the participants here, I didn't see anybody from Burundi representing the government, and they know the trade is the issue are policies, and the policies are mainly governed by the government, and when they are not part of it, that will be difficult to that the different private bodies, the different private investors get these facilities from what you are doing. I think it's very important to involve them so that those border barriers that are in different countries, including ours, may be having different solution about these platform, these discussions. I believe we are having a lot of problems from the policies to get trade facilitation, and also or even those other partners like Trademark. I think I have never heard of it in Burundi. Talking about it, how is the benefit of that platform for Burundian? So I think it's better to go around and see, because if you are doing something in regionally, it's very important to get insight in different challenges that are facing countries. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, a delegate from Burundi. I think let's stop there in terms of question and feedback. I want to speak a few points, but before that, I want to alert EAGC that they be prepared to talk about the question from Burundi in terms of the invitation for the policy, the question from, I think, Uganda in terms of the trade deficit and why are we allowing food from elsewhere and therefore exporting money from the region to other regions, particularly for maybe Pakistan and Indonesia for rice. There was a question from, I think, DRC delegates about EAGC in terms of, I think, engaging to, to improve the local production to try to avoid deficits. And the other questions, I think you guys captured them. But let me just talk about Trademark Africa, where I work. Just to assure the delegate from Burundi that actually Trademark Africa is in Burundi, has been in Burundi for the last about 10 years now. We are actually based on the European Union House. If you know where the Dutch embassy is, we're on second floor. And secondly, we just signed a new contract with one of the local organizations in Burundi called Oxfin Burundi to implement a similar program which is focusing on stabilizing food production as well as what we call local sourcing. And we're working very closely with the Heineken to support them in terms of sourcing for local white sorghum. And of course, other value chains include the beans, I think maize, cassava, sorghum, maize, cassava, and beans. So we shall be launching that program. And obviously, we are going to invite some of you guys from the country to be participants during the launch. But again, I'll be happy to get your contact so that I can be able to link you up with our country program in Burundi. The other thing, I will not respond to all the questions because I think colleagues will be able to do that. But I just want to mention that I realize that we kind of veered off the report because what we are doing was validation of the presentation by Fred. Some of the questions are general questions. I believe some of the questions are going to be answered either during the panel discussion, during the other presentations that are going to happen in the next 1 or 2 days. So if we don't respond to your question adequately now, please be assured that in the course of the day, or at least by tomorrow, there will be an opportunity to respond to those questions through the other plans of the program. So briefly, the report done by Fred and the team at East Africa Market Associates, contracted by EAGC, is actually part of the wider conversations by a USAID funded program called ERA, which is working in 8 countries, including Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania. We are in the Horn of Africa, Ethiopia, Djibouti, Somaliland, as well as in DRC. We are into Eastern DRC, we are in Lubumbashi, Congo Central. So we are launching those programs in phases. If you have not come to your country, please be assured that you are coming. And most of the value chains are actually almost similar across the region, except the Horn, where we are focusing on livestock and fisheries. The rest of the region, we are focusing on staple food, which are basically maize and the rest of them. A similar study done in Burundi and other countries. And of course, when we do that, then we shall also be reaching out to the neighboring countries, including Rwanda, and those which are doing trade with Burundi and DRC. So the other thing I wanted to mention quickly, and this goes to perhaps Fred and the team. Of course, I've had an opportunity to have a look at the report. I just want them to, maybe they didn't mention here, but I think the impact of climate change, and I think there's a colleague who mentioned about that, the impact of climate change on food systems, because increasingly we are seeing a lot of problems. When you look at the regional food production trend, you realize that the regions which used to be food secure are actually, or food supplies are actually struggling. South Africa region, for example, because of the climate change, El Nino, and the rest of the problems. So we just want to have in the report a small section, just indicating what is this impact of climate change on food systems, and what can the value chain actors, including the governments, do to be able to cope and mitigate on that, and ensure sustainable production, so that we can then be able to be assured of continuous food production in the future. The other thing that maybe also goes to Fred and the team is about political pronouncements. So there's a policy aspect of the policy. I mean, the formal, the formal legal regulatory environment, but we also know, and we come from the region, that there's also a lot of political pronouncements. A minister, for example, in Kenya can just wake up today and say, look, there's no more trade between Kenya and Uganda, or there's no more trade between Uganda and Kenya on maize, like it happened in 2021, at a time when Kenya was facing a significant food shortage. So how do we, and I'm happy that we have policymakers here from Tanzania, Kenya, and the rest of the region. How do we ensure that we don't have those kind of political pronouncements that then undermine food movement? Because as you heard from Fred and I think even Gerald in the morning, the Eastern Africa and the Southern Africa region combined, we are actually food surplus. So we have enough food for ourselves and even some little amount for export. But the biggest problem we have is that how can we then move that food from areas of surplus to areas of deficit? And that's where we are here. There are bottlenecks around logistics in terms of transport. I've been to DRC. I can tell you guys, connecting from even Goma to Lubumbashi is a problem, or from Goma to Kinshasa, it's like you have to go to Ethiopia, or go to Uganda, or come to this country and then go round. And as you're doing that, of course, you're increasing the cost of production, the cost of food. So the logistics, the trade environment, those are some of the issues that we need to keep on talking about, because the moment we sort out those
Matthews, so Gerald will take the questions.
Yeah, thank you very much, Fred, for taking us through the study, and for Matthews moderating, and for the comments that have come from the floor. I think the comments, one, there are many comments that dealt with the scope, that the study was in Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, as the scope, and there were those other countries not catered for. And I think that the follow-up action there would be part of what we will be looking at in the sector platform that we will be discussing a little earlier, where we can do follow-up engagements through the sector platforms, see how we can work with Trademark, with AGRA, and all others to extend the situational analysis studies to those other countries that were not covered. So that's on the scope. The second question I picked that we need to respond is the issue of the currency affecting trade, shortage of dollar. And the question was, can we do trade with local currencies? The answer is yes. And in fact, in the EAGC GSOCO platform, we have been doing trade contracts using the local currencies. It's only the contracts for transport and logistics that we've been having to execute in the dollar. Reason being, the policies in the region are such that if you offer a transport service as an export service, for it to be treated as an export transaction for which you're not to be subject to VAT and other taxation, it has to be executed in the dollar. If you execute it in Uganda shillings or Tanzania shillings, whatever, then you have to pay 30% more or 16% more because it is not treated now, it is treated as a domestic transaction and not an export transaction. And that's a policy issue that we would like to engage with governments, because logistics cost in a full transaction, the percentage of logistics in a total CIF invoice value is quite significant. And so because of that currency issue, that's the only other thing that is a hindrance. On the farmers' resilience, we have the GHAB solution, so we'll be rolling it out. I will not be dwell on it. The question from Zambia and interdependency, weather patterns, I totally agree with you on the fact that a selling country should also have policies that are similar to a buying country, so that at any one time, you are making it easy and possible to sell, and also easy and possible to buy. Because today you will be selling, but tomorrow you will be buying. So you need to be good either way. So the policies need to mirror that in terms of stances. The comment on the Lake Tanganyika trade routes and transit, passing from one country to the other when you're pushing trade, is a very big issue, and I know Trademark have been looking at that. For example, in the waters of the Tanganyika, because there are like 6 or 7 countries that have borders around the waters, we have issues around there. So it's one of those things we'd like to escalate even to the EAC, to the COMESA SADC, that we should make transit trade as in fact, even in the borders, we should have a separate channel that is just for transit, if you are just transiting, and a green channel for food, because we don't want to keep food in the, taking many days in the borders, so that we don't queue up all on the same. So that's one of the, and one of the things, those that are taking notes, take that issue of transit to be one of the key policy issues that we need to look at. The question on deficit countries and how to work to improve local production, again, the GHAB solution is there, and we'll be engaging at country level. The question from that was addressed to Kenya on trade deficit and rice and Pakistani relationships and all that, we are from EAGC encouraging the neighbors, Tanzania and all the others, when you come to those EAC engagements, these are things you should challenge. Because what's happening now is that the way those international trade agreements are like is that in Kenya, there's an agreement between Kenya and Pakistan where Pakistan buys Kenyan teas preferentially, and then Kenya has to buy rice from Pakistan preferentially at a rate that is lower than the CET. And when we investigated further, we found out that the tea that is purported to be bought by Pakistan never even ends up in Pakistan. It's picked from the Mombasa port and just is re-exported elsewhere. Yet the trade agreements are such that we get tied, so that the rice farmer, even that's why even developing rice sector in Kenya has been a challenge, because of the quantities that are imported from Pakistani on those trade arrangements. And when you look at even intra-ESC trade in rice, that skewed relationship there affects. So that should be an agenda item when you are going again to around the table. Tanzanians, please push. Ugandans push. Rwandans push. So that arrangement is relooked at. The question on the commodity flows and the country flows and all that, we will make it as a follow-up engagement item in the sector platform. So thank you for now, since we'll have opportunities to engage. And thanks for your comments, your feedback, and thank you, Fred, for the study, for the outputs that came, which we will be following up in the implementation. Over to you, MC. Session coordinator.
Okay, I think because of time, I think we just want to go straight to the validation so that we can be able to align our thinking with the report. And I want to ask a question to all of us, whether we then adopt and validate the study objectives and methodology, and we just affirm that yes, we agree, and then we go to the next, the findings, as you have seen, and then finally the recommendation. Once that is done, then we can go to the next, maybe by show of hands. Do we agree with the study objectives and methodology? Tunakubaliana kwa mambo ya study na methodology? Do we agree with the study methodology and objectives? Yes or no? You agree? Do we agree with the study findings that Fred presented to us? You agree? As many of that opinion say aye. As many as of contrary opinion say nay. The aye have it. And then finally, the recommendations. Do we agree with the recommendations of the study findings? As many of that opinion say aye, as many of contrary opinion say nay, the aye have it. Thank you, and God bless you for the rest of the session. Asante.
Thank you very much. Let's give another clap for ourselves. And we have taken note of the feedback that we've received about the scope and the inclusivity of other countries and the need to have governments engaged in those countries that only have private sector in the room. And we've taken note of all that. The production, the need to promote production in collaboration with both the public and private sector in country where there is deficit, so that we can also have surplus from those regions, because these Eastern Africa countries, including Southern Africa, they were carefully selected because of the fact that we have the dependency amongst ourselves with regards to the cropping calendar. So when our countries that have a deficit currently address their issues of production, that will definitely impact the region positively, and we find deficit in countries which are currently having a surplus, then we can move grain from the countries which may be at deficit right now that will have a surplus because we've addressed issues of production and productivity. Grain can move from those countries to those that will have a deficit by then, because we have to take advantage of the cropping calendar. And looking into the issue that has been raised by the farmer cooperative from Uganda on why should grain come from Brazil and America at a cheaper price compared to from the region, and it is because we need to, because of the challenges in production that were raised even in the presentation by Fred. And so if we address those challenges, if we address production, the region becomes more food secure, the region gets to have more countries that have a surplus, and as such then we get to address those challenges of competitiveness on even pricing, where such countries overseas get a more competitive price compared to our own neighbors, and yet we are just neighbors. We should be able to do business competitively, and that's indeed why we need to continue expanding on the scope and collaborating with yourselves. to have an inclusive report that represents the 10 Eastern and Southern countries that are in this room. So thank you very much, and indeed, Matthews, thank you for the validation session. Fred, of course, for the presentation and a very detailed report that you had to summarize in what we said was 20-25 minutes. And so we are glad even for the feedback that we've received, and looking forward to further engagement and a follow-up session like this, where we get to present a report that has 10 or more countries from the Eastern and Southern Africa region. Asanteni sana. So now we proceed to the panel session. I know it's now just a few minutes after 1 p.m. And we promise you that the speakers that are coming on the stage are straight to the point. They will give us punchlines on what are the bottlenecks that are impacting private sector as they engage in cross-border grain trade, and what needs to be done in a partnership between public and private sector to get grain moving. So these are industry associations that are representing the voice of the private sector. And so we would like to call on stage Esther Kawale from Malawi. We also have Solomon. Solomon is going to be moderating this session. Solomon Baregu, who is from Agra. And so, Solomon, I'd like to just hand over the microphone to yourself so that you can invite your panelists. And I'm just trying to call out names so that when Solomon comes here, we move with speed. So we have Esther Kawale from Agricultural Commodity Exchange of Malawi. We have from EPOSPIA, the industry association in Ethiopia, we have Sabaif Edao Abdi. Welcome on stage. We also have from Zambia, Youth Pistorius, a board member of the Grain Traders Association of Malawi. Welcome on stage. And from DRC, we have Michelle Jamba from the Association of Cross-Border Traders in DRC. Welcome on stage. And from Uganda, we have the Private Sector Foundation of Uganda, Martin Maku. Welcome on stage. And I'm doing this as I wait for Solomon Baregu so that you can take the stage. And we look forward to a session that will be very, very eye-opening as we interact with these private sector industry associations representing the voice of the industry. One thing I'd like to mention is that Burundi in the room, Rwanda in the room, Kenya as well in the room. Be ready to also let us know what are the bottlenecks that you're experiencing as you do trade, so that we have a very representative session. Now, lastly, as I hand it over to Solomon, Sharifa Chikaha, Country Program Manager, EAGC Tanzania, welcome on stage. So Solomon, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know we are standing between you and lunch, so we'll try to manage this as much as we can. So as introduced, my name is Solomon Baregu with Agra. And I think as we start the session, before we respond, it will be good to give a brief intro, and then we go straight to the questions. So as Jacinta just said, we're going to dive in to understanding what are the critical bottlenecks. And of course, in the afternoon, we'll be with the public sector, but now we start with the private sector. And we've seen a lot of presentations. I think in most of presentations, we've already heard some of these bottlenecks, but it will be good to get to hear from you, provide us at least with some vivid live examples of how the different challenges that we've been facing in trading in the region. So I'll just go straight. Based on your current experiences, what would you term as one of the most critical impediments or bottlenecks that you face as you do trade across the border? I'll start with the madam at the center. Esther Kawale.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. I am Esther Kawale. I'm working with Agricultural Commodity Exchange for Africa in Malawi. We are a commodity exchange And our main focus is to support and facilitate structured trade of grain and pulses. Thank you very much. So I'll answer the question as a commodity exchange. As is what we have faced as the main challenge in export markets, the first I would say is aggregation. You would have a buyer, say in Zambia, Zimbabwe, would say, okay, we want soya. We want 5,000 tons of soya. You need to put that commodity together. Where are you going to get that commodity ready? So we would have those challenges because there is lack of aggregation. The aggregation, it is not as good currently in Malawi. And there's also a challenge of, I don't know if it's, I would put it as, is it a challenge or it's a good? Currently, you can't, to export soya, it is a big challenge. Why? Our prices are very good in Malawi. I don't know whether I need to put that as a challenge or is a good thing. But our prices for soya currently are quite good that it is better to trade the soya within the country than take it across the border, where you're going to have other costs, like transport costs, like what Gerard was explaining in the presentation. We've also had challenges of export bans. I would not say much in this. I think I've heard quite a number of presentations that talked on issues of policy, on issues of export bans, on what do governments have to do before they bring up an export ban. So the key challenges, I think, that I would say currently are the ones that I have said. On the aggregation, the challenge is it becomes a chicken and egg situation. Do we aggregate first and then we find the buyer, or do we find the buyer and then aggregate? But when you go into the latter, it's like the buyers now would want there and then. How long would it take for you to aggregate to fit the needs of the buyer from across the border? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just to the next gentleman from Uganda, knowing that you are one of the main leading exporters in the region, so just from your perspective, if you want to trade with Zambia or Malawi or DRC, what are the challenges that you tend to face? And do you think there are some of these challenges that are as a result of the private sector themselves? And what have the private sector themselves done to at least help to resolve some of these bottlenecks?
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Martin Maku. Like you rightly said, I work with Private Sector Foundation Uganda, and I am privileged to represent my Executive Director, Mr. Steven Asimwe, who is together with us in the spirit. And as Private Sector Foundation Uganda, our biggest mandate is to advocate for the private sector, to get issues that affect private sector, and then engage with government and different agencies that work towards the growth of business environment. And I should say, like my colleague stated clearly, one of the biggest challenge that affects the private sector is infrastructure. Infrastructure can be one, warehouses. I am glad we have one of we came along with our MD for warehouse system, who has been doing a lot to make sure that the warehouses in Uganda can work. But also, the biggest challenge that we see, that we face, is access to credit. Grain is a capital-intensive business that requires capital. And yet, many banks are designed in a way that they give out products that you have to start paying after every 1 month. If they are very considerate enough, it will be 3 months. If it is 6 months, you have to go a bullet payment. 1 year bullet payment. That cost is too high. And then the interest rate, it's two-digit interest rate. If the cost of capital is going for about 22%, but then you are going to make profits of about 12%, yet the bank wants you to pay 22%, but you have made a profit of 12%. How will you survive? So you end up following what one of the presenters here said, that actually the MD, the head of Agra, said many traders are making loss instead of making business. So that's one of them. Another key issue is transport. You should have wondered why Uganda quoted somehow a higher price compared to what was selling. But the cost of transporting grain from Uganda up to another country is quite high. Not just the road alone is very long, the cost of fuel is high, but also there is invisible corruption along the way. You'll find that after crossing the gate, they stop you they stop you at the border to pass. You have everything, but you're not speaking the language which someone wants to understand. And that is cheat chidogo. The cheat chidogos become so many, by the time you reach Zambia or wherever, you have spent much more money than you ought to have gotten. That's the logistic issue. But also another issue is informality within the grain trade. There is a lot of informality. For example, many small-scale traders are not in the bracket. They are never hardly traced. You should have wondered why we have a lot of contamination, a lot of aflatoxins everywhere. But what causes that is there's lack of traceability. You don't know this maize came from this farmer, and this farmer. And as a result, someone who is very good enough ends up losing. And we have a challenge also of the market cannot pay premium prices for those who are doing the rightful practices. And as a result, you find that you have done a company, for example, Grain Pulse or Agroways or anyone within here in Uganda or in Tanzania is doing farm to fork, has his own extension service providers whom he is employing. And then he has put money to have fertilizer. He has put money to have good seed. He has put money to have the maize harvested. But then another person who didn't do any quality control along the way, you go to the market and you're all selling at the same price. So very good people get demoralized. And as a result, they cannot produce good quality. And as a result, we end up having South Sudan stop the import of maize. Like you rightly said, the studies clearly say that we are staying in a situation where a minister comes up or a general comes up and says, there is no import of grain. We have banned import of grain in this country for this season. Now, last year, at this very time, Uganda faced a challenge of export of grain to South Sudan. And within a very short time, within 1 month, South Sudan halted grain worth $1.5 million from Uganda. And then it says this maize should be banned. But when we examined the maize, much of it was not affected by aflatoxins. But it led to the death of over 100 companies that were supplying grain to the country. And so that's quite a big challenge, but I'm sure that this kind of discussion is able to come up with good practices. And the final, as I come up around there, is the substandard issue. But then you also asked a question and said, what are we doing to see that we change the terrain, we change the status quo? As Private Sector Foundation Uganda, one of the key things that we believe that can change the trade of grain in this region is by having organization from farm to fork clearly traceable. And the key thing that we see as a starter is possibly having what we call the Agricultural Extension Services Bill put in place. If you analyze many countries within the region, Uganda has an extension service ratio to farmer of 1,000 to 1,800. But the ideal is 1 to 500. If you look at Kenya, it is 1 to 1,093. If you look at Tanzania, it is 1 to 2,000. If you look at maybe the only country which is playing better in this league is Burundi, which is about 1 to 553 farmers.
Simply possible because they have few farmers. And so, because the private sector players are so many, there is need for government to allow regulation of private sector players, so that there are private sector players to have extension officers who can give extension services very freely but regulated. Because imagine you hire an extension officer who comes and prescribes, he gives you a prescription that will kill all your 100 hectares of maize. You can't arrest him. You can't sue him because there is no law that protects you as a farmer. So that's one. Then two is we are looking at something called contract farming bill. Having a law that can enable people to trade, but in a contract and block farming way. So that if a farmer, because what is disturbing the trade in grain around here is that once a farmer, once a producer, a very big scale producer within the region hires a farmer to produce for him, gives him even inputs, another person, optimist person, will come and say, how much is this person giving you? Is giving you 1,000. Let me say 1,000 Uganda shilling. And then, but this person is saying 1,000, but he also gave you fertilizers, he gave you extension services, he was even checking on you. And then someone comes and says, I am going to give you 1,100. But because the farmer is easily motivated and swayed away, so he goes and sells the maize at 1,100. The person who put his capital loses. Okay. He's not protected.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much. We can talk more.
I would like to go to Mr. Michel Jemba from DRC, knowing that you are working with cross-border traders. We know there's a lot of challenges there, but we would like to hear more from your perspective when it comes to imports of grains and other food commodities. And what has the association been doing, or what it has been trying to do, and where is the gap and what needs to be done more?
Merci beaucoup. Comme on venait de le dire, je réponds au nom de Michel Jemba. Je suis le coordinateur national des associations et coopératives dans les commerces transfrontaliers en RDC. Concernant le sujet, le goût d'étranglement dans les échanges commerciaux dans la sous-région, j'ai essayé de prendre 3 points. Le premier point, c'est d'abord l'aspect politique. Le deuxième point, nous-mêmes, dans le secteur privé. Et le troisième point, l'aspect transport et logistique. Je commence dans le secteur privé. Le vrai difficulté que nous avons dans les échanges, c'est le non-respect de la commande au niveau des graines. Et cela constitue le défi majeur. Vous pouvez passer, pour donner l'exemple typique, à côté de moi, l'Ouganda, vous échangez avec des fermiers ougandais et lors de la livraison des marchandises, des graines, vous allez constater que les graines qui ont été présentées, ce n'est pas les mêmes graines qui vous a été livrées. Alors cela constitue directement le défi dans le cadre de la production et ça crée un manque de confiance. Et en créant ce manque de confiance, ça constitue aussi le blocage dans les échanges. Et cela, ça est devenu comme une sorte de monnaie courante. Et ça bloque même les échanges fructueux entre les petits commerçants dans la région. Et cela nous pousse nous-mêmes à faire des déplacements pour aller s'assurer lors du chargement. Le deuxième point, c'est dans le cadre de l'aspect politique. Il est vrai que nous parlons des échanges commerciaux dans des graines, mais il y a aussi des mesures qui ont été prises dans la politique. Mais ces mesures-là ne nous accompagnent pas dans la matérialisation de nos activités. Vous allez voir dans la sous-région, la politique locale dans chaque pays essaye un peu de bloquer les autres qui viennent faire les échanges dans leur pays. Il y a restriction dans deux pays. Et cela constitue un blocage dans les échanges. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, je suis consommateur, demain, je deviendrai producteur. Cela veut dire que si la politique mise en place ne permet pas à ce qu'il y ait des échanges dans deux pays, nous sommes en train, au lieu d'avancer, nous sommes en train encore de faire des reculs parce qu'on n'arrive pas à partager la technologie. Et ça, c'est quelque chose de très important parce que même lors des études qui nous a été présentées, on nous a parlé ici de 3 ou 4 pays qu'on nous a présenté les trademarks et l'étude est bonne qu'on a adoptée. Mais quand on a parlé des pays producteurs, on a limité, alors que ces pays producteurs aujourd'hui deviendront des consommateurs demain. Ce sont des aspects que nous devons voir dans quelle mesure nous devons échanger la technologie, faire en sorte que nous soyons tous compétitifs sur le terrain, parce que la saison, dans l'agriculture, avec le changement climatique, la saison nous impose. Et le troisième point, c'est l'aspect logistique et transport. Il est vrai que nous parlons de la sous-région. Pour quitter la Tanzanie, je prends par exemple quitter Dar es Salaam, arriver à Goma, vous allez faire, nos marchandises prennent 3 à 4 jours. Avec des formalités douanières, ça pouvait faire 4 jours. Alors, cela bloque et pose un problème très sérieux parce que au niveau des échanges, au niveau des mouvements, nous n'arrivons pas à faire les échanges comme nous les avons, comme nous les voulons. Parce que la logistique, les transports posent problème. Et des fois, pour avoir des véhicules, on vous oblige, par exemple, pour amener du maïs de la Tanzanie, par exemple, vers la RDC, on vous oblige de payer les transports aller-retour. Et si vous n'avez pas de produits à ramener vers la Tanzanie, ça pose problème. Cela pose problème parce que si vous essayez d'importer le maïs et que vous n'avez pas, par exemple, les pommes de terre que vous allez prendre de la RDC vers la Tanzanie, vous risquerez de perdre avant même de commercialiser. Dans le cadre de la facilitation, dans notre plateforme, nous sommes une structure qui a 17 plateformes dans la RDC. Une grande partie de l'Est de la RDC il est couvert par notre structure. Et nous avons mis en place un système avec la facilitation du COMESA. Il y a un régime au niveau du COMESA qu'on appelle RECOS. Aujourd'hui, nous sommes sur 17 frontières. Nous commençons de Kasumbalesa à Mahagi. Cela veut dire que nous échangeons avec la Zambie, avec le Burundi, avec le Rwanda, avec l'Ouganda et aussi avec les Sud-Soudan. Nous avons mis en place le système des facilitateurs locaux qui viennent de nos structures. Après avoir discuté avec la politique, après avoir discuté avec le service de douane, nous avons nos facilitateurs qui n'imposent pas beaucoup de frais. Ces frais-là sont discutés entre les membres et nous informons au niveau de nos commerçants. Cela facilite à ce que dès que nos marchandises arrivent à la frontière, nous n'avons pas assez de formalités à faire parce que cela est déjà discuté en avance. Et cela nous permet à être un peu compétitifs. Il est vrai qu'au niveau de la RDC, il y a 2 aspects. Nous cultivons, nous produisons et nous importons. Nous souhaiterions à ce que, au niveau de la production, qu'il y ait un accès particulier parce que il est vrai que nous avons problème des routes de desserte agricoles dans de grandes parties. Prenons par exemple les sites Kivu et une partie de la partie nord compte tenu des situations sécuritaires. Mais malgré ces défis-là, nous produisons. C'est parce que je vais échanger avec des statistiques, avec EADC, pour montrer, malgré toutes ces difficultés-là, les quantités que nous importons et quels sont les coûts qui impliquent dans ces échanges et qu'est-ce que nous exportons. Dans la sous-région, dans la commercialisation des graines, il y a beaucoup de réalités. J'ai voulu souligner ça ici. Il y a des graines qui sont produites au Congo et qui sont identifiées par l'Ouganda. Les produits produits au Congo certifiés par le Rwanda. l'agriculture, que les membres du gouvernement qui sont présents avec nous, qu'ils puissent mettre un accent particulier à cet aspect pour Alors, ce sont des réalités qui sont dans la région des Grands Lacs, mais nous espérons qu'avec EADC, avec ce qu'ils ont comme vision, nous espérons que tout cela sera discuté. Et nous interpellerons aussi les gouvernements à prendre part de ces engagements pour améliorer le climat des affaires dans la partie est de la RDC. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. That's the only French I know, by the way. Sorry. Thank you. Just want to go over to Zambia again. I know you're well versed and knowledgeable in the grain trade business, but would like to understand and learn from you, especially during this time when we are seeing there's a poor harvest or there's a drought in the Southern African region. From the private sector perspective, where do you see your role in trying to the situation as it is unfolding taken, we may see a spike in prices of grains in the region. Please.
Thank you very much. I'm Joof Pistorius from Grain Traders Association in Zambia. Yeah, I will come to bottlenecks and problems in the region, and yeah, Zambia got the lowest crop I think in many years. First time in 20 years Zambia is importing maize. So it is very difficult for Zambia to accept it and understand it. Now, coming, I think it's been mentioned, is qualities. We trading cross regions, cross climate environments. We know that East Africa, Uganda, when they harvest maize, is harvested at high levels of moisture, 15–16%. Zambia, Zimbabwe, South Africa is in a lucky position. When they harvest sun-dried products, harvest around 13%, 12.5%, 13% moisture. Now, I think a big barrier that we need to understand and to tolerate is basically, if you're in Kenya and you buy Zambian maize, go and check up what's the quality standards in Zambia, and know buying Kenya maize in Zambia and Uganda in Zambia, we must look up the quality standards. Like he also mentioned now, that they buying from Uganda, when they receive it, they don't know, it's not what they intended to buy. So we need to make sure what's the qualities. Kenya can't expect to receive that. Kenya specifications. They don't know the specifications. So in the region, we need to understand, when you're a buying country, make sure you know what you're going to get. Don't come there and our maize is landing in Kenya like 2 years ago, but this is not Kenya standards. We can't produce Kenya standards, and Kenya and Uganda can't produce Zambian standards. We need to know about that. Then policies, capacity, yeah, really, governments. Currently, Zambia needs to bring in plus minus to make sure they got enough food. Unfortunately, the only real commercial border between Zambia and Tanzania is Nakonde. We need to bring in 200 trucks per day for the next 6 months. We're struggling now to clear 20 trucks per day. There's no capacity. There's no understanding. It takes 3–4 days to clear a truck. We all know what Tanzania qualities is. We all know what Zambia needs. Please, we need to sort it out. We need to make sure there's capacity between borders. 2 years ago, a year ago, we were exporting quite a lot of unofficially soybeans to Tanzania. That went also through a lot of problems. I remember a year, I think 2016-17, we exported more than 50,000 tons of maize to Tanzania, Dodoma. We had trucks marooned at the borders for 40, 50 days that just couldn't go through. So we don't have the capacities. And then, restrictions, manipulations in country. We don't want the price to go up, so we don't allow exports. It's more a political agenda than a regional agenda. That is a real problem. We had years that we were surplus production and we stopped exports, or make it so the policy is we don't export, but we just don't issue permits. That's big problems. And then inter-country discipline. I think if you know we have to import maize this year, example, Tanzania to Zambia, inter-country, every truck carrying maize imported gets stopped, get harassed, get basically tortured to go through all the blocks. We know we need a maize, but we make it as difficult as possible. They don't want to stand for they be stopped at every police stop, Zambian national service stop, council stop, whatever stops they can think out. They don't want to stand there. They don't want to take 5-6 days from the border to Kitwe, where they can offload and eventually load a load of copper back. So we need to have the discipline and say, man, this is imported maize. We needed it. Please let the trucks through. We can make our transport cheaper. We can make our logistics cheaper. We don't have to have trucks 4-5 days marooned at the border. It costs money. It costs money to the final consumer in each country of we got. So we are making it more expensive for our consumers, for our poor, vulnerable people, because we have so many rules and regulations that we can't allow a truck to pass through a border post in one day. We don't have the capacity for that. Then I think what also been touched on funding, trade funding, structural trade funding. It's basically non-existent because we don't trust each other. We don't want to, no bank will fund a transaction between Zambia and Tanzania. They will fund it the day it landed. When I receive it, they'll say, okay, here's the money, pay the guy. We don't have cross-border structural trade funding. That is a serious problem, especially like she said in Malawi. Now you want to, you got the order for 5,000 tons of soybeans, but you don't have funding to aggregate it. You don't have funding to transport it cross-border, wait for the money. It might take a month or 2 months before you move 5,000 tons from one country to the other country to get your money back. There is no structural funding between our countries. And that is really something we need to address. We need to get it going that we can do more trades. So now we will import wheat from Russia, pay them up front, but we won't pay Tanzania up front for delivering to Zambia. We had the same problem last year of soya meal going from Zambia to Tanzania. No bank, not Tanzania or Zambia, wanted to fund a transaction like that. Between the role players that got footprints in both countries. Yeah, we can go up. There's a lot of bottlenecks. Unfortunately, we are interdependent because of climate changes, weather patterns. So let's make it easy for us to do inter-Africa business and not dependent on other. As soon as we do that, and our farmers can get a better price for their products, and they can start making margins, then we can become the food basket. We can be a net exporter and stop fighting with each other. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's quite extensive. So just going to the next, Sabaif, I see, I think he's Gen Z, yeah? Probably. So you just wanted to hear from you. We've heard of a lot of challenges being mentioned, but from your perspective, what should be an innovative way of trying to help simplify or resolve some of these challenges? And where do you see an opportunity for the private sector to contribute towards that?
Okay. Thank you. As these challenges are mentioned by everyone here, to address these challenges, I recommend the following. To improve the export sector, it is essential to invest in development of transporting networks, logistic infrastructure, and enhance cold storage and warehouse facilities. Streamlining export-related regulations and procedures by simplifying and harmonizing them, reducing customs clearance time, and implementing single-window system will further facilitate the process. Enhancing access to finance through specialized financial products for exporters and credit guarantee schemes to reduce risk for lender is crucial. Providing market intelligence and information services, supporting exporters in obtaining necessary certification and standards, and implementing targeted training programs on export procedures and marketing requirements are also vital steps. Additionally, fostering public-private partnership by encouraging collaboration between the government, private sector, and development partners, and establishing platform for regular dialogue and feedback on trade policies and issues will significantly contribute to building capacity and skills within the sector. Enhancing competitiveness in export-oriented value chains requires promoting value addition through processing and innovating, ensuring compliance with international quality and safety standards. Exploring new and emerging markets and promoting sustainable and environmentally friendly farming practices. As he mentioned before, like contra farming and owning your own farm would solve this problem. As integrated approach involving multiple stakeholders is crucial, the government must set favorable policies, provide infrastructure, and ensure efficient regulatory frameworks, while the private sector brings practical insights and innovations. Together, we can create a supportive environment for exporters. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. So before we open for the plenary, I'll just have one other question, and I'll start from Madam here who hasn't spoken. Just in one or two bullet points, what will be your key message to the government based on all these challenges that have been mentioned? Where do you see the agriculture sector, and especially the grain trade sector, to be in the next 3 to 4 years, taking into account all these challenges that have been mentioned? So what will be the key message to the government and who are here listening?
Right, thank you, Solomon. So yes, from the Eastern Africa Grain Council's perspective, I call on the government seated here today, as well as those in office, to continue be consultative as they've always been. Today we have the opportunity to bringing both the private sector and the public sector together. They are able to learn from the key trader actors themselves, how it is at the ground level, what exactly the traders are experiencing, as opposed to seeing it on maybe media or reading it. They're actually getting the first-hand experience. We have shared our challenges, we have shared our experiences, so we call upon them to lend that ear to us, hear our problems, hear our issues, and let's work together so we're able to foster this conducive trade environment for our trade or regional trade cross-border actors. We also, again, call on the government to continue keeping the borders open. As we have heard over and over again, nothing good comes from restricting the movement of food from one area to another. We have learned here today how interdependent we are, and going forward, we're only going to depend on each other more. So we can only keep our borders open, make sure that we are self-sufficient as a region, and eventually we will be able to overcome the issues of food security and the like. So I call on the government for those two issues. Keep the borders open.
Thank you. With that, I would like to open the floor. I hope there's someone who will be moving with the mics. We have roughly 10 minutes to 2. I wouldn't want to keep you so long. So please, anyone who would...
I think I can speak. There is a mic here. So I'm Benjamin from Eastern Africa Grain Council based in Uganda. I would want to make a submission in light of, I would say, in all to do trade and a situation of where government feels insecure of the food security. We could have specific zones, private sector zones, that provides production for export. This would remove the situation of where institutions and policymakers feel insecure about their country's food security, so that you produce knowing that this is for export. Then that way, our private sector will be protected. You borrow money, produce on a contract, knowing this is not going to be interfered with. So there can be licenses that can be procured from the government for those farmers, commercial farmers, who would want to produce for export. And those fall in the category of market zones or free market zones that are actually set up in different countries. So that would protect our private sector. So I think that is very, very key if it can be focused in the next session in the public sector, so that we have those zones, then we protect our industry. That is one submission I wanted to put across. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Duly noted. There are some hands I saw.
This is Rajesh from AIF. I have my colleagues also who are in the same sector as mine. So and the panel has really addressed a lot of problem area which we are facing. So only thing which I want to highlight is how in Rwanda, African Improved Foods went about as a private sector player, contribute to sourcing maize, which was as per the standards which we require. So initially when we started, we had a challenge that the maize which we are buying locally had a high level of aflatoxin, and 95% of the produce used to get rejected, mainly because Rwanda also has a very peculiar weather pattern. So what we did as a private sector player, we had to invest early. It's an investment which is required. So we invested in infrastructure. We pioneered along with some of the government bodies, Rwanda Agriculture Board, Rwanda Development Organization, and Clinton Foundation, to develop a very peculiar model which is called COB model. So unlike a lot of places where maize is traded as grain, we buy maize. We buy cob. Cob means maize along with the cob. We shell it, we dry it, so that we are able to take care of aflatoxin, and the quality we get is of the standard, like a food grade quality. So this is one example where Africa Improved Foods really pioneered a cob model, and where we were able to overcome the challenges around the quality aspects. And now currently we source 100% of maize, which is with a very minimal rejection of 1 or 2% on the quality aspect. Thank you.
Thank you. With all those who are raising, I would also want to hear more also from traders from Burundi and Kenya, because they weren't represented here. But yes, so let's finish with the one gentleman there, and then we'll come towards this, and then we'll finish.
Thank you, moderator. I'm Charles from Malawi. First, let me thank the panel members for the issues that they have raised. But my only comment is sometimes let's focus on both sides, the positive side and also the negative side, so that we reach a compromise. I will provide a good example to say some of these issues, the delays, whatever, they come in for a purpose. I'll give you a good example where a trader will import maize to the border and start processing the documents. Now, you ask yourself to say, how can somebody import grain and start processing the documents when the consignment it's already at the border. So you have already created a problem, and that blame comes to those processing the documents. It becomes an issue. And we should know that in this business, I think we are many at the border or whatever, and we have different objectives to obtain at the very end. Now, it has to be a team efforts so that we reduce those problems. And I tell you, we'll be able to meet the objectives that we are looking for. And this is one of them that will make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you. So what I'm getting from you is that the government officials who will be at the border, if somebody at the private sector starts processing maize and the consignment is not even there, that will help to reduce the delays that happen at the border posts. That's what I'm getting from this.
The point is, if somebody is importing something, the first is to get the relevant documents. A good example, it's to do with the agricultural sector, where somebody need to get an import permit. That will come in with the requirements. So with this, somebody will import, everything will be done, the consignment is at the border, and they say, I need an import permit. It's for what?
Okay,
you have already missed the point.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, that's well noted. I know you've raised a lot of, yes.
Hello. Yeah, Sophie from Grain Pulse. And I think I want to mention 3 points. One, someone I think mentioned it up there, that PSFU guy. So as private sector, we invest in production. So Grain Pulse has fertilizers. So we invest and give our farmers fertilizers. Then we give advisory, so we train, we have an agronomy team. Then we finally buy back. But like someone mentioned, when time to buy back comes, people drive in from wherever, everywhere. The Kenyan trucks will go down to the farmer. The Rwandese trucks, everyone will get down to the farmer and access the same maize that I invested in terms of everything. I invested time, I invested money, but someone has come to the garden to pick that same grain. Now, and then I come out, go to Unga, get a deal to deliver grain. When the trucks get to the border, they're all stopped. But please note that I've also invested in storage. We have silos that are holding stock of grain that we hope will sell to people that want premium, clean grain. Aflatoxin, East African standard, moisture, right? Everything is, the grain is standard. But it's not being picked by the people that should be picking it. And if they will also give a price and say the price you're giving us will not take. But the sad bit is that even when they will allow to take the price, they'll get to the border, and at the border the trucks will get stopped there. Then you think maybe the customers need to come and pick it themselves, because if they do, then they've approved the standard I'm giving them. The problem with that then is they can pick from the farmer. Why are they coming to me? But why do they have access to a Ugandan farmer? Okay, yes, someone presented earlier and showed how we have zero regulations. I don't think that's a good policy for us. I'm also not sure we can change it here, but.
Okay, 2 more hands and then we get back to the closing. Okay, it's many hands. I don't know in what order should I start. Okay, I'll start from the front here and one at the last.
Merci beaucoup.
Oh, okay.
Moi, c'est Jean-Claude Kouimba. Je suis dans le secteur privé, opérateur économique dans le secteur sémacier, producteur et puis marchand sémacier. Je suis content d'être en face, en fait, des acteurs aussi dans ce circuit des céréales, c'est du Malawi, puisque j'ai une expérience avec les achats de céréales. En 2021, j'avais acheté une affaire de 145 tonnes de maïs, variété Sam 4 Vita. Mais au moins ce qui m'avait intéressé, ce qui a attiré mon attention, et je ne peux pas quitter ici ça et peut-être donner ma contribution puisque nous parlons à terme de production, c'est vrai que nous tous ici, nous pouvons produire. On parle des pays qui ont produit, mais notre production peut arriver à un moment donné où ça n'arrive pas à faire la couverture totale de la demande. Mais il serait mieux peut-être de passer aussi à la maternité de cette production, dont les centres de recherche et qui doivent nous produire des semences améliorées et adaptées à notre culture dans de différents pays. Ces échanges-là peuvent nous donner au moins une grande force dans tout ce qui est production, dans tout ce qui est importation et exportation. Je dis et je vous remercie.
Thank you. Anyone who will speak, can we just spend at least half a second, go straight to the point that we want to raise so that at least we wrap up and we go for lunch. Allow me if we can extend at least 5 to 10 minutes of those who want to speak, then we wrap up. We can start here. We'll come there. Start here first.
Okay. Thank you so much. I had planned for half a second because you had said half a second. But then since you've extended to 5 minutes, let me take up a minute and a half. Thanks a lot to the presenters. I think my countryman has represented very well. I think your submission was exclusive. Uganda, the presentation was, it was superb. And I want to submit that it seems from Uganda, I think you have serious issues. Because I've taken a lot of points which are actually, I think, hindering, smooth trade. In summing it all, probably because of time, I can say, I think we need to talk more. East Africa, region will not survive alone without the southern region. What we can just do is that we need to speak a lot in terms of how we need to depend on one another. Look at the situation which is availing now, is that we on the other side, Zambia, Congo, Malawi, we are looking up to you. All these issues of transport, the guys found on the road, that making the transporters spend more than what actually is the cost of the commodity. I think we need to be engaged so much. My only worry is that we are here to talk. From the government side, the business community, I see it more on the other apex level where we need to engage. I'm trying to avoid this word of politics, but those we can't do without the political positions. They need to understand, the hindrances and the consequences of, interfering in trade. I can give you one best example from the seed industry. I come from Zambia. The seed industry, I think East Africa, West Africa, now we've gone into Europe. We are actually one of the major, if not the highest producer of seed in terms of grain. We've allowed the exportation because they are growing these varieties that are meant for export, and they cannot be grown, back home in Zambia. So we've allowed them, and we've never, closed that. There was a time that we had, I think last season, there was a challenge with seed, and there was a deliberate clause to say we need to stop them from exporting seed. But then we went there and advised the politicians and said, even if we are to keep this seed, they have contracts running, and this seed, look at the specifications. It's not meant for our farmers here, so it will be a waste of resources. And there are these contracts from the business community that if they lose those contracts, they lose the partnership, they lose the business, it could be difficult, to come and reinvent it in the near future. So we actually allowed that. So I submit, we just need to engage each other and talk more on how best we can make the business environment, suitable.
Engage, PPD. Gentleman there and then here.
Thank you.
Half a second, please.
Yes, I'm going to learn so that I can use the rest time. I think
Name?
I thank my previous commenters but I still have an issue to highlight. As a private sector on which I'm presenting, I'm from Rwanda, Minimex. We should look into accounts in interregional trading when it comes to security. We have faced an example of where we have tried to purchase 2,000 metric tons in Zambia last 2 years ago, and the company that we were collaborating with, called the IABIS, did not fully supply the maize, the quantity that we have demanded. And still, we are trying to look how we can go into court so that that company should pay back the money that we have invested during that procurement. You know, when we are speaking, or we are saying about the restriction, in that time we were sourcing maize from Zambia. Of course, in a country in Rwanda we were having shortage of maize, and abruptly Zambia restricted the maize exportation, and that company failed to pay that debt that is equating to $250. Imagine it's 2 years, 250,000 USD. Imagine a company working with that a lot of amount, see now failing to pay back the money. So it's a critical issue that affected the company, so that we are now afraid of importing again. So we are trying to see how we can engage local farmers and try to send other suppliers, not directly ours. So we should look into account in securing interregional trading barriers. Thank you.
Thank you. Gentlemen? That's not working?
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Wambogo Anthony. I'm one of the major grain buyers from Uganda and also Tanzania. From this meeting, we can identify, and we have identified a big gap, that we need a regional body for buyers and sellers, where we can be able to transmit data, or we can be able to get real-time data from the buyers and from the sellers. Because you see now we have a big disconnect. We don't know that in Zambia they are selling, they are buying, also in Tanzania. Like now, from all the represented countries here, Kenya, we are one of the major buyers of grains across East Africa. And the biggest issue we have been having also from Uganda is the issue of quality. And what we need to do is that we need to pressurize also the Ugandan government who are here, that from the municipal areas where we have buyers of grains in Uganda, when you license them, we need to have a check from the municipal grain councils. Because what we do is that you send money from an agent in Uganda, but what you get when the grain reaches Kenya is another quality. We have the issue of also the harmonization of standards. Because you see, like now we have the Kenya Bill of Standards, Uganda Bill of Standards, but when the standard of grains from Uganda reaches Kenya, it is also another standard. Also, the biggest issue also we are having right now is the issue of multiple licenses at the border. You get at the border, for example, you need a license from KEFIS, you need a license from the Kenya Bureau of Standards, from the Food Authority. Those issue of multiple licenses is making business as the biggest barrier. Because like, for example, today, if I want to buy grain from Pakistan, it will just take a day, go to a digital platform, you make an order, and within maybe 7 days, a ship arrives in Mombasa. But buying a grain from Zambia to Kenya may take even a century. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's duly noted. So as we wrap up, I would like to come back to the panelists. Just in one or two words, what would be, from your view, what would be the key actionable takeaways that we need to live with here, or the key actionable message, either be it for the private sector or the government, so as we continue seeing improvement in the grain trade sector. So I'll start with gentleman from the right and all the way to here.
Okay, I think what we're all pleading for is free trade between our countries, led by supply and demand, pricing by supply and demand, within, of course, phytosanitary rules and regulations. We can't trade products that's not healthy to human consumption. So that is basically the short thing. I think thereafter, private sector will sort it out. And of course, capacity between countries, that will be solving most of the problems.
Thank you. Sabaif? Everyone, just even one.
Okay, so I would suggest for Eastern African countries to work together. So, for example, Ethiopia exports 90% of its pulses to other countries. That other country is probably Europe or Asia. So only few percent is being exported to Eastern Africas. So I say for Eastern African countries and African countries to work together and just export our pulses for Eastern Africa.
Okay,
So,
thank you. Open up borders. Yes, Esther, please.
Thank you. With me, I think I would want us to implement warehouse receipt system effectively. All the countries that are in here, our warehouse receipt system, we have the regulatory frameworks in place, but it's not being well implemented in most of the countries in here. Because warehouse receipt system is going to address the issues of quality. It will address the issues of quantity. Because when commodity is on a warehouse receipt, it has to state the quality, it has to state the quantity as well of that commodity. And I'm sure it would be able to address most of the challenges that have been faced here. And financing, for banks to finance commodity on a well-defined, well-implemented warehouse receipt system, I think it's also easier. We have seen that in the times that warehouse receipt system was being well implemented in Malawi, there was a lot of financing that was coming from the banks. Of course, until the challenges we had on the market crash. But we saw that aggregation was even quite high during that time because you have financing from the banks and you're able to aggregate to put more commodity on a warehouse receipt. And for the traders, it's easier to see what commodity is, and it's straightforward to trade. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther.
Thank you very much, Benjamin. You have really driven us very well. I should appreciate you with this opportunity. I want to say that as a region, I feel that one of the things we need to have is a regional conspiracy, where all of us are looking in one direction. Because sometimes, as some people are moving towards this way, others are moving towards this way. And as a result, we end up in confusion. The trader does not meet the seller does not meet the trader. But if all of us have one goal of growing our grain trade within the region, we shall be very honest. We shall be able to grow. Another thing that I say that we need to be able to promote is honesty from both the buyer and the seller. Very often one of them defaults. As one is honest, another is never honest. And as a result, you end up looking for court. So we need to improve our values. And then also finally, I can't stop to emphasize the issue of finance. Let banks, together with our banks, our central banks, design products that give patient capital to players in agriculture so that they are able to produce goods in a better way. I thank you.
Thank you very much.
Merci. Je pense qu'il est important, dans le cadre des échanges des graines dans la sous-région et dans les soucis d'accroître la fluidité des échanges, il est important qu'au niveau régional, que nous essayons de travailler sur les barrières non tarifaires. Parce que les barrières non tarifaires sont énormes dans la sous-région, dans différents pays. Et si nous pouvons travailler sur la normalisation, la certification régionale des produits, cela permettra à ce que les échanges se fassent sans beaucoup de difficultés sur le terrain. Que les organisations régionales puissent se mettre ensemble avec d'autres organisations, EAC, COMESA, que nous essayons de travailler sur une norme régionale. La certification régionale permettra de faciliter les échanges dans chaque pays de transit des graines. Merci.
Thank you.
From me, I just call upon us seated here. We are associations, right? So I think that we are the ones who are to bridge the communication gap between the public sector as well as our private sector that are seated here today. May we be more vigilant on the policy landscape that is affecting our sector, and may this communication be in both ways. We align ourselves well with the government. May we communicate what it is that we agreed to our sector, but as well all the bottlenecks that we face, the challenges that we face, may it come across very clearly from our side as associations to the relevant policymakers and change makers. So that is one thing that I'll call upon as an action point from our side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think they deserve a round of applause. We are more than grateful with all the points that you've shared with us. I think this also provides a good platform and setup as we get to the next session after lunch, where we'll get to hear the public sector. So I'd like to, at this juncture, say thank you for having my team of panelists here. And I would like to bring this session to a close and hand it over to Jacinta. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'd like to take a group photo of our panelists and the moderator before they leave. So just the photographers, please let us organize that. And as that group photo is happening, just hold on and be a bit patient so that Kamau and team can organize for that group photo. So I think they deserve a better clap, right? Yes. Do we feel like they've represented our needs and voice? Good. So that is noted. Zambia is okay. The traders from Malawi, the Agricultural Commodity Exchange, ACE Malawi, want to see whether we have our needs addressed. Where is Malawi? Please confirm by thumbs up, thumbs up. Good. Fantastic. The Kenyans in the room, I got to hear feedback from food chain millers and others, and I see a table there almost with a lot of Kenyans. Are we okay? Have we been represented? Well, thumbs up. Good. I see we are sorted. The Congolese in the room, was your voice well represented? Thumbs up if you have been well represented. Thumbs up. Thumbs up. Okay, good. The Rwandese in the room, I heard from Minimex, I think Africa Improved Foods as well. Want to see whether, good, I see a thumbs up, so Rwanda is well represented. Ethiopia, the Gen Z was in the panel. Are we well represented? Was our voice heard? I want to see a thumbs up. Ethiopia, want to confirm Epospia represented your voice? Good. Private Sector Foundation of Uganda was on the floor on behalf of the Uganda farmers, traders, and millers in the room. Want to see thumbs up, Uganda? Are we okay? There was more Ugandans that I can see showing me a thumbs up. Okay, great. Tanzania, Sharifa represented our voice, and I think you are the majority in the room, and I know I'm not wrong. Thumbs up if we are okay. Tanzania? Tanzania, I see your hands. Great. Who am I missing? Who am I missing? Burundi. Burundi, I think Aster brought a point across. Want to see if we are okay? Thumbs up if we are okay, Burundi. Fantastic. So now, we took notes, and the recommendations that came from that session were quite heavy. And so we are already starting to form the final proceedings of the report that will come out of these events of today and tomorrow. And I think even the government officials in the room have also gotten a chance to contribute to the discussion to some extent. And the next panel sessions that will be coming up will be now with government facilitating agencies, so that we now hear from the government side. You know, we've had a lot from private sector. We'll be hearing now from governments as well. But before we do that, we'd like to proceed for lunch. And it's now, I think now we deserve lunch. We are hungry. I believe we are hungry now. So we'll proceed for lunch, and we'll take an hour so that we have lunch and we get to walk a bit. You know, they say when you sit for too long, and considering that in the room there was only one Gen Z, okay, we are young at heart, I believe. So the rest of us, we need to make sure that we make a walk a bit and have lunch and network. Oh yeah, I see another Gen Z there. I really hope that you are representing the Gen Zs. Well, good. Right. So we will go for lunch for 1 hour. And then when we come back, we will proceed to a session with a session regarding the sector platform. We've had a lot of recommendations, even from the private sector, on key issues that need to be addressed. We've gotten, the takeaway from the private sector representatives of the industry associations, and that forms part and parcel of the sector platform initiative that needs to keep us coordinated, needs to keep us engaging, so that we can keep the conversation active and make sure that communication is going well, and we keep the discipline amongst countries as we do business. So we will leave it at that. And I think because I want to make sure that when I go to interact at lunch, the Burundi and the DRC will be asking me, so what about our countries? Because in the morning we mentioned what other countries are known for. So we know that a country like Tanzania is well known as the home of Mount Kilimanjaro. Even when we were flying here, I think they mentioned on your right or on your left, I think it was on your right, Mount Kilimanjaro. That's where you find it as you fly here, not so long before you land. So I think we must appreciate that. And commonly again, Kenya, Tanzania is well known for the world's largest wildebeest migration. That's a big, big tourism aspect about those two countries that share borders as well. And not forgetting, speaking of tourism, Lake Tanganyika. I think it has been mentioned that it should not just be a lake that connects Malawi and Tanzania and Rwanda and DRC. It should be also a transit for our commodities, not just a tourism attraction site, right? So we need to look at how grain can move across from one country to another, from surplus to deficit countries through Lake Tanganyika, taking advantage of the fact that that can help with connectivity and addressing some of the infrastructural challenges with regards to trade routes that have been mentioned by the panel that just closed. So we will continue in the afternoon. I really don't want to eat into your time for lunch. So it's now 2:23. So let's give ourselves a bonus of 3 minutes so that that is the walking time to the lunch. And so we'll be back at 3:25. And so kindly, if you see me or colleagues from EAGC asking us to come back at 3:20, please heed to our request so that by 3:25 we are settled and ready to go into the sector platform conversations and close it, or rather wind up with the trade facilitation agencies for the day. So lunch is served, ladies and gentlemen. When we walk out of this room and walk past where we had the photo session, past the swimming pool, on your right-hand side, just before you get to the restaurant where some of us had breakfast, you will find lunch area has been reserved for us there. So enjoy your lunch and see you at 3:25. And to repeat, at 3:20, we'll be asking you to come back. Please heed to our request. Thank you and enjoy lunch. Your computers are safe, but if you'd like to bring it with you for lunch, it's still fine. But we will lock the room right after the last person has walked out. So your computers, your luggage, if you have a small bag that you're working with that has very key valuables, feel free to carry it with you. But your computers, that we can assure you that we will lock the room after we go for lunch. Let's walk towards the lunch area and see you at session with trade facilitation agencies. Some are are part and parcel of the Ministry of Agriculture as a department or as an agency. Some within the Ministry of Trade in the various countries. So we would like to hear from the trade facilitation agencies what is it they are doing to facilitate trade. And we also want to find out what is working, what is not working. What will it take for collaboration to work? So this session will be introducing the sector platform discussions that we'd like to have in the last session of the day as we conclude for the day. I am saying this as I try to make sure that we are settling in to begin our next panel session. Let's settle in. In the next minute and a half, we will begin. And thank you for keeping time. In fact, it's me that didn't keep time. So thank you very much for keeping time. So we'd like to begin. We'd like to begin with the next session, and I believe we are ready. First of all, just quickly checking. Monsieur Stanislas, vous êtes là? Ah, okay. So we want to now begin with the next panel session, trade facilitation agencies. So this session will be facilitated by the Executive Director, Gerald Masila. And like I mentioned, we have various agencies, some under under Ministry of Agriculture, others under Ministry of Trade. And so we'd like to now have that panel of participants to come to the front. So we were just adjusting. We were just adjusting for the session so that we can be set. And I think now we are good to go. So So from Uganda, we have the commissioner from the Uganda Ministry of East Africa Community Affairs, Ojara Leo Kizito, welcome. From the COPRA, the Cereals and Other Produce Regulatory Authority, COPRA, the Director General, Irene Mlola, now takes off the hat of being the keynote speaker to the panel, and now speaking on the role of COPRA in the panel session. Welcome, Irene. From the border post between DR Congo and Rwanda, at the border post, it's called the Petite Barrière, DG Goma, we have Mr. Nagifi Wia Minde Stansilas. Welcome, please take the floor. And again, from the the border between DRC and Zambia, we have the focal point of Rekos Comesa, Mr. Esau Bosomandoku Innocent. From Zambia, the principal plant health inspector for international trade from the Department of Plant Quarantine and Phytosanitary Services under the Ministry of Agriculture, we have Mr. Pritchard S.C. Mokua. Welcome, Mr. Pritchard. From Malawi, Chief Agricultural Research Scientist from the Department of Agricultural Research Services, Malawi, we, under the Ministry of Agriculture, Dr. Charles Singano. Dr. Charles Singano, welcome. And from the Agricultural Food Authority of Kenya, the Director of Food Crops, Dr. Kalistas Wachana. Welcome on stage, Dr. Kalistas. Dr. Kalistas, Director Kalistas, if you can hear me, welcome on stage. And ladies and gentlemen, I'd like now to hand it over to Mr. Masila, the Executive Director of EAGC, to take us through this session, which will not take very long. Welcome, Mr. Masila.
Thank you very much, Jacinta, and a big welcome to our distinguished panelists. This panel takes over from the previous panel where we had industry associations. And the industry associations gave it to us. They told us the challenges they are going through, the difficulties. I remember one who said that if you have a truck that is carrying food, transporting food, you are marked for harassment and for all the sort of problems that you go through, to the extent that even some transporters don't want to touch maize, food, whatever, because the minute you get known, then you are converted to an ATM. And then after they collect, they inform the ones next door, there's an ATM coming, you can prepare to get one. So the distinguished delegates here are representatives of our policymakers. They represent government, they are policymakers, they are facilitative agencies working very closely with the private sector. And so in line with the theme of what we are discussing, which we are looking at, how do we get policies that are supportive to trade, and we have recognized that government has a special role. Part of it was very well articulated by our chief guest. And so my first round of questions to each one of you, I will start nearest to me, going that way, is I would like you to tell us from the ministry department agency that you represent, what are those policies and measures that you have put in place to make trade happen? Do you have measures? First of all, is it important for you for trade to happen? To what extent do you believe and do you go for the fact that we need to get trade, and what are you doing to get trade to happen in your ministry? Very quickly, 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Leo Kizito Jara. I work with the Ministry of East African Community Affairs. For trade to happen, in my ministry, we promote regional integration. And for us to be able to trade freely with one another, we follow and we structure ourselves around the 4 pillars of regional integration. Now, under this, I want to mention, first of all, what came up earlier in terms of which falls under the monetary union. For us to have, for example, a single currency. We were supposed to have a single currency by 2023. That was last year. This did not happen because we did not meet the convergence criteria. So we have had an extension for another 10 years. And we hope that by 2033 we shall have a single currency. But this single currency, the proposal by the Ministers of Finance of the East African Community is that it will work hand in hand with other currencies. That aside, under the Customs Union, we have got the Common External Tariff, which really is supposed to assist us to be able to trade amongst ourselves and also from outside the East African Community. So we have a 4-band structure that we follow. And this is 0% for raw materials, 10% for intermediate goods, 25% for finished products, and 35% for sensitive products. Under the Customs Union, again, we have got customs systems that should be able to speak to one another such that we improve trade amongst ourselves. We are only having a challenge at the moment with the Republic of South Sudan because they use a manual system of customs, and therefore you don't lodge electronic entries. These entries are very difficult. It's very difficult to make assessments and so on and so forth. Under the common market, we use, again, for ease of business, ease of doing business across our borders. We use the national ID, but currently we are having a problem with some of our neighbors who do not recognize the national ID as a travel document for moving across borders. And this has affected our traders very, very significantly. There's the free movement of goods and services. We've talked about the non-tariff barriers that we are having. But we have in place measures and means through bilateral engagements with our neighbors such that we are able to discuss and see how we can actually help one another to be able to trade amongst ourselves.
So you have a lot of instruments, a lot of measures
Yes.
from the ESC, from the protocols, from all that.
Yes, please.
To what extent are we gaining results from this? Are we gaining anything?
Yes, we are making a lot of progress. We have been doing reviews on a regular basis to see where we are under the Common Market Protocol. There is a specific tool that we use to measure how we are progressing in all these 4 pillars of regional integration. So yes, we have, for example, the one-stop border posts that we have. These have been very instrumental in ensuring that we conduct trade across borders seamlessly. So the one-stop border posts, we are at a point where we are even struggling to gazette more border points across the country. Recently, we were in a cabinet as Uganda specifically, we want to gazette 2 more border posts with the Kenya border at Mulwanda and Buteba. This will help us to cross borders much quicker and much easier.
But even with the one-stop border post, you still have a situation now where you have to deal with agencies on one side of the border, go through each one of them. Like if I give an example of Kenya, you go through the KEFIS, then go through AFA, then KEBS, then KRA, like all of them, take a day or 2. Then when you cross, for example, if it is Malaba, when you cross the other side, you start again afresh with all the ones that are from Uganda. Then it beats the one-stop border post concept, because why can't it be opened once, that the container is opened once, and all the agencies from both countries deal with it at once, clear at once, and it goes? Why can't we achieve that?
I think this is all part of the process that we are undergoing at the moment, because we are struggling to harmonize laws, processes, standards, and this is one of the issues that we really need to see as government that we are able to help our traders to do. We need to harmonize the issue of licenses. And we're having a problem with this at the moment, because even under standards, the Q mark, you have the Q mark on products, but a product will come from Uganda and it goes to Kenya and it has to be retested. Then you say, why can't these 2 systems of KEBS and UNBS
So what
be
is holding us
harmonized?
behind? Is it lack of political goodwill? Is it tough issues?
I think that's a little bit, I don't know what your experience is or what the traders' experience is, but from the government perspective, there is progress that is being made. And we hope in the very near future that some of these bottlenecks will actually be
Very well.
overcome.
Thank you, thank you. Any other intervention?
Maybe talk about the issue of priority areas. The East African community is the first priority area. For us, this is number one key priority, because as of 2022, amongst ourselves, we are only trading at 15%. This is very little. So why do we have to create a situation of roadblocks, of bottlenecks, of so many different things when we are working together as a community? We are now 8 partner states, a total of 317 million people. These are big people, big numbers of people to trade with. And therefore, we have a huge opportunity to trade amongst ourselves. The second is the Continental Free Trade Area. But here, again, we have 2 major challenges. Number one is transportation. How do we get products from Uganda to Nigeria? Grain is very bulky, it's very heavy, and it's costly to transport. Now air transport has come in, but still we have issues around there. The second I mentioned, which is about the common external tariff with the CFTA, because our initial discussions with the CFTA were based on a 3-band structure. Now we have a 4-band structure, and therefore we cannot trade freely with the CFTA. Then the third one is, of course, the biggest, where our 85% goes, which is to the European Union, to the UK, to the USA, United Arab Emirates, and rest of the world. So we are engaging with the rest of the world to come up with economic partnership agreements that we can sign with them and be able to trade. Kenya has gone ahead because for them, they are no longer considered an LDC. And therefore they cannot benefit from the agreement of anything but arms. And therefore they would be losing if they were to stay behind with the rest of the EAC partner states. So for them, they have made a step ahead. But these are the priority areas that I think we are focusing on them at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that engagement. My next delegate or panelist from DRC, please do tell us from your agency, from your where you sit, what are you doing to make trade happen, both export trade, import trade? Share with us.
Merci beaucoup. Avant de prendre la parole pour répondre à cette préoccupation, je voudrais d'abord remercier le pays hôte qui nous a amenés ici et aussi remercier les organisateurs. Et j'ai compris par là l'importance de cette assise qui est vraiment très important, et surtout l'implication du secteur public dans cet échange, parce que ça va nous permettre de comprendre beaucoup de choses et aussi évidemment de modifier s'il y a nécessité. Voilà, je voudrais parler de l'implication des services des douanes et accises de la République démocratique du Congo et précisément dans les frontières de Goma au Nord Kivu. D'une manière générale, la République démocratique du Congo a connu beaucoup d'avancées. Il y a beaucoup d'avancées dans le cadre de ce que je viens de suivre ici, parce que si nous prenons le cas seulement de régime simplifié de COMESA qui résulte d'un arrêté interministériel, et qu'aujourd'hui nous sommes en train d'appliquer dans le cadre de facilitation des échanges dans les commerces transfrontaliers, et notamment dans la ville de Goma ou bien dans les Nord Kivu en général, nous voyons que l'État congolais a beaucoup contribué pour la facilitation de cet échange-là, parce que au niveau de cet arrêté, vous verrez directement qu'il y a la suppression des droits de douane, à l'importation d'abord pour les marchandises qui sont éligibles au régime de COMESA. À ces régimes-là, vous allez voir qu'il y a pour certains produits, la TVA est réduite à 8% au lieu de 16%. Et vous verrez aussi qu'il y a donc la célérité dans les traitements des dossiers. Donc au niveau des frontières, comme M. Michel Djamba l'avait souligné ici, vous trouverez que les marchandises qui sont éligibles des régimes de COMESA ne peuvent pas traiter au-delà de 30 minutes pour que ça quitte les frontières et que les propriétaires de la marchandise soient en possession de cette marchandise-là dans ces installations. Donc tout ça, ce sont des avancées considérables au niveau du gouvernement de la République démocratique du Congo. Parce que je voudrais rappeler par là que les services des douanes et accises appliquent la politique du gouvernement. Donc lorsque les mesures sont prises au niveau supérieur, et on donne ça à la douane pour l'appliquer sur les territoires nationaux et dans toutes les frontières de la République démocratique du Congo. Donc nous, par rapport à ce qu'on a suivi ici et ce qui s'est fait concrètement sur le terrain, nous pouvons conclure que la RDC est tellement avancée dans ce cadre ici parce que la facilitation des échanges pour les marchandises qui sont éligibles au régime des récords, c'est vraiment avancé. Donc c'est un peu ça.
Thank you very much for that sharing about all the progress that we have picked, particularly from COMESA, very much appreciated. So we go to Irene. Madam Irene, you heard the cry of the private sector. What is your agency doing to enable trade? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I liked your first question was like, is our agency, our government taking it seriously
Yes.
To facilitate trade? And I can say that with an affirmative yes. Because let's begin, it is because of knowing the importance of supporting trade, the Ministry of Agriculture saw the importance of making sure that a regulatory authority is in place looking after grains and other food crops in Tanzania. In terms of our history, we have not had any watchdog or an oversight body that had the responsibility of coordinating the entire food crops value chain. And that, in one way or another, created chaos, and I can actually say those words, a high level of informality, which really was an inhibitor to trade, because to a larger extent you would have traders wanting to do business, but there are no formal systems, no formal structure, whether from a marketing, and even some of the challenges that I heard on the stage today when the private sector was here, discussing issues of quality, discussing issues of aggregation. These were all serious issues that will inhibit trade. So with this seriousness, the government of Tanzania saw the need to actually have Cereals and Other Produce Regulatory Authority, which is a body that is looking after all the food crops, cereals, and other produce, ensuring that we are formalizing those various value chain to ensure that we can actually be able to support trade and ensure that trade happens. It starts from really making sure we understand who are the farmers in terms of the registration. This is a serious initiative that we are actually doing in Tanzania. But most importantly, putting up structures of knowing where our grains are actually going to be stored. What kind of standards are those warehouses? And can we actually identify them and know where they are? One of the point here on stage earlier on, if I remember correctly, there was a lady was wearing red dress, was talking about issues of aggregation, lack of aggregation. So now here we're talking about if trade is to happen, and we know, for example, in Tanzania we have surplus, somebody would need to know where that is, where are those goods, and in what quality it is. So having, COPRA fully operationalized and starting to do the registration, not only of farmers, but also ensuring that we know where warehouses are, what quality and what quantity and quality of our goods. But more so in terms of some of the initiatives that we've started putting in place is actually issuing marketing guidelines that are now starting to formalize the way in which we trade, for example, grains. Very recently, we've put up guidelines that are ensuring that the aggregation is happening through cooperatives, and then we are actually, taking the grains to the warehouse receipt that are operating under the warehouse receipt regulatory authority, and then connecting them to the commodity exchange that overnight we've released and we've allowed traders to actually be able to access the whole of Tanzania within a very short period of time, accessing multiple locations, facilitating trades, ensuring that we are looking after quality. The quality of goods that they're getting is similar to the whatever they are seeing on the catalog. Why? Because we have the warehouse receipt board that is actually overlooking, but more so we have a corporate that has a big umbrella view all the way from production all the way to the market, and is able to issue those guidelines. So these are some of the initial things that we are seeing this organization starting to do over a short period of time, but this is really the future of what we see where Tanzania is going. Because when we said we are actually formalizing Tanzania food crops, it means it is putting these formal structures that will facilitate and allow trade to happen.
Mm-hmm. How do you see your organization relating to the people who are on the stage earlier on? That is the businesses and the business association. What sort of relationship do you see coming up, or should we sort of visualize or aspire to have?
Okay, first and foremost, it is a positive relationship, because the way the organization is actually really positioning itself, it's coming into open trade. It's coming in to see the country achieving its mission of really being the best breadbasket of the region and as well as the world. However, change is a process, and change requires a lot of engagement, a lot of dialogue, a lot of understanding, a lot of tweaking, and learning and being quite agile. So I was very happy being here and sitting and listening to some of their comments and the way in which they are, experiencing the challenges, especially on the non-tariff barriers. And, realizing what much more we need to do as a government to ensure. I actually see the need to actually talk a lot more on this side. I feel like we know what they want. What is more important is, if we can just all be locked in one room and say, hey, can you just give a harmonized position? And I think that's really what I'm hearing. If you hear a truck is moving from Uganda, by the time it passes Tanzania and Zambia, before it gets to, the other destination, those are the big pain points. But it's a positive relationship that requires more engagement to continue tweaking and moving into the right direction.
Okay, so you see a relationship with the business people as people that you're in the same boat in, and
for sure we're in the same boat, because at the end of the day, if the country wants to, to see positive results for its farmers, for its trader, for the entire GDP, it means the business people have to flourish. So I actually see that as a very positive relationship.
Wow, you can hear that, business people. She said the business people have to. Oh, they didn't hear the word. You didn't hear her? Maybe you want to repeat that.
You have to succeed. I mean, it's a positive relation. It takes all of us to actually be able to move in the right direction.
Yeah, the business people have to flourish. I do agree. That coming from government is very refreshing, I believe. I can see already questions wanting to be shot from the floor, but we'll come back shortly. My next delegate, same question. Your agency, your government, department, what is your role in supporting trade, and what have you achieved? What is your role in supporting trade, and what have you achieved so far we can recognize?
pour pallier à cette pénurie que connaît ce coin du pays, le gouvernement de la RDC a accordé la suspension des droits et taxes. Non seulement des droits et taxes, mais aussi des taxes parafiscales. Donc aujourd'hui, si vous importez la farine ainsi que des grains de maïs au poste frontalier de Kasumbalesa, la mesure régionale pour la RDC, vous n'allez rien payer au titre des droits et taxes ainsi que les taxes parafiscales. Rien à payer. Tout ça, c'était une façon pour le gouvernement d'atténuer les dégâts collatéraux de la pénurie. En dehors de cet allègement fiscaux, il faudra aussi noter que aujourd'hui, l'administration douanière a accordé beaucoup de facilités à ce qui concerne même la procédure. Vous avez la possibilité de souscrire une déclaration avant même l'arrivée des marchandises dans les installations. Ce sont des facilités que l'administration douanière accorde à tout opérateur économique. Et outre cela, une fois la marchandise dédouanée, vous avez la possibilité de pouvoir bénéficier aussi des avantages au niveau des services connexes. Lorsque je parle des services connexes, je fais allusion aux services qui s'occupent des contrôles de conformité, des contrôles à ce qui concerne les documents sanitaires tels que les permis d'importation ainsi que les certificats phytosanitaires. À ce stade aussi, il y a de la facilité. C'est-à-dire vous entrez en dehors des documents que vous allez obtenir au pays d'exportation. Chez nous, aujourd'hui, si vous importez la farine de maïs ainsi que des grains de maïs, vous pouvez entrer avec 0 franc congolais à ce qui concerne les paiements qu'on appelle les permis d'autorisation d'importation des céréales. Outre cet élément, à ce qui concerne d'autres céréales, comme vous allez le constater, la République démocratique du Congo applique encore les tarifs préférentiels. Lorsqu'il s'agit de l'importation des sorgho, là je vois dans le cadre des petits trafics au niveau du couloir pétonnier, lorsque vous importez par exemple les arachides, les haricots, tout ça, on applique un taux préférentiel de 5% dans le cadre des tarifs préférentiels. Voilà en quelques lignes, quelques avantages offerts par le gouvernement congolais dans le cadre de l'importation des céréales et plus précisément de la farine de maïs et graines de maïs. J'ai dit.
Wow, very, very impressive. A lot of work going on at Kasumbalesa, and I know there's a lot of business taking place there, and very refreshing to hear all those preferential measures and support. So the business people in the house, you can hear that when you sign those trade deals tomorrow, you will get all the support across the borders and so on and so forth. So thank you very much, our colleague from Kasumbalesa, and we encourage you to keep doing that good job that is making the trade to happen. Moving on to Zambia, I believe. So Zambia, again, same question. From your agency, what measures are you putting in place, believing that trade is important to export and to import? What measures, what mechanisms do you have in place, and what success have we been able to achieve? And as you answer that, earlier on in my earlier presentation, I did share the import modalities that were given from the Zambian government. One of them was this requirement to do GMO testing. We would like to implore that, can that be considered to be removed? Because really from a risk perspective, grain coming from around here, the only risk, there's no risk really. But as you answer your question, share with us. Thank you. Over to you.
Chair, thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pritchard Mukwa. I come from a department that facilitates agriculture trade, which is the plant quarantine and phytosanitary service. It's one of the departments in the Ministry of Agriculture. So what are we doing to, of course, assist the private sector? First of all, I think we need to appreciate that without the private sector, otherwise we'll be irrelevant, some of us in the system, because we are there because trade has to happen. Then I think one of the things that has to be in place for trade to happen, first of all, I think we need to have systems in place. One of them being, of course, from a or should I say legislation-wise, we did realize that our legislation that guides phytosanitary work is, lawyers say, a cake, for lack of a better term. A cake, yeah. It's too old.
Very old legislation.
Exactly. So we've reviewed, and we're actually repeating that piece of legislation, which is the CAP 233, and it will be replaced by the Plant Health Bill, which now has taken into consideration all these protocols on trade, recognizing the IPPC, of course, the International Plant Protection Convention, which is a standard setting body for plant health. So it has taken in, it has been modernized, so to say. Even
when will it become law, the new bill?
We are hoping before the end of the year it goes to Parliament, if it's possible. But we've reached a very advanced stage. It's undergoing internal reviews within the Ministry of Justice. Actually, by last week, it was sent to the ministry for us to just go through the document before our minister presents it to cabinet.
And
So
have you engaged stakeholders in
Yes.
in the bill?
Yes. We did engage stakeholders countrywide, of course, from the initial stages until the second round of consultations.
Good.
We did engage stakeholders, and we had to take into consideration their views. So that's one aspect there. Then another one is having systems in place, the way the regulatory agencies are organized. Allow me to talk from the perspective of the plant quarantine and phytosanitary service. The department is divided into specific units that ensure that whatever needs to be done is done, and is done according to the IPPC guidelines. So in terms of imports, one requires that if there are no requirements, phytosanitary requirements, you need to do a risk assessment. So we've got a unit that specifically does that. It's dedicated only to do pest risk analysis and develop phytosanitary regulation for importation. Then we've got a unit that is specifically dedicated to communication issues, documentation, and programs, ensuring that whatever requirements we develop are communicated to the public, to the private sector, to the stakeholders. And we do that through different means, brochures, social media platforms, and sometimes run adverts on radio and TV. Then there are also other initiatives I think that we've put in place or systems. Of course, let me talk about the current grain movement that is taking place right now. We did realize that the processes at the border, because of some of the requirements that we've put, which are mandatory, of course, when it comes to importation of commodities such as maize, the maize lethal necrosis, the viruses that actually cause that disease. We needed to have facilities right there at the border to ensure that as the maize is coming in, it's tested at the border. So we literally moved high-tech biotech equipment to the border at Nakonde, and last week we actually took equipment to the eastern part of the country, that is Chipata, to ensure that as these trucks come in, when inspections are done, the sampling is done, they actually tested right there at the border, and the results are issued.
How long does it take to get a test result out?
No, within the day. It's just a few hours, because we're using ELISA tests. So it involves collecting samples, you crush them, and then you run your ELISA test. Yeah. So that is being done right there at the borders. And what we've done is we've built capacity for our border inspectors who have been trained on how to do those tests. So if you go to Nakonde border, the guys who are there, our inspectors, they're able to do those tests without requiring anyone from HQ to go and assist them. We're doing similar trainings in Chipata, Eastern Province, because we anticipate that some of the maize will come from that direction. So we need to have those tests done right there and then, rather than sending samples to Lusaka, which would take 2 or 3 days for them to be gotten. Then also, one of the requirements, I think, from the custom side is that when consignments are arriving at the borders for importation, they have to be pre-cleared. So declarations have to be done in advance, and that is to avoid trucks marooning at the ports of entry. So what that means is that the trader will make their declaration through customs, but also they will notify our office of the consignment that is coming. The inspections that we do at the borders are risk-based. Where the risk is low, we just do documentation check, and the consignments pass. But for high-risk commodities such as maize, of course, because of the maize-lethal necrosis disease, those are subjected to mandatory inspections. And those are done right there at the border. And just to ensure that the private sector is serviced adequately, and we don't have any delays with trade right now with importation of grain. We've got inspectors that traveled to. They've actually come to Tanzania here. They're in Songwe, Isongie, Sumbawanga area. The southern part of Tanzania, because that's the area that Tanzania has communicated to say it's pest-free when it comes to the maize-lethal necrosis. So what they're doing is they are conducting pre-export inspections, collecting samples, and testing. And they are doing that in collaboration with the Plant Health Authority here in Tanzania. So they will be there, I think, this week and I think next week at all the locations where the maize is expected to be coming from. All this is done to ensure that when consignments start moving from those warehouses, which have been inspected and collected samples and tested, they should not delay at the border when they reach.
So
the
they will not
border.
have to be retested again at the border and all that if they've been cleared by your inspectors before loading.
Yes, okay, so there's the issue of traceability, of course, that comes in. How do you ensure that what was inspected at the warehouse is what has actually come in? And that's where the risk comes into play. But what that means is that instead of doing very vigorous inspection, sampling, it's just a few, maybe if there are 10 trucks, you just sample maybe 3 or 4 or so, and then trade has to flow.
Oh, wow.
Because what we emphasize, of course, as a ministry is that in as much as we are facilitating trade and we want to have fast trade, but we need to ensure that we're actually facilitating safe trade.
Okay.
Because it's easier to manage the risk rather than introduce the problem and try to cure it.
I agree.
Yeah.
Now, in terms of the trade transactions, we saw from you, first there was a tender that was put in the newspaper, and then after that it was cancelled, and then I think there was some engagement with private sector, and then later there was government to government. So from private sector, we are hearing, mixed signals of information. And as a businessman, you are like, now, what move should I take? How is that situation like? And do you see its impact to private sector investments?
I may not have a lot of information around that topic, but what I can say is that obviously the private sector will have a stake. I think our colleagues from the Grain Traders Association or my colleagues from Trade and Agribusiness, they can actually comment on that. I may not have full details, but I know that there is a government-to-government engagement, and I think that's what also propelled inspectors from Zambia to come into Tanzania.
Yes.
They actually, I think, crossed the border. It should have been yesterday or so. To do those inspections. But definitely, the private sector, I'm sure they'll be very much involved, because even before that, maize has been coming in from Tanzania.
Yes.
Yeah, it's been coming in.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And maybe one other thing that you may want to know also is, when it comes to trade facilitation, we do understand that time is money, and the private sector, obviously, when they are conducting their business, what they want is things to move.
Yes.
Sometimes they may not. They may not want to worry themselves about the risk.
Yeah.
But we always request that They have very good understanding, of course, of sanitary matters.
Mhm.
They need to get the right documentation in advance, like Doc here had mentioned during the session in the morning. They get in advance, of course. But it's also important to have platforms that promote that efficient and effective way of doing our business. So the services from the ministerial level, issuance of trade documents, the facilitated documentation, export permits, transit, plant import permits, they've all been digitalized.
Mhm.
And we've even gone further to digitalize the processes that lead to issuance of that documentation. For instance, inspections, laboratory diagnostics. Instead of you calling an inspector or going all the way to the office, you just go on your computer, log into the system, and then you're able to book for those services that you want.
Okay, automated and all that.
Yes, they are all
quite,
automated,
Quite
yes.
interesting. Thank you very much. We appreciate all that from Zambia. Our next speaker, I believe, must be from Malawi.
Of course.
Yes, Malawi. You know, we normally eat, I think is it chambo? That's very nice.
I have one in my room.
Oh, you do?
So I'll give you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, proceed.
I think if you are at the very end, you end up having no ideas to share. So most of the issues might have been covered by the rest.
Yes.
But I think I will just dwell much on the remaining areas. I think maybe I'll talk about capacity building amongst the business players, and especially the SMEs where we have issues. But I'm not saying we are not having issues with the larger business players. No, we have issues, but when we compare, I think we have more issues at the bottom. So these are the areas that we are trying to work on. Currently in Malawi, we have a project funded by World Bank where we are trying to have capacity building amongst these SMEs in terms of the requirements, what procedures should be followed when they want to import and also export, where they can get our services. I think that's one key area. But apart from that, we have seen that these manual processing procedures that we follow, they have a negative impact when it comes to time taken. I think some of the representatives, I think, lamented in the morning, and that is true. So through that project also, we are trying to automate our services. And currently we have the consultants on the ground doing the work. So possibly I can't give the clear picture to say by when, but we should understand that, yes, we have that up and running. Another thing, I think I would just comment also on the OSPP, which you talked about.
Yes, yes.
I should say that in Malawi we have few borders which are now being converted into OSPP. We have a border with Zambia and Mozambique, and soon maybe we might have with Tanzania. And I should mention that I think the issue is to reduce the period that one takes at the border to have maybe the commodities or individuals cleared. And you mentioned, say, why 2 points? But in actual sense, the principle is to have one stop.
Yes.
So when I'm cleared from Malawi side, it means I will not be cleared on the other side. So we are also doing that, and I should report that as the Plant Health Inspectorate, I think we are one of the agencies that were chosen to remain at the border, because I think you should also understand that we reduce the number of agencies who stay at the border when you have that OSPP. So we have few agencies that will also be a positive side on business players. Apart from that, I should say that we have seen some challenges on our side in terms of where they can get these services, especially SPS services. And as a country, we have increased the number of operating points. Even at the border, there are some services that they can get. And we have tried to open some offices inland where just to reduce the traveling period and even distance where they can get those services.
And maybe you will be looking to also go more virtual online so that you eliminate the need to travel.
Of course. And we mentioned about digitalizing. I think currently we have a project under Ministry of Trade. It's a national single window where we are also trying to be part and parcel of that, where the importers or exporters, they can access the information from our side from one point. So that will also minimize the problems that our clients are facing.
Very well.
But it's our plea to say that let's work together as a team. I think our objective is to facilitate, not to delay the business that takes place. If there are issues, yes, we are in a society. We have all those issues, but we should be able to sit down and discuss. I'll give a good example. I'm good at that.
Yes.
I think 2 weeks ago, we got a communication to say a truck was coming from Tanzania. It was cleared at the Songwe, but it was detained within country. And who stopped it? It was a policeman. He was demanding an import permit. And the consignment had an import permit, which was about 200 metric tons, which you disaggregate.
Yes.
But they were saying, no, you need another one. So you see, in that case, it was us now labeled to be delaying. But in actual sense...
It was some policeman.
Yes. So they take advantage of that. That's why I was asking one of the participants to say, I think we are missing a certain agent here.
The police.
Exactly. Thank you so much.
And I think that builds into the earlier report from Yof from Zambia, when he said, when your truck is known that it is carrying food, it is a mobile ATM for some people, automated teller machine. Thank you. But Malawi, before we finish with you, are you importing maize, and particularly from Tanzania? You say that you know there is this, that, and the other. What is the problem?
I think now you are opening the Pandora box.
Share with us.
Yeah, we are currently importing. I think
maize grain.
Maize grain. The issues which were there, I think they were sorted out after a dialogue. And so far, we don't have issues with that. Yeah.
Can stakeholders confirm that? The exporters, I think we can clap for that if that has been done, but we'll get confirmation. Now, coming to Kenya, AFA, you recently introduced new fees, new rates for exporting, for importing. So that sends a very mixed signal in the context of EAC, and even because he explained common external tariff and all that, I think one of us here very well. So what's happening? What's the rationale for this? Have you now put the reverse gear? Now you don't want trade to happen, AFA?
Yeah, thank you very much, the moderator. Yeah, actually, when I was just sitting there and my colleague showed me the Gazette, the public notice, and another one asked me a question, why do you call your president Zakayo? But I've learned one thing, that as you grow up, you get names. I've also been called Wachana. Wachana, I think, Mr. Wanyama, Wanjala knows what Wachana means. Actually, my name is Kalistas Kundu Efoko.
Oh, so where did Wachana?
I don't know where they got the Wachana. Wachana is different. But as you grow, you get some names.
New names, like the way Zakayo.
Yes. Okay. So that's really a good question you have asked. That we have introduced, did you call them taxes or duties?
Whatever they are, what we know is that it's money. You know, money has different names depending on what's happening with the money.
Yeah, actually, these are levies.
Yes.
They are levies that were not really introduced, but through public participation in 2018-2019, the stakeholders, I don't know whether anyone of them is here, agreed on those levies, because, as you know, Agriculture and Food Authority was established in 2013, and the Crops Act. So the Crops Act had set out some levies that were existing in other authorities by then, where we had a sugar board, we had coffee board, we had a tea board, we had Horticultural Crops Development Authority, we had Cotton Development Authority, we had Sisal Board of Kenya, we had Coconut Development Authority. All these had levies before the merger into AFA. So the Crops Act put into consideration those ones, and I know Crops Act took a very long time to develop, from 2009 all the way to 2013. So there's a lot of public participation. However, during the establishment of the Act, the AFA Act, and to materialize the Crops Act, it took a very long time for us to write the regulations. So the regulations were written in 2019, the food crops regulations, where I work. And the Crops Act had given us a ceiling of 4% for exports. But through the public participation, the stakeholders actually said that's too high. Let's put at 2%. And for imports, let's put at for imports let's put at 2%, and for exports let's put at 0.3%. That was agreed in 2019, and before we effected the regulations, there was COVID-19, so it was shelved. So it's not something new. After now the COVID, we have just revived what had stopped.
Okay.
And these were just in good faith to develop the industry.
Yeah.
As you know, food crops was an industry, just like what my sister from Tanzania said, that there were no rules. Production of maize, wheat, sorghum, pulses, you could do whatever you want with it, sell whoever you want to, and do whatever you want. But now we introduce these regulations just to make it sound and make business real business. And that's why we came up with those regulations.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. So it's a matter of now us as stakeholders going back in memory and trying to remember. But like you put it very well, that the boards, the crop boards, the previous boards that were disbanded and AFA was formed, those boards did put forward levies,
yes,
and they were actually collecting them.
Yeah, they were collecting levies.
And that's where we are coming from.
Yes, please.
Okay, and from some of the feedback we are getting from stakeholders is that we would like a process where those levies don't go into the consolidated fund. They probably have a framework where the stakeholders have a say in the utilization, and that they actually get to be used to develop the actual crops. So we'll be engaging with you further from the stakeholders in Kenya, as we see how best to address and have a meeting point. So stakeholders now, members from the floor, any questions to our government who have very, very eloquently and ably given us a lot of information, a lot of input. So I see one question here from Matthew, so your question 1, question 2, Anthony, question 3 from Uganda, my brother there. So I see only 3 questions. Any other? And question 4 from Christopher there. Okay, let's start in that order. Where's the microphone? Very quickly, so that we can try and respond, as we also appreciate the panelists who have really engaged us very well and very honestly. Really much appreciated. Proceed.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the panelists. I think they are very good points from the public sector or from government. And I just have 2 questions, actually. I'm just trying to summarize the 2 questions. The first question is to all of them, and they don't need to respond each of them, but maybe one of them can summarize. The question is, how can the public sector or the governments, the respective governments, and the private sector, who are the business people, the SMEs, or how have they come together to set up a forum that can then be able to be used to sort out some of these challenges and constraints that undermine their trade? Because I think it's easy to talk about that we have opened the border, we have reduced the levies, we have increased the taxes, or we have even sorted the roads and the logistics. But I can tell you, if I leave today to go to Zambia to buy maize and take to Kenya, the reality is different. So the question is whether any of the respective governments or with the private sector have come together to set up a forum, and which forum is that? Or can that be done, and which forum can that shape, can take that, I mean, which shape can that take in terms of just being responsive to private sector challenges? So that's a general question to all of us, including the stakeholder, I mean the panelists. The second and last question is about, now that can be combined between Zambia, DRC. I've been to Kasumbaleza, and I heard one of them mention that. And one of the biggest challenges that we have between DRC and Zambia is that border, where you realize that a lot of minerals are going out of DRC to Zambia, and therefore to South Africa, and I think out of Africa. And there's a lot of food products that's coming from Zambia into DRC. About 90% of the products are actually around food and food products. But then one of the challenges that we realized is that there's a very long queue of trucks bringing in or out different products. And the public sector, which is the government, on both sides, has not taken steps in terms of just facilitating quicker clearance, and therefore that has added a lot of, in terms of the cost of doing business. So the question is whether any of the two governments, or jointly, any of the two governments is doing anything to be able to facilitate trade between the two countries in terms of just shortening the time that it takes to clear goods so that we can have quicker, faster cross-border trade. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Matthews from Trademark Africa. Number 2 was Anthony. Make it quick.
Mine is to DG Irene. I wish to ask her whether maybe a company from Kenya can be able to register with the Tanzanian exchange, commodity exchange. Whether a company from Kenya, like now, for example, my company, I can be able to register with the Tanzanian Commodity Exchange. The other one is because she has done a lot. Their organization now, the corporate now, the organization have done a lot. Whether they can be able to unlock maybe the warehouse receipt system, where we can now be able to incorporate a bank from Kenya. We can be able to buy a commodity. They can be able to assure us, and we can be able to get a bank from Kenya, where we can be able to get commodities right from their exchange. Thank you.
Very good question. Thank you very much. Number 2. Number 3 was from Uganda. Tell us your name and organization. Number 3.
Thank you. To address you while seated, because it's a bit difficult to hold this microphone.
Right, proceed.
So thank you, moderator. My name is Andorere Cleopas. I come from Uganda in the Department of External Trade, in the Ministry of Trade. I head the External Trade Department. Moderator, I've been taking a lot of notes. If I attempted to ask you all the questions on this list, we might not live here, so let me concentrate on just a few.
Yes.
And the first one would want to go to my brother from Kenya regarding the charges, the different charges. I will be specific on grain in this case. I don't want to open another Pandora box in other areas. What would be your take, sir, regarding the spirit of the integration vis-a-vis EAC, COMESA, African Continental Free Trade Area, and all the other negotiations we involve ourselves in to make trade happen. I usually like to quote moderator a statement that was made by the former Director General of the World Trade Organization. His name was Pascal Lamy. He said that governments make trade possible by negotiating agreements, taking time, going into all of these FTAs and others, but it's the private sector that make trade happen. So I would need to know from my brother from Kenya, if we keep placing those kinds of duties, regardless of what you would want to call them, as Mr. Masira said, the effect on the private sector is the same. It doesn't matter fee or a customs duty or a fee, the private sector must pay for that amount. So it doesn't matter, because he has to dig or she in the pocket. So what is your take on the spirit of the general integration we are looking towards? The other one, Mr. Moderator, is on the standardization. Perhaps this can be responded to by the people from our standards body. We have had an act specifically for EAC, if I'm to mention the EAC one, which has been in existence for quite a while. And yet, every other time, the non-tariff barriers that manifest themselves, especially in agriculture products, are on issues to do with standards. SPS, SPS, SPS. What is it that we are not doing well? Personally, I have attended meetings in dozens on mutual recognition agreements, on proficient tests, very high-sounding scientific words. And yet, for some reason, they are not delivering any result. What is it, sir? Ladies and gentlemen, that you, the private sector, are not doing in the trade for grain, that the SPS must keep rearing its head and stopping you from trading among us and between ourselves. Mr. Moderator, I would also, this one perhaps would go to you, since you are the...
I'm not a panelist.
No. Broadly speaking.
Okay, proceed.
Because I know that at the multilateral level,
yes,
we have had discussions, so many discussions with our trading partners. At the multilateral level, to do with the subsidies and all that of some countries who the things they do in their country has a direct impact of distorting trade within our economies. At times, they come forward and say, no, we are giving you food aid because you have no food security, but has got a direct impact by distorting the trade we have in our countries. So, Mr. Moderator, you as the head of the EAGC, what have you been doing to ensure that what the African countries and other countries are negotiating at the multilateral level to try and reduce the subsidies that some of these countries are giving so that we can compete in the agriculture sector where we have a competitive advantage? What are you doing, sir, towards that arrangement?
Wow.
On that area, sir, I still have a few questions for you, sir. There are some regulations which are standards. They are private by nature. They sit in the Europe, in their councils, they negotiate them, and they bring them here. They have got an impact on the trade we do in our countries. I can mention quickly a few. The EU deforestation regulation, they have an impact on how you are going to produce your goods and how you are going. The seed, the corporate and due diligence, child labor, discrimination, and all that. What is our role? Because you may look at them as if they are downstream, upstream, but they affect the downstream trade, how we do our trade. So at what stage will we discuss these ones, or must we only discuss the NTBs we meet along the way? who is not doing the standards. What about the production level? Our small farmers. What is the impact, sir, or ladies and gentlemen? So I think we also need to look at the global, the whole value chain. We cannot afford to only look at the downstream, at the storage, at the warehousing, at the trade financing. We must look at the entire value chain from production, as someone earlier said, from farm to fork. As I said earlier, I have quite a number. Maybe I will get an opportunity.
We take those ones. Thank you very much.
I will get an opportunity, if you allow me tomorrow on the panel, to ask you a few more questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Keep them warming. We'll take them. Right, thank you. A clap for him. I think he's really been digesting. Then the last question is from Christopher at the back there. Oh, there's one more hand. So Christopher, and then please introduce yourself, your organization, and give us a question quickly. Then we'll get the last one there. We'll respond so that we can catch up on time. Yes, Christopher, proceed.
I'm Mr. Christopher Wahi from Nairobi. My company name is Nemua Cereal General Stores, and also representing an organization called Nairobi Grain Traders Association. Okay, first of all, thank you for providing this opportunity. And for the panelists, my question is addressed to AFA. There is the recent regulations for the increase of levies at the border points on grain. On the letter, it clearly states that only the authority and the county government were consulted. Yet you're saying that you consulted all the public participants. That is EAGC, Kenya Association of Manufacturers, Nairobi Grain Traders. All of us were not included on the meetings that led to this. Also, our constitution provides for public participation. How comes such an increase can happen without actually providing a platform to all the stakeholders? Thank you.
Thank you very much. There was one last question there, yes. Oh, there's another one. Okay, go on. Make it quick so that we can catch up on time. Proceed.
Merci beaucoup. Monsieur Jean Ragui, je suis là pour GDR, en provenance de la RDC. Oui, j'étais en train de saluer les grands progrès observés au niveau des régulations au poste de Kasumbalesa, qui me paraît vraiment un ouf de soulagement, car dans le contexte actuel économiquement pour notre pays, ça constitue une décision à effet d'entraînement multiplicateur, d'autant plus que ça permet la réduction des prix des céréales sur le marché, et la population qui en est consommatrice, je crois, doit se sentir vraiment apaisée. Et j'avais une préoccupation que je constitue ou je formule sous forme d'une suggestion. S'il y aurait possibilité ou une décision additionnelle de pouvoir élargir ce streamlining en régulation sur toute l'étendue de la République, d'autant plus que l'uniformisation des régulations fiscales doivent être vraiment ou doit se passer d'une manière équitable. Donc, pour toute la population, il doit y avoir cette accessibilité ou ces mêmes bénéfices, d'autant pour ceux de Kasumbalesa que ceux de Goma. À titre d'exemple, Goma est en zone vraiment de plus grands besoins de politiques fiscales appropriées et adaptées au contexte pour permettre l'accessibilité au marché céréalier à un prix un peu inférieur ou adapté à l'équilibre financier de la population. Et s'il faut appliquer les mêmes politiques ou les mêmes régulations que Kasumbalesa à Goma, Ça sera une très bonne chose. J'avais une suggestion aussi ou une recommandation pour les pays en lien commerciaux avec la RDC de faire la même chose. Donc, d'accorder une exemption fiscale à l'exportation qu'à l'importation. Et cela allant vers l'idéal d'un libre commerce pour toute la sous-région. Voilà, merci beaucoup. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. I think we are done with the questions. We can, there's someone there. Make it quick, yes. Press them and then you can talk. Give us your name, your organization, and give us your question quickly. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Sabsevizwir from Soreti International Trading, Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. I'm Chief Advisor to CEO. Maybe first of all, I would like to thank for the panelists for their nice presentations of the experiences. Saying that I'll directly go 2 questions I have for them. One is when I try to hear there are 2 very best practices are by each countries are presented. I can hear. What are the efforts to harmonize this one, to scale up? For instance, between 2 countries I have heard, between 3 countries and others. What are the best approach they are going to adopt to scale up to the regional levels of these best practices so that to what is expected from these trade agencies to simplify, modernize, as well as harmonize trade procedures, trade processes among the countries involved in for the trade communities to be ease of doing the businesses. Even we can see 2 observations. This harmonization can work in 2 ways. One, within the country itself, for the private sectors who are engaged in the business, to be compatible with the next neighboring countries. And again, between the countries, what are the efforts to be done from these regional countries should be presented. That's why I'm asking in these areas. Thank you very much.
Very good question. Thank you very much. So now we can go back to the panelists and get a response and a parting shot so that we can close the panel. I think from the questions, that's evidence that people are listening to you. Because if they were not listening, they would not have given us such kind of questions. And so we'll start with Afa. Pick the question you have to answer very quickly and give us a parting shot.
Thank you very much. I would like to take the first question on charges on grains vis-a-vis East African integration. One thing that I would like us to know is that Kenya as a country, we normally charge levies on even domestic products. It's not that we are levying external products only, because in the country we have says that all the products, sugarcane and all these other products, tea, people normally pay cess. So by coming up with these levies, it's not that we are restricting any trade, but it is something that was consultatively passed, because I'll combine this question with the Kenyan who asked that the notice was talking of only the county governments, but the notice was very clear that AFA, in consultation with the Ministry of Agriculture and other relevant stakeholders, that means all the stakeholders, Cereal Mill Association, the growers, cereal growers, all these people were involved. It's one that the thing was several years ago, more than 7 years actually, so people have forgotten what they did. But the truth be told, that these regulations, for them to go through the parliament and to be passed by the parliament in 2019, they had gone through public participation as the Kenyan constitution requires. So it was actually a rigorous thing. It was just done over one night. The notice was only coming in force. Otherwise, the regulations were passed in 2019, not this year. So I would like to go on record that these are not new regulations. They have been there. Tea has been paying, horticulture has been paying, and all other directorates. Only the food crops actually has not been charging levies. But it's something that maybe you can look at it again. We go back to our history and check what we did 2017, 2018, 2019 for us to now say that we are not actually did not participate.
Good.
Then,
Your parting shot?
The parting shot, I would like to say that
particularly in response to the question from Ethiopia, the last question, I think it was to all of us. How do we harmonize, simplify, modernize, harmonize these trade processes and make them compatible across the borders? In a parting shot, 1-2 words.
Yeah, as East African community and COMESA region, we meet. Unfortunately, we've not been meeting private sector. We have ARSO, standardization. We have TBT, committees. Please, this time round, we have development partners in the house. Kindly consider the private sector on board so that when you go there, we leave that room with one language.
And that's a question also that came from Matthew. He asked, you as private sector, public sector agencies, have you been in any way having a forum or a way where you engage with your clients who are the actual people who make trade happen? Do you have a structured forum, format, way or is it something we should think about?
Actually, we are meeting. Unfortunately, it's on a need basis. I know in Kenya, AFA, we have been meeting all our stakeholders, especially the wheat growers. We have always with them, the Cereal Millers Association, Cereal Growers Association, those two people, those three organizations we have always been meeting, but unfortunately it has been on need basis. So maybe way forward, we reschedule our meetings so that they are really known that in the month of August, we are meeting all the stakeholders to discuss matters trade.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Matthew, the answer to your question is that they accept that there's need to create a forum to engage in the businesses in facilitating trade. Malawi, give us respond to whichever question you want or the general ones, and give us your parting shot.
I think I would try to respond to the issue of subsidy because we have it back home.
Yes.
So I can't hide here. I think the issue of subsidy, it's a bit tricky because I think it depends, it goes at country level. I don't think we have subsidies that cutters across a region. So like in Malawi, we have a a support program which targets to make sure that farmers access affordable farm inputs. And the objective is to make sure that as a country, we should be secured both food and nutrition. If that happens, then we are home and dry. And this is why I think at several points, we are able to produce surplus and we are able to export. And in that case, it means the business community benefited. But it's the opposite now, because in most cases, you should expect both negative and positives. So for government, I think that's the objective. We benefit. But on your side, I think it becomes an issue. I should also mention to say these farm inputs, it's not all of them. It only targets for the production side. When it comes to post-harvest, we don't have. We used to have, but I think it was scraped off. So if we had on post-harvest, it would be a plus because we might reduce the losses that we incur during the post-harvest chain. So yes, I think we should be looking from all angles.
Your parting shot?
Finally, I think from this forum,
yes,
I think it should be a recommendation to say we need a forum that will engage these region bodies,
yes,
so that we are able to forge ahead.
Sure.
But as it is, I think it's still sketchy. Thank you.
Very well taken. Thank you very much. And next speaker from Zambia, respond to any question, and then give us your parting shot.
Okay, thanks, Chair. I think from Zambia, I think we had 2 questions. I'll respond to the one relating to forums, the public and private sector. Then I think my colleague from Ministry of Commerce will respond to the Kasumbalesa one. Then Dr. Mainza will respond to the question that you had asked earlier on cancellation of those tenders.
Yes.
I think that one was not addressed.
Yeah.
Yeah. So in terms of forums, I think public sector meet, I'd say those we actually do have them locally. We do engage, but I think they are sector specific. I'll give you an example. The sector which is involved in exports of fresh produce, for instance, cut flowers, vegetables, fruits, and those things, we do engage and meet as and when there are issues to be discussed, showing their new regulations, like the ones that the EU recently issued, which are supposed to come into effect sometime next year, I think around March, on the first quarterly month. So we actually had a meeting this past week to try and engage and see how those regulations are going to impact them and what we need to do before that time comes to avoid interruptions in terms of them exporting. Another one I can give as an example is the guys who import fruits and vegetables from within the region, East Africa. I think the Zambia Fruit and Vegetable Association. We usually engage them. I think they're the most that we engage a lot because they are made up of a lot of players who, in inverted commas, who have not really gone to school, but they're just traders who believe in, I just need to bring in and I make money. And those are the ones that we actually usually have a lot of challenges with, because it takes a bit of time for them to understand certain systems and why certain regulations are in place. And they're the ones who actually involved a lot in smuggling issues. So those, I think we've been engaging with them a lot, when there are pronouncements of new pests being reported, like the case of South Africa, where they reported the pepperine spot virus in potatoes. We actually had to engage the sector, including the Zambia National Farmers Union, to see how we can still facilitate the importation of seed potato especially. Other than that, I think from the national level, there are forums such as, I think, the Stock Monitoring Committee, where we have the Grain Traders Association, private sector, and I think that one is chaired by the private sector, if I'm not mistaken. But by the PS, yes. But we have the private sector heavily involved in that one. So it's an issue where it's not the government saying we want to do this, but it's always a consultative process. I hope I've responded adequately. But before I do that, you had asked about the GMO issue.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I forgot to comment on that.
Yes.
There is, it's a different agency that regulates issues to do with GMO, which is the National Biosafety Authority. We've taken note, we engage them, but I also want to mention that before we developed those modalities, we had several bilateral engagements with the National Plant Protection Organization of Tanzania, the Plant Health Authority, and we agreed on those modalities, and they agreed.
They agreed
and
to
said
GMO.
They agreed on those modalities that they will comply. Whatever they were not comfortable with, they raised those issues, and one of them I think should have been containerized trucks, which of course we dropped that one, but we said consignments have to come with a test certificate to prove that
Yes.
that maize is actually free from maize lethal necrosis.
Okay.
So whatever we do, the regulations that we put in place as a
Mm.
National Plant Protection Organization, it's always a consultative process. The
Okay.
industry itself, as
Okay.
well as our trading partner, which is actually involved
Yes.
bilaterally.
Okay.
And we've actually found that that works best because when you agree, you're able to comply. And I just want to urge the private sector. You know, there are times when they are having challenges trade-wise. Others, they'll give up, which is not a good thing in my opinion. But the best is to engage the competent authority, to engage at country to country, bilateral, yeah, so that those issues are sorted at that level, and then they get to benefit from what has been discussed. Allow me to just ask
Sure,
my
yes.
colleagues to respond to those two
Please.
issues.
Yeah, respond to-
Mamina?
Thank you very much. I'll be quick. And I'll speak to the issue of the efforts that are being made to ensure that there's no traffic at Kasumbalesa. So I can assure the meeting that a lot of efforts are being made, and bilaterally, but also at regional level, because we realize that that particular border, it's critical to the region, not just the two countries, but the region. And as such, I think about 2 months ago, we had the regional meeting that was hosted in Kinshasa to try and see how decisions that have been made previously by various ministers, including those from Home Affairs, those responsible for security, trade, infrastructure, can be implemented. And I think some instrument has been signed. It's in the process of being signed between DRC and Zambia, representing the other SADC members. So in a nutshell, that's the assurance that we can give, that a lot of efforts are being made to ensure that that border, which is busy, is as efficient as possible. On the Zambian side, a lot of investments are being made, roads, the border infrastructure itself, even the systems between the two countries. We are negotiating so that they can be harmonized and simplified as much as possible. I submit, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you very much. Well taken. Then the other response from the ministry. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think my task is to respond to the that tender which was cancelled even after an advert. Well, this one is straightforward, I think. It's something that actually speaks to the cost. You know, we realized that even after running that advert, but then there were some private engagements that were happening between the government of Zambia and the Republic of Tanzania. So the pricing costs actually between B2G and G2G were not actually speaking. Yeah, you may find that the G2G actually was making more sense. So sorry to use that, but G2G was making more sense as compared to the B2G. So then I think whatever could have transpired at the apex level then led to the cancellation of that tender, and then we had to build more talks towards G2G business. And I think this is the one that has actually materialized, despite having a percentage of B2G as well within there.
Okay.
Yeah. Would you allow me? I kept raising my hand, Mr.
Yes,
Moderator.
sorry, I didn't see.
Yeah,
Yes,
then
please.
I wanted to ask you also, looking at what had actually, all the panelists had spoken and mentioned, I wanted to request or maybe ask you that, do you at some point then also engage the high-level delegates other than from directorate, the business individuals or companies, where you bring these people and then speak with
So at
them?
PS minister level?
Yeah, going to
president?
especially, not even reaching the president, but even just at ministerial level. Because I feel sometimes we could speak as directors here, speak as with the business, circles. But when we get there, yes, we are in situations where sometimes, we have to be advisors to the PSAs or the honorable ministers.
but sometimes you tend to be advised. You advise and then you are re-advised. So sometimes it's better you sit with them, you are there, you speak, so that, you know, there's an issue of, you know, talking is one thing, implementation is another. I submit.
The most important thing that we've been doing is just engaging with the people that we're supposed to be facilitating and opening trade. So we have had quite a number of engagement with our different stakeholders, not only at an Apex association levels or traders themselves, buyers and all other stakeholders within the value chain, but we found ourselves having to engage heavily within the regions as well as local government authority level. Why? Because inherently, because of not having this body operationalized, then a majority of these decisions in terms of any decisions around the crops that we are now putting under our umbrella was being done at that level. So we do intensively engage at a regional level and sometimes district levels to ensure that we are aligning and finding a way forward. But what I really like is the challenge that we should formalize. It becomes like some sort of it doesn't happen maybe on a need basis. It should be something that we do in a more structured way, more than whatever we're doing right now, and I think we're taking that one very positively. There was a specific from Kenya register and be able to participate in the commodity exchange. That is basically what we want. I mean, we want to open trade. So we are saying we are not only supporting those traders that are in Tanzania, not having to travel to different locations, but also anyone who is anywhere in the world to actually, we are opening Tanzania for trade. But you would need to actually register with COPRA. And yes, because it is a foreign company, there are specific sort of criteria and requirement that you need to actually be able to comply with the Business Registration Authority. But you can be facilitated and be able to allow you to trade in Tanzania, and sometimes working with a Tanzanian counterpart. These are all things that we're welcoming. We've really seen such a positive response. For example, in the sesame season alone, within a short period of time of less than 1.5 months, we've seen over 150,000 metric tons being traded over the commodity exchange. And all of that is happening in a very transparent manner. We are being able to track and see that the funds are going all the way to the farmer. They're going all the way to the system. The government is getting its levies. I mean, it is really has been a transformative sort of a process. And we're seeing demands on the ground. So we have sesame that is fully automated. We're seeing cocoa fully automated, and the prices are actually behaving quite well. Soya, we've started in the Ruvuma region. Red beans, very soon is going to start in Morogoro. And pigeon peas season is also going to be starting in August. So there's a lot of push from our stakeholders wanting to also see that they participate in these new marketing structures. Can we unlock warehouse receipt system for a bank in Kenya? One thing I can tell you, that on behalf of the warehouse receipt regulatory body who we work very closely with, I know that we already have collateral managers. In addition to them just trading within the the system, the TMX system, commodity exchange, but the collateral managers, international companies already setting up in Tanzania. They're working with certain banks now. Can a foreign bank be able to work with them directly? That's a question that I need to investigate and give you an answer, but I just know that local banks are already doing multiple arrangements via those collateral managers. Yeah, I think that's, and my part in short is engagement. I am pro-engagement. I think we have to change a perception. Many a times people look at, when I introduce myself from a regulatory authority, then, people shy away, then they actually feel like you are there to actually limit. But really, I think the role of a government is actually just to find ways in which we can open business, but of course in a responsible way, in a sustainable way, and ensuring that it is something that is actually building and not breaking. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Very well taken. DRC, respond to any question and give us your parting shot.
Merci beaucoup. Je réponds à cette question qui a été posée parce qu'il a été dit qu'il y avait 90% des produits agricoles qui venaient de la Zambie vers la RDC. Et là, ça nous conduit de rappeler un peu la notion de l'origine des marchandises. Parce que là, c'est très intéressant que nous puissions le savoir, que l'origine des marchandises, pour dire que telle marchandise est l'origine de tel pays, il y a des mécanismes à mettre en place pour ça. C'est-à-dire, on peut obtenir une marchandise dans un pays qui ne peut pas totalement, on ne peut pas déterminer l'origine par là. Et le régime des récoltes que nous sommes en train d'appliquer est subdivisé en deux parties. Nous avons les produits décrits et les produits manufacturés. C'est ce que nous devrions aussi savoir par là, que jusqu'à présent, la RDC est dans la phase d'application de ces régimes-là, mais plus dans la phase des produits décrits. Les produits décrits, Mais pour les produits manufacturés, ça nécessite une étude parce qu'on doit savoir si réellement les produits qui viennent peut-être d'un pays membre de l'organisation de cette association est capable de produire cela. Donc, pour qu'une marchandise soit originaire d'un pays comme ça, il faut une transformation substantielle. Et le changement de l'emballage d'une marchandise dans un État ne donne pas lié, enfin qu'on puisse dire que ces produits-là de la nationalité de ces pays. Donc nous avons constaté aussi que certains pays échangent des emballages et puis ils disent que c'est eux qui sont originaux, donc les producteurs de ces produits-là, c'est ce qui est très dangereux. Ce sont des choses qu'on doit dire ça clairement ici, afin que lorsque nous allons quitter ici et que nous rentrons chez nous, chacun est dans son pays, qui ne change pas les emballages des marchandises d'outre-mer et qu'ils disent que c'est lui qui est producteur. Voilà. Il fallait aussi que nous parlions de mesures, hein, certaines mesures de restriction et de mesures de prohibition, parce qu'une question a été soulevée dans ce sens-là, dans la salle, et c'est une question très importante, parce que ces mesures-là, que nous appelons mesures de restriction ou de prohibition, qui constituent ce qu'on appelle barrières non tarifaires, ces mesures ont un caractère d'abord temporaire. On prend ça toujours pour un délai. Mais en fait, comment la législation congolaise a répondu à cette question pour permettre enfin que les marchandises qui traversent les frontières peuvent contourner les mesures de prohibition et des restrictions. Nous pouvons prendre un exemple de l'entrepôt de douane. L'entrepôt de douane est un lieu de stockage de marchandises. Alors, nous le savons, tous les pays membres de l'OMD et de l'OMC savent très bien que l'entrepôt de douane est de deux sortes. Nous avons l'entrepôt de douane public et l'entrepôt de douane privé. L'avantage qui est là, c'est que la législation congolaise a prévu enfin que lorsque la marchandise se trouve dans un entrepôt de douane publique, les délais de stockage c'est d'une année et avec possibilité de prorogation. Et si c'est dans un entrepôt de douane privé, les délais c'est 3 ans avec une possibilité de prorogation. Dès lors que la marchandise se trouve dans un entrepôt de douane public ou l'entrepôt de douane privé, ces marchandises-là sont considérées comme à l'extérieur du pays. Si c'est une marchandise d'origine tanzanienne, nous sommes en Tanzanie, et qui est entrée sur le territoire congolais et qui se trouve dans un entrepôt, c'est-à-dire la marchandise là continue à demeurer sur le territoire tanzanien tout en étant en République démocratique du Congo. À ce moment-là, on dit que en fait, les droits et taxes sont suspendus. Malheureusement aussi pour le cadre de cet échange ici, on ne paye pas les droits. On ne paye pas les droits pour les marchandises qui sont éligibles à des régimes de récolte. Mais ce qui est important, c'est que est-ce que les entrepôts répondent aux questions de stockage de ces marchandises-là dans les délais qui peuvent permettre en fait que les délais des mesures de restriction soient passés et qu'on puisse mettre ça en consommation. Donc c'est un peu ça, les gens qui sont dans les commerces, ils doivent le savoir qu'il y a beaucoup de facilités dans la législation douanière, beaucoup de facilités d'ailleurs, pour permettre enfin que lorsqu'il y a une mesure commerciale qui est tombée et qu'en étant dans un lieu de stockage de marchandises à un délai qui est allongé, ça permettrait en fait que ces marchandises-là sortent de l'entrepôt et après la mesure de restrictions ou de prohibitions. Voilà. Je voudrais aussi dire par là que l'exportation des marchandises, tous les produits que nous sommes, les céréales que nous sommes en train de traiter ici, ne payent pas les droits. On ne paye pas les droits en exportant ces produits-là du territoire national de la République démocratique du Congo. Et lorsqu'on parle de la République démocratique du Congo, on devra pas voir la République démocratique du Congo comme la partie qui se trouve à la frontière là où on est. Parce que nous sommes ici, si on est à Goma, on pense que c'est la République démocratique du Congo, mais ce n'est pas totalement ça. on est à Kasumbalesa, on pense que, bon, comme Kasumbalesa, c'est à côté de Zambie, donc c'est ça la République. La République démocratique du Congo devra être considérée comme l'ensemble de ces pays-là, avec surface que nous connaissons, qui a la population que nous connaissons, et les réserves que nous avons, parce que normalement on échange plutôt les réserves, mais on échange parce qu'il faut que la population soit nourrie et les réserves permettent à échanger. Et si c'est ça, donc pour nourrir toute cette population-là et échanger, c'est ce qui permettra afin que la question qui a été posée soit comprise que on produit évidemment en République démocratique du Congo, mais la quantité, peut-être, comme il venait de soulever qu'il y a un peu de faiblesse par rapport à ça, pour que nous puissions échanger, il faut que la quantité que nous produisons permet à nourrir l'ensemble de la population, mais ce qui est réservé là nous permettrait d'échanger avec les autres nations. Donc c'est un peu ça, mais ce n'est pas dit qu'on a croisé les bras. Il y a beaucoup d'efforts au niveau du gouvernement qui est en train de se faire pour trouver la solution à cette situation-là. Ce n'est pas une question d'humiliation où à tout moment on tient à cela, on dit comment on ne fait rien. Donc c'est un peu ça que nous voudrions rappeler par là. Et pour arriver à la fin de cette situation, c'est important que nous le sachions aussi que la paix est importante pour que nous puissions réaliser tout cela. Et nous demandons enfin que l'organisation, comme elle est en train de chercher, enfin que au lieu que vous preniez auprès de votre voisin, mais vous allez prendre de très loin. Pourquoi? Tout cela, il y a des questions de confiance et tout ça, et ce n'est pas bien. L'association est capable de tout faire afin que dans la région, qu'il y ait la paix et que le développement puisse booster. Je vous remercie.
Yes, in the region we need peace, and with peace we can develop. And thank you very much for that submission from the DRC. It was quite spirited. I would not stop you because you were really sharing. Thank you very much. And so our last panelist to respond to any question that was addressed to you and give us your parting shot.
Thank you very much. I think all has been said, but maybe just two small ones.
Mm-hmm.
The first is yesterday on arrival, the first thing I saw in the newspaper was government plans to further boost food reserves.
Yes.
And you see that URT, the president yesterday revealed plans to introduce a food security bond aimed at enabling National Food Reserve Agency to pay farmers fairly and on time, and to make a goal of storing up to at least 3 million tons of food by 2030. So this is a real challenge to all of us. It's an opportunity for all of us to, if we create a forum amongst ourselves, why can't something like this help us back home to create our own buffers of food stocks, such that instances like what happened in Zambia and recently do not happen again. I think that's one thing. Then the second is, and final, my parting word is to see that government provides the best laws and policies such that they're able to allow the private sector to trade favorably. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A big clap for the panelists. We went slightly above the time that we wanted, but you will all agree with me, one of the reasons we wanted to be here is to engage with government and to listen to government and share, get them to respond to us. And I think it's all positive, all very positive. I know my brother from Uganda, you want me to respond to a few other questions. I will not do it now, but to continue engaging as we proceed. But a big thank you again, another clap for the panelists. Done a great job, and I ask you now to join the rest of us and invite our moderator to take us to the next step in the program. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The trade facilitation agencies, I think let's give them another round of applause. Thank you very much. If you allow me, I request that we stand, stretch, and then sit, because we are just about to wind up. And I'm just being reminded that I forgot the group photo. So please, as we are starting to do the stretch, I request the panelists from the trade facilitation agencies, my apologies. I really apologize for making you come back on stage. And as you do that, we'll be doing a quick stretch. So how do we do this? So the photo will continue as we are doing the stretch, because we want to save time and we want to make sure that in the next hour we are out of here for a networking health break and tea and coffees, and then we meet tomorrow. So so we do a quick, so you do what I'm doing, and I hope I'm doing the right thing. So your hands up, and then you, as you're doing it, you breathe in, and then hands down, breathe out. Let's do that again. Hands up as you're breathing in, and then hands down. One last one. Hands up, and then breathe out, hands down. I really hope that you've gotten to stretch a bit, just so that we wind up strong, because we are just about to conclude. And so, as we've heard from the presentations, Arthur, please load the last quick engagement. So as you've heard from the engagement since morning, there's really need for a coordination mechanism to be put in place, because clearly I can hear the industry associations representing the voice of the private sector. They are keen to engage on trade. They are keen to collaborate with government. They are keen to do their part on what is failing on the side of private sector to get business happening. On the side of government, and we'll hear more tomorrow, we are also hearing that government is ready to, for as long as there is surplus, to continue facilitating trade. And one thing that we've emphasized is the need for the borders to remain open. But one thing that we must do together as private sector and public sector is to ensure that there is information which is critical on who has what stocks. Where is this stock of grain, and how is it moving across borders? Because facilitation of grain trade across borders is what we are keen on. So when the government is not clear on where the stocks are, then it becomes difficult to make a decision on whether to facilitate and support the private sector to do business. So food stocks availability, data on evidence of where the grain is will be very critical, and only through a sector platform that can be achieved. So the executive director was to make this presentation, but I will take it up so that we can support him, and so that he can also get to have a glass of water. And thank you very much, Mr. Masila, for that session that you've moderated. And once again, thank you for the trade facilitation agencies for that very engaging session. It was very exciting to hear even a fellow policymaker on the other side asking a question, because it's important that we are all aligned and on the same page. So this is the opportunity where we get to rethink the sector platform. How do we engage as a sector, both public and private sector? And so there are various challenges that the sector is experiencing. And as you can see there on the screen, Arthur, if you can help me with a microphone so that I can also get to see what's on the screen. We have various challenges that we have noted right from this morning. We've seen and we've heard from the industry itself on challenges on the side of input. I'll continue from this production. We've seen and we've had the various challenges that the farmers are experiencing, and majority of our farmers are smallholder, and that accounts for 60 to 70% of the producers or rather 60 to 70% of the production in East Africa. But then these smallholder farmers take 60% of our total population of the farming communities. We have a challenge with regards to the fact that these smallholder farmers will have small quantities of grain, and then there's also a lot that have been said that with regards to grain aggregation, the need to consolidate commodity among the aggregators and the traders, so that then that can access the market in a more organized way. The challenge that we've seen with regards to aggregation is the challenge around capacity building and limited the number of infrastructure that meets the quality for storage of the commodity. Packaging and warehousing and storage of commodity, we've heard from the participants today, and even the study by Yamda, Fred Ogana, the challenge around inappropriate packaging materials and even storage facilities. And this has led to high post-harvest losses, and these have been estimated at 20 and 30%. Looking at transportation, logistics, I couldn't emphasize more. We've heard from the session today, and these slides will be shared with you. I know it's quite blurry, but I hope you're following me. So on transport, we've had the challenges around the inefficiencies along the trading corridors. We've had the challenges on product quality and competitiveness, reducing inefficiency and even inefficient fleet for moving grain from one location to another. Border processes, you've heard even from the panelists, 5 to 6 days of border clearance, and then that takes too long by the time the commodity gets to from point of origin to point of destination. And so you can imagine when just at the border you take 5 to 6 days, that then increases the inefficiencies and delays to even the logistics company service providers. The transporter starts charging more money for the parking fees and for taking too long at the border points waiting for clearance. Delivery of commodity, we've seen and we've had limited market linkages and limited portals for connecting players across different countries. And I think Wambogo from Food Chain Millers brought this point across, and so we've taken note of that as well. Transportation return cargo has been mentioned again, and I think from DR Congo we heard about the opportunity that we need to leverage on with regards to return cargo. But then the challenges there are issues with regards to low levels of intra-regional trade and limited availability of backhaul, and then limited market information to connect foreign trucks to available cargo. So these are challenges that have come out of the discussions today, and we tried to capture as much as possible as the session was ongoing. And so now, there is definitely a need for a sector platform to engage beyond the conversations in this forum. How do we move from here, moving forward? And so the objective of this sector platform initiative would be to establish an engagement mechanism through which private sector players will consistently engage among themselves with government to resolve issues impacting trade. And so moving on, the proposed role of the platform then would be to invigorate and coordinate existing similar initiatives to effectively address sector issues. That's one. Two, identifying emerging sector issues and then providing a platform through which these issues are escalated to the various agencies. And then there is definitely need for evidence-based policy research and analysis to ensure that you use evidence-based data generated from this platform to inform food security response. Second last, this platform will do periodic convenings and then engagement on action-oriented interventions, which will be with regards to the set agenda for this sector platform. The engagement and finally, the proposed sector platform, if you go to the previous slide, Arthur, finally, the engagement, the platform will help to engage and support government, because we've agreed from the discussions today that we have to support the government in the implementation of policies that promote the sector. So as you can see from the first point there on the proposed role of the platform, the expectations is that, and we know that for sure there are existing initiatives. And there is an initiative that we are aware of and we are part of, if you go to the next slide, Arthur. And this platform is called the Food Trade Coalition of Africa, which is already an existing platform, which Eastern Africa Grain Council Trademark Africa, AGRA are part and parcel of, and various other stakeholders. And I don't want to belabor or to preempt what Protas Echesa, the senior policy officer from AGRA, will be taking us through. So I'd like to give this opportunity to Protas Echesa to now take us through one of the existing sector platforms in an initiative that exists. I don't know whether Protas is in the room. Protas, okay, there you are. So Protas will take us through the Food Trade Coalition of Africa as a sector platform that is already engaging with the industry. So then the question is, how do we plug in? How do we collaborate with such an initiative? Are there other initiatives out there? Because for sure, one thing we agree is that we need to have a sector platform as an initiative that needs to be put in place to engage for action-oriented next steps and keeping the conversation active beyond this forum of today. So welcome, Protas Echesa. Arthur, please load the quick slides so that we can have a quick engagement. We shall not have a breakout session, I promise you. We shall have a plenary, and so Protas will be taking it up from here, making the presentation, and then doing the plenary. Welcome, Echesa. A round of applause for Protas.
Thanks, Jacinta. I don't think I'm so energetic like you are. Of course, so I've slowed down in my activities. Thank you for having done half of the job that I was supposed to do in terms of looking at how we need to organize ourselves to be able to deal with some of these issues that we have talked about since morning in terms of issues that affect or impact negatively on how we do our commodity trade in the region, and therefore impacting on food security in general and livelihoods in particular. Now, I think the basis for this discussion has already been provided. As we wait for the slide deck that I prepared, I think it is very, very clear that we have quite a number of issues that we need to deal with in the region. I think we had very damning statistics since morning in terms of looking at the food import bill in the region, looking at the predominance of informal cross-border trade, which from an economic point of view is a sign of market failure, of course. We have seen how the well-intended non-tariff measures normally, when inappropriately applied, they turn into NTBs, and these NTBs are largely in our region, SPS or sanitary phytosanitary measures related. So based on this understanding, AGRA, the unit, the Regional Africa Food Trade and Resilience Unit, in 2019 decided to, based on the issues that we have just talked about, to initiate a platform that could bring together different sets of players from all sorts of wide range of stakeholders to be able to deal with some of these issues. That's just the outline of the discussion. But when we talk about having a prosperous sector or a prosperous Africa, that can only happen when it's driven by very predictable and transparent trade policy environment, as well as a regulatory environment for us to be able to feed our population in the continent. We know very well from what we have heard is that I think we now have enough food in the continent. What makes it a challenge is the distributional aspects of it. And that's why when we decided to come up with this initiative, Food Trade Coalition for Africa, that was the vision, and is still as relevant then, now, as it was then. And the reason has been extremely clear. All these issues we have been discussing in the morning, up to now, issues that we need to be able to deal with in terms of addressing some of these regional food trade challenges in the region, and basically touching on some of the few things that have already been touched on. You need reliable data for evidence-based decision-making. You need to coordinate interventions. We need to engage in terms of to coordinate our investments. We need to have coherent approaches for policy engagement, and also we need to share some lessons. And with all these key stakeholders, the regional economic communities are very critical, governments, key development partners, technical partners, business captains, farm and trader representatives. Next. I think the objectives have already been touched upon. I don't think I want to belabor this point. It is basically those issues that we have been discussing. How do we generate information to support our decision making through research? How do we facilitate engagement between the private sector and governments to be able to address some of the choke points that we have been listening to since morning? How do we support domesticating the regional commitment that countries sign on at country level? These are very, very important issues, but it can only happen if you have a kind of a platform that can be able to support in pushing that. Next. Now, if you look at this case study of Food Trade Coalition for Africa, we set up some kind of a membership criteria, and you can see it is through corporates or organizations, except in very exceptional circumstances, individuals are accepted. It's voluntary, but also these organizations, most of the members are even here. We are supposed to have a focal point of contact within that organization for this organization, as a member of this platform. You can see the kind of membership we have. We have the RECs, we have the technical partners, like the IFPRIs, ANAPRI, and so forth. We have development partners, we have private sector organizations, we have regional initiatives, private sector organizations like EAGC, farmers organizations like EFF and SACAU. We have regional initiatives such as Trademark Africa. We have government ministries, civil society organizations, and everybody else. Next. Those are just examples of some of the members and the kind of expertise and strength they bring on the table in terms of supporting us in opening up the food trade environment. Next. Again, there's nothing to belabor here. These are the things that we have been talking about since morning, and Jacinta has, through her introduction, has touched on some of the things that we need to be looking at in terms of how do we coordinate our messagings to governments, how do we support and coordinate our interventions, how do we coordinate investments in research to generate information and data for the decision making, how do we share information, how do we share good practices. This is what this platform is supposed to serve. Next. Just some element of looking at how we have been operating. We set up some kind of a governance structure of some sort. We have the General Assembly, which is a meeting of all the members, and that serves as an apex decision-making body. Then we have the steering committee, which serves as a board and providing oversight and guidance to the secretariat. AGRA has been acting as a secretariat. up to this point in time, but also we have some sub-coalitions, or what we're calling the thematic working groups, that have come up to deal with the various issues that affect trade. We'll be seeing some of the examples as we move on. This is just to show you the steering committee members that I've talked about. We have quite a few of them. You can see we have a NAPRI, we have EAGC, we have IFPRI, we have AGRA, we have AUC, we have UNECA, we have ETG, and other development partners, including the foundations. Part of the thematic groups or the thematic platforms that I've been talking about, these are just examples. We have the Food and Nutrition Security Data and Market Information platform. This is a platform that we formed around 2020, and we all know what was happening then. Issues around COVID, when most governments were taking knee-jerk reactions to try and protect what they had, but in most cases, those decisions were being made without having a clear background in terms of what they are facing as a country, as a region. So we thought it was important to have a thematic or a platform that required brought people together, different institutions and groups, to be able to come up and see how they can be able to quickly begin to generate data that can support the decision making. And that's how the issue around the regional food balance sheet initiative that is currently implemented by COMESA with the support from AGRA and several analytical partners came up to be able to provide that information. That platform has also done quite some work in terms of research, in terms of studies to support decision making. And you can see the co-chairs of that platform. We have IFPRI, we have ANAPRI. Then we have the logistics and trade corridors, which also came up during that time, 2020. And the reason was then that, and I think is still the issues from what we have just been hearing today in terms of the discussions, that the logistics issues are still extremely critical. That time it was even much more critical, and that's why, again, that platform was being, up to now, is being co-chaired by FAO, Regional Office, and the ETG Farmers Foundation. Next. Then we have women in food trade. We have talked about the prevalence of informal cross-border trade in our regions, and we know that close to over 70% of the participants in that trade are youth and women. So that's a very important platform to take care of the interests of that demographic part of those who are involved in cross-border trade. We have the African Development Bank and Trademark Africa as the co-chairs. Then the issues around food safety and nutrition is another platform that has been operational, and the issues around food safety, I think you will agree with me that there are some of the critical issues that impact on how we do our business in the region. We are also looking at exploring, looking at another platform on the horticulture, what we are calling a horticulture accelerator, COMESA ESC horticulture accelerator. This is just to focus on the development of an inclusive and sustainable horticulture sector in the two sub-regions by promoting regional and international trade in these commodities. Now, I was just giving some of those examples. to show what is already running, even if they are not running effectively, but there is a starting point upon which we can build. This is just to show you that we have what we have been able to achieve so far in terms of convenings, in terms of generating data and information, in terms of public-private policy dialogues which have been held in the region, and just convening thematic learning sessions on specific issues just to exchange information and learn from what is happening. Now, as we think about proceeding with this work, I think it is important just to take note of some of the issues that we have experienced and some of the issues that we need probably as a group to begin to address on how to make some of these platforms more effective so that they can be able to deliver on their mandates. One of the challenges we have faced is that we have been operating without very clear targets, without clear milestones, without clear indicators, so it becomes extremely difficult to be able to know whether you are making progress or otherwise. Two, the Secretariat has been based at Agra. It is not a full-time Secretariat. It is just part-time Secretariat to support the activities of these initiatives. And that has been partly because of issues around funding. Even as we think about strengthening and building on this through the stakeholders who are here, I think this would be some of the very, very critical issues to think about. And three, we need to think about a very clear engagement framework within what we are calling engagement champions, those who facilitate, who fight for the issues that open up trade. Those are the people or institutions we call champions. How they interact among themselves, but also how they interact with the other stakeholders, especially governments. When we set up this, I think the ambition and the end game was that each of these members, because of different strength and resources they bring on board, that they would be able to bring up, to take upon themselves and lead certain thematic areas, provide resources for studies, just basically pick an issue within the platform itself so that they can be able to drive the overall initiative forward. But this has been one of the biggest weaknesses, because then what has been happening is that without Agra, then you get nothing happening. And I think this is a good forum to try and awaken this, reinvigorate how members, who some of them are here, be able to take up certain responsibilities and run with that. There has been also lack of collaboration framework, despite a desire to increase the memberships as well as the champions. And also, there has been no clear framework in terms of how we engage with other platforms or groups moving forward. And lastly, one of the lessons that we are learning is that without really dedicated staff to be able to deal with these issues on a day-to-day operations, then you may not end up having a clear platform. So these challenges will form part of the issues that we need to think through as a team and probably come up with suggestions on how we can be able to deal with that. And I think what I'm calling opportunities here is that I think we need these platforms more now than even before, and the reasons are that we are now beginning to have emerging shocks as well as increasing the frequency of the other shocks that we have always known. We have known climate change has been with us for a while, but issues like Russia-Ukraine crisis, issues around COVID, these are issues that nobody ever dreamt about. So because of these things will keep coming up, I think the work for these platforms is well cut out because this is not going to end. The second issue is that once we have these shocks, there will always be food crisis, but we need then to be able to deal with the issues around, for example, knee-jerk reactions by governments in terms of instituting measures that are not free market compliant, so to speak. So we need these kind of platforms to continuously engage because of these issues. We also need these kind of platforms to be able to promote some of these critical initiatives in the region. For example, I've talked about a regional food balance sheet initiative that is currently being run by COMESA. To be able to have a successful regional food balance sheet, we need clear support from governments, especially in terms of providing information, from analytical service providers, and so forth, so that you can continuously generate information that can be used for. We have talked about issues of retesting commodities that have already been tested by trading partners. We're also running an initiative called Mutual Recognition Agreements, which is basically an initiative that is aimed at facilitating market access within the region. It looks as, it reduces retesting of commodities, because I think for those who are conversant with the WTO SPS measures, issues around equivalence and mutually, you recognize your trading partner's ability to do tests or inspections and certifications that you believe in the system so that you don't have to redo that. That in itself is able to reduce the costs and even the time spent at the borders. So this is one of the initiatives that we are running at AGRA, but it requires countries to support and trade in the region. We also need to think about strategic evidence generation for policy decision making. I think, as I said, the regional food balance sheet is one of the initiatives we have. We also have an initiative around market information system that covers quite a few countries in the region. Now, I think what we see at the moment and what we have already seen from this morning is that I think the issue around data and information, agricultural data systems, is really key. Issues around food safety and the measures that are applied, which, like I said, if non-tariff measures are not appropriately applied, then they turn into non-tariff barriers. And SPS is always given as a good example of the very necessary measures that are wrongly applied, then they turn into NTBs. We need to increase and support some of these initiatives that will support us in terms of making decisions as we try to have a free trade area in the region, and as well as focusing on the issues around our understanding of the challenges around the African continental free trade area, which is touted as one of the highly potential trade instrument that is likely to support countries achieve the aspirations that they have in terms of a continent that is able to freely trade with itself. So as I end my discussion this evening, next. So these are some of the things that I said I think we need to think through. How do we set targets, indicators for this platform that we are talking about? How do we have effective membership participations in the activities? Issues to do with the secretariat, for example, the question we're asking ourselves, should AGRA continue, for example, to be the host organization for the secretariat, or any other organization can be able to take up this responsibility? And these are things that we have always discussed within the steering committees, steering committee meetings, as well as the General Assembly. And again, the question you ask yourself, with this kind of platforms, you also do we need to have quite a number of organs, like the General Assembly? Is it really necessary? I think these are the questions that we need to ask ourselves. How do we, what kind of engagement platform, framework can we be able to have around so that we are able to have very clear engagement plans between different stakeholders and even within the coalition itself? I think these are, for me, these are pertinent issues that we cannot just be talking about. Let's set up platforms without thinking broadly in terms of what it requires, what it means to be able for that platform to deliver on its mandate. I beg to stop here and hand over to EAGC, or is it Matthews?
Thank you, Protas. I think if you can just go back to the question, please. I think time is really gone. We are struggling to catch up to today's session. And what we are doing was supposed to be the last session, which should have ended at 5 p.m., but then this is around 6. And these are the questions, colleagues. What we want to do is just to basically go through them very quickly. And we are not going to break into groups. We are not going to have group discussion. But we just want to have a very innovative way of getting responses from you guys. So my question is that please, where you are, just pick your pen and your piece of paper. I'll request our colleagues from EAGC to just move around to be picking the answers so that we all start answering question 1. And if you can spend 2 minutes, you realize that within just the next 10, 12 minutes, we should be through with the number 6. So question 1 is about governance, I think. Overall governance issues, including hosting of the Secretariat of the Food Trade Coalition of Africa, and the thematic groups or thematic platforms. I think you have seen the structure where the General Assembly, there's thematic groups, there's the Secretariat, and the rest. So we need to relook at the governance and just put down your suggestions in terms of how you think that can be structured. If we get an opportunity tomorrow, we can be able to go through your suggestions. But just write down question 1. How do we structure the overall governance, including the hosting of the Secretariat? So far, AGRA has been hosting the Secretariat. But I think they're pleading that other platform members can come forward, and host. Can we have it rotational among the members? Can we have like 1 year is based within Trademark Africa, the next year EAGC, the other year at USID, the other year maybe at AGRA again? Can we have that kind of arrangement? And just around how can we structure the the governance, the management, and how then the management can support the secretariat. So just your answers, please, on number 1. Let me keep quiet for a minute so that you can just finish. And then let's have somebody from EAGC to just move from every table to collect number 1 answers. Then you go to number 2. The moment you finish, just raise your hand. Somebody will pick your paper, which will then indicate your answers, your responses to question 1. Just write question 1, then your answers, bullets. Issues on number 1, bullets, quickly. What are governance issues? What are management issues?
Excuse me. By this side.
Somebody wants to speak, yes?
Yes, thank you. Do we have to write our names?
No, just your suggestion,
Just
bullets.
our answers.
Answers.
Yes, thank you.
We shall summarize all those into some prose.
Yes, good.
Thanks. No need for names, no need even for questions. Just number 1, bullets. Then we shall go to number 2. Ideas, just kind of brainstorming. Ideas as they come to your mind, just put them down. We shall structure them. Some of them will be similar. Let's go to number 2. Number 2, again on your piece of paper, just write number 2. And number 2 is asking about effective members' involvement in the activities of the Food Trade Coalition. So how can we have, what is the best way to effectively involve membership in the activities of the coalition, as well as the platform for thematic areas? So membership, basically, is it open membership? Is it corporate membership? Individual membership? Institutions? And how can they participate both in thematic discussion as well as the, responsibilities? Can membership contribute? You can even offer to host events like this. You can offer to host the secretariat. You can even hire and maybe second staff to work for the secretariat or the team for 1 year. Different kind of support, responsibilities, roles of membership into the food trade. So again, just put your bullets down. My colleagues will keep picking number 2 as your answers. Once done with the number 2, we go to number 3, which is talking about remedying the uncertainties around funding. So I think it's a whole question of resource mobilization. You realize that for you to have an effective structure, from governance to support structures, even to be able to implement some of the resolutions, you must have resources. So the question around number 3 is, how do we then deal with issues around a consistent supply of resources in terms of money, in terms of technical capacity, in terms of technical assistance, to be able to facilitate the activities of the forum, in terms of funding the secretariat, as well as other strategy and activities. And this is in 2 parts. So there's the secretariat, which needs a certain amount of money per year in terms of the staff, the operations, the office running costs, and then the on and off programs. Like there's an event in Zambia, there's another event in Ethiopia, there's a study to be done, there's a policy dialogue to be facilitated. So the question is, how do we raise money? Do we go to the governments? Do we go to the donors? Do we go to the private sector? Do we charge fees? Do we run a consultancy unit to raise money for the options that you guys think about in terms of how can we be able to resource? And those becomes your bullets on number 3. And those are your suggestions that we are going to summarize. Please keep giving your answers to our teams. The only thing you need to do is to label your answers, number 1, and then number 2, and then number 3 now, and we go to number 4, which is talking about effective coordination and feedback mechanism among members and other stakeholders. So it's just a whole question of how do we then coordinate the activities of the forum so that it's more responsive, it's more available to be able to respond to the needs of the membership. So effective coordination and feedback. How can that be structured? Is it regular meetings? Is it regional meetings? Is it maybe some platform, like online platform? Is it through WhatsApp, Facebook, X? Is it, I mean, what do you think are some of the effective ways through which we can be able to reinforce coordination and feedback to ensure that members are constantly informed and made aware of the progress and the needs and the activities? And I've given an example with the governments. You know, we have had governments here. We need them to be involved. The private sector, we need them to be involved. We have the East Africa Business Council, the Chamber of Commerce, the private sector foundations, all the key players in the region, international organizations, all of them, we need some sort of coordination and collaboration. Number 5, which is the second last, just before we break, is what other important thematic platforms should we consider? For example, trade finance and payment settlement. So as we set up this forum, or as we strengthen this existing forum, what are some of the other thematic platforms that we should consider? And these are things that we think are some of the challenges in the region, but they want to turn them into opportunities that can then be able to be part of the platform in terms of sorting out the problems. For example, there's an example of trade finance, because we understand there's a problem in terms of the currency of trading, as well as in terms of even settlement, in terms of payment, particularly between countries. You remember you need to do conversion back and forth, and that has resulted in what we call currency losses or forex loss. So what are some of the other important platforms that we need to include as an example, apart from these ones I've mentioned? As you write your bullets number 5, the last one is bullet number 6. I mean, it's thematic number 6, or issue number 6, which is the nature / character of the engagement framework, as well as collaboration framework with other platforms. So I think we understand that there are many other initiatives in the region at Africa level, Asia, Latin America, but even intra-Africa between the SADC region, there's COMESA, there's East Africa, there's IGAD, there's West Africa, there's Central Africa. And even within East Africa, again, we have countries and we have regions. So the question is, how do we structure the nature and the character of this engagement framework to support collaboration with other similar initiatives or platforms? You know, we have the ongoing conversations, Africa Food Forum, Africa Grain Forum that happens annually by EAGC, and other existing platforms. So how does this platform then plug into and therefore leverage on the existing networks in terms of supporting the issues that we are discussing about? And that's number 6. So please give your answers to our staff. What's going to happen tomorrow, we are going to summarize those issues into those 6 questions, and then we shall go through them. If there's anything that we think will have been left out, please be able to point out so that we can be able to then summarize and develop a concept based on your responses. I want to take this opportunity to thank you guys. I don't know whether Jacinda is here, but there's number 7. Ah, yes, number 7 is hidden. I'm not seeing about that. It's in green, yes, number 7. Sorry, number 7. So there's number 6, which you have answered, the nature and character. And then there's number 7, which is talking about the strategic plan with clear short-term and long-term goals and clear milestones as well as deliverables. So I think that's, the strategic plan, obviously you understand, we're talking about the mission, what's the mission? What's the vision? Where do we want to go as a region as far as food trade is concerned? So in brief, where do we want to go? What are the steps? What are the mission? What are the objectives? What are the goals? How do we reach there? The tactics. And then, of course, broken down maybe into, in the short term, what can we do? And that's between now and maybe next year, in the next 1 or 2, 3 years, what are we supposed to do? Like now, there's food deficit in Southern Africa. Maybe next year, there's going to be food deficit in East Africa, and there's bamba harvest in West Africa, or maybe South Africa. And maybe the other year, there'll be a lot of problems, maybe in the IGAD region, and therefore they need a lot of food. So in the short term, and then in the long term, in the next 5 years to 10 years, what are those strategic interventions that we need to incorporate? In the face of climate change, and I think I mentioned this to Fred in the morning, that climate change is becoming an issue, not now, but it has been with us. And we need to keep on revising and improving our strategies in terms of just engaging in production or sustainable production to be able to cope with the issues of climate change. So the question is, what are those short-term plans and long-term goals that we can then be able to propose in terms of responding to these needs to ensure that we have a resilient food system that cuts across Africa? I remember you're speaking on behalf of Africa, not just East Africa or South Africa. We'll look at our continent as a whole in terms of the ECOWAS, the SADC, the Maghreb region, the Horn of Africa, the East Africa, South Africa, the COMESA region, the Central Africa, the Sub-Saharan Africa, all the African countries. We understand that globally, we are actually net importers of food, and we also have intra-regional food problems, and we also have intra-regional food distribution problems. And I just want to add that we all know that we produce food in different seasons. Like for example, where I come from in Kenya, we harvest maize from around August, November, August, September, October, November. And we have bamba harvest all the way up to January, February. And we then have no food, but that's the time other countries are harvesting. So the question is, how do we then leverage on these seasonal harvests and seasonal food supply to be able to balance out food availability across the region, so that when we are not harvesting and Uganda is harvesting, we can then be able to rely to Uganda to be able to get food. And when Kenya is harvesting and Malawi is not harvesting, we can then be able to say, look, can we sell the food that we have in Kenya to our brothers in Malawi? Because when they harvest, then we can also be able to then buy at that time from Malawi, so that we can stabilize prices. And doing that in a way that doesn't then hurt any of the two economies, but also in a way that is more predictable. And that's why we keep on talking about, data-driven decision making. So I think those are the 7 points, colleagues. I'll request that we give those recommendations to our staff. If you still have your paper in your hand, please let me see, so that we can send somebody to pick them. Those 7 points, 7 bullets or more. There's a paper here, please. Penina, there's one there. Any other person with those recommendations? Okay, I'll stop there. And I'm not seeing my colleagues. Jacinda, guys are tired. It's understandable. Today is being first day. But we thank you guys. I think, thank you so much, because I think you have really been patient. It's the last minute, but the room is still full. I think it's a good indication. So I know we are going to be more energized even tomorrow as we come to the second day of the conversation. Asante sana, thank you so much, and have a good evening.
Is Benedict in the house from Trademark? Benedict from Trademark is in the house. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. It's been a long day. Very long day, but very productive. I think we've achieved a lot. We've covered a lot. We have had a chance to lament and give our chance, issues. We've heard from government. They have responded to us. And now we have discussed about the sector platform, and we've received views from you. I hope in those views we will have said a lot of what needs to be done for us to have a regular engagement, a forum where we can almost on real-time basis bring out issues that we are facing and get them sorted, because trade business does not wait. I know even in one day prices can change 2 or 3 times. The negotiated price in the morning, in the afternoon, evening is different. And when you have a trade opportunity window, usually it's a short window, you got to strike it, and if there are barriers, they need to be sorted so that you're able to trade and trade like immediately. So thank you very much. We are now done with day 1. Congratulations, you've done well on day 1. Day 2 will start tomorrow, and we'll start with what is in the program, where we will have a quick recap on what we've been able to go through today, just a very top-line recap. After the recap, we will receive a study that was commissioned by AGRA, which will be presented by a consultant called Brian Mulega from Lenga from IAPRI. He will join us. After we receive that presentation study, we will have a panel to respond to the study, agree to the things, or see what are the recommendations coming through. And then after that, we will now get into business after a quick plenary Q&A that will be looking here, getting inputs from the Ministries of Agriculture and also Ministries of Trade, because today we have heard from the trade facilitation agencies. So for the B2B, we intend to kick off soon after break, health break tomorrow, where we will have the opportunity to fill this room, buyers and sellers to meet and discuss and negotiate and sign trade agreements, which we will follow up from EAGC to actualize. And I think the lead buyer this time round is likely to be Zambia. They will take that gold medal, and others also following. And maybe the biggest seller, gold medal, maybe might be going to Tanzania, but even all the others will have the opportunity. So we're geared for tomorrow, and by the end of day tomorrow, we will be looking at how much business we have been able to negotiate, to sign, and then as we do that, we'll still be very keen to address whatever challenges, whatever bottlenecks that will come our way, so that the big objective of making the trade happen, like we were told by our brother from Uganda, governments make trade possible through the negotiations and everything, but those that make the trade happen is the handshake between a buyer and a seller. That handshake between a buyer and a seller is what constitutes the national trade statistics. You see all those numbers. Behind the numbers, there's a buyer and there's a seller of a commodity, and that's really what we'll be looking for. So thank you very much. Jacinta, maybe you have any administrative announcements, anything? Of course, there is tea waiting for us, but if you have others, in terms of closing the day, I have closed the day. And there's somebody who gave the power bank to my colleague here. If this is your power bank, please don't lose it. Yeah, thank you very much. Come for your power bank. And so have a great evening, and see you tomorrow. I think in terms of the supper tonight, we will give some bit of compensation for the supper tonight, so you'll take care of it. But we'll give tomorrow from Trademark, we'll give you the subsistence for covering that. So supper is not, it's on you, but you get the money for it tomorrow. But breakfast, of course, and lunch, we are set for tomorrow. So enjoy the rest of the evening and the B2Bs that have already been going on, and we'll see you tomorrow at 8:30 in the morning. so that we are able to finish early. We don't stretch like today. Thank you very much. God bless you all and enjoy the rest of the day. See you tomorrow. Bye. And it's our tea, so please let's take it with juice and everything.